Hello there.
Hello there, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Today, we're talking to a friend of the show, Short Fat Otaku, also known as Dev.
Yes. What were we
I'm
talking
here.
about before we started? And I said, we should just talk about this on stream.
Well, we were talking about how Jank Uger asked in chat if his nephew should be deported. He asked this in the Her Take podcast chat
Right.
to get a
Oh
sense
my
of
god.
things. Okay.
Is that the real chink?
That
No
is the
way.
real Jank Uger. Yes,
Yeah.
asking if his nephew should be
And
deported.
Anna Kasparian is a host on the show. So there was some drama that took place last week. Jillian Michaels walked off the set in the middle of the show. And we were watching some of that drama on the Sunday stream. We saw a video with Jillian Michaels talking to this Tatum guy. What is he, a police officer? Some officer Tatum?
I assume. Yeah, based on the name.
And Jillian Michaels was talking some mad shit. And it seemed as though she went to the PBD guy who I guess owns the podcast. And it made it sound like Anna was going to get fired. That PBD was saying that Jillian Michaels should have gone to him sooner because she's getting unhinged and out of control. But they come back today. I guess it shows once a week. And there's no Jillian, but Anna's there. And it seems like Anna's running the ship. So I don't know. What do you think happened, Sitch?
It looks like they're just gonna go forward and Jillian quit the show for good.
Maybe.
Yeah. But enough about that. Hey, Dev. So we were talking about how a lot of people before the stream started, we were talking about how a lot of people in our chat, they're like, Sitch Adam, you guys need to talk to Dev. Dev's gone crazy. He's lost his mind. I used to love Dev, but now he's out of control.
Oh, yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Yes.
And Deb
What's
was
going
That's one
on?
of the
explaining.
things. We
Dev,
talked about like
are
five
you out
things,
of
yeah.
control? What's going on?
Deb was
No, not really.
explaining it to us. What happened?
I mean, all of my takes are the same. All of my morals are the same. All of my ideas are the same.
Mhm.
The issue is just that the right wing has become a lot worse than it was in like 2018 or 2019. And so I've appropriately directed more of my aim towards them now than I did back then. And people are like, "Dev, you traitor! You've backstabbed." It's like, "No, I haven't. I've front stabbed you."
So, how have they gotten worse in your
How's the right
perception?
gotten
Where
worse?
where were they when you were on board with them? Or I guess maybe you just
Well, I
thought the
mean,
left was worse.
I was never really on board with them. I just thought the left was worse. Yeah. Like,
Okay.
so you can go back to, I think, January or February of 2017. And I put out a video where I was going over, you remember the Trump piss dossier bullshit? Like that fucking nonsense? It was all
Yeah.
just faked. Um,
Yes.
and I was going over like the legitimate Trump derangement syndrome of that era. And I'm sure you guys remember all the characters of like early 2017, right? From the Antifa riots. There was that one professor who like smashed a guy's face in with it with his
The
fucking bike
bike
lock.
lock? Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember the
And
bike
and then
lock
there was
dude.
like and then there was like that one dreadlocks chick who did like armpit hair porn and she was like in the brawl fighting. Remember these people?
I
Yeah.
do,
Th-
yes.
These are like 2017 stories of all these weird Antifa
I had
goons who were
forgotten them, and thank you for bringing them back up into my mind.
so there's all these weird left wingers doing this crazy shit back in 2017. So I was making videos saying like, hey, these people are fucking mental. But I said in that video, like, at some point, Trump will do something that's actually really bad. And people will have cried wolf so much with this Trump derangement syndrome bullshit that no one will believe it. No, and that's exactly what happened because J6 2020 came along. Trump actually did do something really bad. And at that point, we had had 4 years of Trump derangement syndrome, so nobody really cared, right? And so it's at that point where I was like, wow, so the
Well,
right
hold
is
on.
actually
What
becoming the bad thing they were painted as 4 years ago. And 4 years ago, they weren't even that. They became that over time. So that's the situation, is that I haven't actually changed my morals. It's just that the right's gotten worse. That's all.
what what bad who did what bad? What was
Oh, wait a
bad?
minute. Before. Hello, welcome, Sean. Sean just joined.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yes.
Sound great.
I
Great.
am back. I figured out this whole live stream doohickey, but I need to adjust one of my lights because I have
You
like all
live
this
stream.
blue.
Come on.
I almost never do.
Get that
Really?
get that nice bisexual lighting going on.
You're
There you go.
always listening to our live stream.
Now I
Seems
believe
like
this
you're
is a
always in our
historic
chat, so
this is a historic first. I don't think either me or Adam realize this, that you and Dev have never met each other.
No, I have not. I don't think, unless I did.
No. We haven't.
Well, hello. Do you guys know who each other's are? Do you follow each other? Or are you like, no,
I only vaguely know who you are. Sorry.
What do you know of
I
his
expect you
reputation?
not to know me at all. Not
Dev.
so.
Come on, what do you know of his reputation?
No. So wait,
I know everything about Dev.
Wow.
What? No fucking way. No
Okay,
way.
what do you know of Dev's
Yeah.
reputation?
I don't know.
Doesn't
I
know.
have
we
no
just-
idea.
we don't know
awkward
each other at all.
Yeah,
That's all it is.
okay.
We don't
That's
fucking know
fine.
each other.
Okay, that's fine. So
Well-
so where should we start? Should we continue down the Dev pathway, Adam, or do you want to continue down the pathway of you slandering the good name of actual justice warrior?
Let's
Apparently, you called him a
continue down.
racist.
Let's continue down the Dev pathway, just because there's
Well,
one thing that always
Do we
comes
really
up.
have to though?
Yeah, look,
I mean-
I want you to respond to this because people keep talking
Okay,
shit, and I don't know if it's
Sure,
true
sure.
or not.
All right.
They keep
What's the
bringing up
shit?
Corey Comperatore, the guy that was the firefighter that was shot at the Trump rally.
Yeah.
And they say that you disrespected him or were cruel about him in the same way that Destiny was.
No.
Okay.
But that's it. Yeah.
What did you make a joke?
So here's
I don't
the
know what
thing.
people are
I recall
to.
looking at. I recall looking over some of the footage of that, and there was the story that he like jumped in front of his family heroically, and that's how he got shot. Right.
Mhm.
I looked over the footage of it, and from what it's a bit grainy, but you can still kind of make it out. He didn't jump onto his family. He just got shot. He's still a victim.
Right.
Still shouldn't have happened. But then I looked into it. And it's like, well, where did this story come from that he jumped onto his family? And it came from his daughter's Facebook, her personal Facebook account. And I'm like, okay, so clearly she put this story out because she's been traumatized and this terrible thing has happened to her dad and her family and her. And so this is one way that she kind of feels better about it. Is she puts out this public story, then Fox News latches onto it, and it becomes basically the mythologized narrative of what happened during that day. But it's not actually true. And I said that, and people got very mad about that, which is fine because people who are getting mad about that are retarded, since it is still just the truth.
Well, I can understand. I can understand why they would be upset about that. So
Yeah, I mean, if you attack a sacred cow, it happens.
yes, totally. So all right, we've established Dev is a heartless person.
I know somebody who celebrated the murder of a firefighter. That's what I heard.
Was that a celebration?
I heard it.
That's
saw
what
the
I
streamers.
heard.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
We started off by saying just as bad as Destiny, clearly worse than Destiny.
Oh wow,
Mhm.
no.
Oh my god.
I think Destiny was much worse than that, but
Oh, of course.
yes. Okay.
Also, as a general, free speech loving liberal, I don't really care about like edgy jokes. If you want to make jokes about dead people, go ahead. That is your right. Go ahead. I fully agree with Elon. Legalize comedy again. Bring that shit back. If you want to make jokes, go ahead. I don't really care. It's just
Fun
like that.
fact, that whole thing went down on the day that I got married. I had the influencers that were guests interrupt me during photos to tell me
Wow.
that Trump got shot. And-
what a way to ruin your wedding. Holy shit.
Well, here's the thing is I told them to go inside, but then I was like, as I'm taking photos, I'm like, oh, they didn't tell me if Trump survived. So like, as I'm taking photos,
Can
I'm
you
like, oh, well,
imagine?
the leading presidential candidate may have been murdered. So, that's interesting.
Can you imagine you're there saying your vows and you're wondering, I wonder if the president was assassinated.
Obviously, whenever you do something important, Sean, something bad happens. Okay, you're getting married. Trump almost dies. Your car is being repaired for frame damage.
Oh, I went shopping for a car. They tried to sell me a frame damaged
right,
car
right.
January 6th.
Yes. So you need to stop doing important things because obviously that's a trigger.
No vacations, no nothing. I
No.
can't be doing that.
No.
Somebody actually, I think I said I was on vacation, and they're like, "You went on vacation? Like, did you not expect the country to fall apart?" I'm like, "Nothing happened this time, guys. Like, relax."
You gotta be ready 24/7, any moment to make a video.
Fun fact about those Destiny tweets: did none of you, I'm assuming, read Lauren Southern's book? Did you?
No.
I did not, but I did. I've been
which book?
watching her videos.
Yeah, well, if you read her book, those tweets were made from Elon Musk's baby mama's apartment.
No way.
Mhm.
Wow.
Wait. Destiny was banging that. What was her name?
No, 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 no. I did not say that. Don't
Okay.
put that out there.
Okay. I don't understand. What are you saying then?
If
What does the book say?
you read Lauren's book,
Yes.
then Destiny was in New York at the same time that my wedding was happening.
Okay.
And he got booted from his hotel for like a late flight. So he had asked Lauren if he could stay at her hotel, but Lauren wasn't staying at a hotel. She was staying at Elon's baby mama's apartment.
Mhm.
So, and she had left for a different wedding. And so Destiny was alone in Elon's lady's apartment
Oh, I see.
tweeting about how the firefighter, like, had it coming because he was at a traders rally. So
He didn't know. So they didn't know each other before that,
who?
presumably. Destiny and what's the woman's name we're talking about? I've
Oh,
so forgot her name.
Ashley. I don't know if they know each other at all because
Yeah.
Ashley was out of the country at the time.
Oh, she wasn't even there.
Yeah,
Okay.
she was at a
Interesting.
wedding in Rome, a different wedding. That Eva Vlar chick who Dareth got married on the same day that I did.
What a bitch.
Yeah, rude.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's just that's just a bizarre thing, but
The
doesn't really mean anything.
bizarre thing that I
Sean,
learned.
can you turn your mic down just a skosh?
Sure. It's a weird thing that I learned from when I got sent chapters for like privacy reasons because it mentions like my wedding day and all that.
There you
Perfect.
go.
All right, how's this for the microphone?
Better.
Like could go lower or fine?
A little bit lower.
Okay.
There
Gotta
you go.
blast it out
You got to
there.
talk while you're actually.
Oh,
You
okay.
play
I'll
with it.
talk while I'm doing it.
There
I don't
you
know.
go.
This is acceptable.
All right. I'll let you know. Continue the conversation.
Continue to go lower.
So
No,
did
that's
he
fine.
look?
You're fine where you are now.
So did he look through her drawers and find any Elon Musk paraphernalia?
I mean,
Memorabilia?
well,
Did he
like
find like a jar in the refrigerator that said like frozen Elon juice?
Yeah, exactly.
Well-
Elon sperm.
again, the like Southern was at the wedding and she's the author of the book, so I have no idea if Stephen was looking through anything or
Okay.
So wait, what is the story here? Like, why would he be at? Is it Ashley St. Clair? Why would he be at
There
her
you go.
place?
I just explained.
Lauren
It,
Southern is friends
I
with
must have missed
her.
that.
Lauren was staying
why
there.
would Destiny be there though?
Yeah, Lauren was staying there. She was friendly with Destiny to say the least, and the last day that she ever saw him was when he was tweeting out the Trump whatever stuff, according to her book.
And they were just hanging out there. Okay, I understand.
Well, he was staying at a hotel because he was in New York for some other reason. I forget. Like again, like most of the chapter I read to make sure that my private information wasn't exposed, but like, yeah, that's apparently what was going down. He was tweeting all that crazy shit from Ashley's place, according to this book.
Okay.
Fascinating. I guess I have to read that book. It sounds like a great book. Lots of juicy information
Which,
on a lot of YouTubers.
Which specific book was? Because I have read some of her books. She's had several, but
It's
is
the
it
new one.
newest
It's like this isn't real life or the internet
Right,
isn't
yeah,
real
yeah.
life. Like,
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
yeah.
So Sean, are you a MAGA guy? Are you like full MAGA?
Full MAGA? No, I mean I'm not. Like I'm not even super into like national politics. If you notice, most of the stuff I cover is more local and stuff that I'm directly interested in. So
Yeah, that's what I thought. Every time we do a live stream, there's a bunch of people in the comments that are like, you got to get someone who's actually MAGA on. They're sick of us trying to defend Trump or MAGA and saying we're doing a really shitty job of it. But look, neither one of us
good.
are Trump supporters or MAGA supporters. So
I
it
get
makes
invited.
sense.
I get invited to like debate events, and like the topic that I always end up with is Trump versus whoever, and I'm like, oh wow, like thanks. Sometimes
Yeah.
I get invited under false pretenses to debate another topic, and then they're like last minute switch. So
Yeah.
So you're saying that you actually hate Donald Trump and you don't want to talk about
that's
him or
exactly
defend him, or
exactly what I totally
you
said.
become a never Trumper.
That's
Based.
totally what I said.
There you go.
Well, which way do you
Sean,
want to go?
I read
Why do you-
Kamala
Sean, why do you-
Harris's book. Did you guys read that?
I read the intro I read the little sample on Audible, and she reads her own book,
Yeah, I listened to it.
and I
Oh
was like, "Oh
God.
my god!" I know. I was like, "Okay, well, let me see if I can handle her annoying voice." And the first thing in the sample was a story she's told a million times about when she got the call
Yeah.
to for the endorsement, and they were making bacon and sausage in the morning, and the kids came in saying "mamala, mamala, mamala," and I'm like, why would you open your book with the
Yeah.
most overused story that everyone has already heard a million times? And I said, fuck this book. Not reading this book.
The amount of times that she says that she likes spices and or cooking, it's so obnoxious.
Oh
Like
my
I've
god.
had an I've
Why
had
would you put
enough.
yourself through this?
But it's also like really, it's like you could tell the intention is to like relaunch her political career,
Oh yeah, she's
but
running for president.
yeah, but it's like it's totally delusional. Like she apparently is not even running for the California governor because she doesn't think she could win. So like a lot of it is like, "Oh, well, people were saying that I should do this." But I was like, "What do I do for the people?" And I would always tell everybody in my staff that like I'm here for the people. And it's just like like bleh, bleh,
Yeah.
against.
I'm actually very excited for her to run for president again because she's going to get annihilated in the primary, and it's going to be hilarious. She thinks she's going to pull a Donald Trump and be the comeback kid, and
Yeah.
she's really just going to get taken out to the woodshed.
I want to know what's real. Like, I want to know who the real Kamala Harris is. She living a double life. She's like Patrick Bateman from American Psycho, where she's, chopping up prostitutes behind closed doors or something. Because
Oh my
every
God.
time she talks, she just seems so fake. Everything is just like, she has these handful of stories that she tells repeatedly again and again. What the fuck is going on there? What does this person sound like when they're actually being a human being talking to their friends
They're
and
not a
family?
human, Sitch. How dare you? How
So
dare
they're
you
like a lizard
insinuate such a
person. They're
thing?
a, is I wouldn't be surprised if Kamala was like an AI bot that they've been trying to program to be president.
Oh my God, we got a $50 super chat, Sitch. What?
Thank you so much.
And you didn't even read it.
I
How?
didn't
What are
even
you
read it.
doing?
No, I know.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much. JMac a Circuit Fire for $50 says, all right, I want a good, clean debate. No whataboutism, straw mans, or false dichotomies. Keep the ad homs to a minimum and leave the mothers out of it. If I see either of you getting the mop and bucket out, I'm blowing the whistle.
Oh my
There you go.
God, no mop and bucket.
There you
But
go.
Classic
hey,
mop and bucket debate
Yes.
technique.
we got a lot of whataboutisms and strawmans coming, so
Yes.
keep
Yeah,
us
so you
on our
guys were talking
toes.
about that Jillian Michaels thing, like her leaving her take show.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Yes.
know any behind the scenes stuff?
I don't know anything behind the scenes. I don't know Jillian Michaels like at all, but like it is amazing that you watch that and they're like, we're not talking about it, the Israel killed Charlie Kirk theory,
Mhm.
as they're exclusively pulling information from people who are pushing that Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
Yes.
Like that
That
is
is not correct.
amazing to
I'm very
watch.
surprised.
Oh.
Already I have to fact check Sean.
Uh-oh. How's that?
Obviously, Nick Fuentes does not believe Israel killed Charlie Kirk, okay? And they pulled a lot of information from Nick Fuentes to show
Yeah.
that even Nick Fuentes, who you would expect, thinks Israel did everything. Even he is saying that
There's a
Charlie
clip of
Kirk
him
was
that I've
not
seen
killed.
where he's like the Israel schizo posting is like getting to be too much, and he's like that's me saying this, and it's like yeah, it's getting wild. But yeah, they were pulling like the $150 million number that comes from the people who say like Israel killed Charlie
Well, that was
Kirk.
from Nick Fuentes, right?
Well, they were saying it was confirmed by Candace, who is
Right.
pushing that. I mean, now these people have moved on to Erica Kirk as an Israeli agent has killed, was behind Charlie Kirk's assassination. So,
No way.
and I don't know if you guys know this, but they released that letter, that
Yes.
Charlie wrote to Benjamin Netanyahu, and it was completely mischaracterized by all of these people. And yeah, it's kind of horrible. But yeah, I wouldn't have walked out. I think Jillian Michaels is a little too dramatic. Maybe that's from her time on The Biggest Loser, but like they were 100% pushing the Israel killed Charlie Kirk thing.
Was
And
she
this
fat?
like
Or
weird
was she like the host?
delineation where they're like, no, we were just talking about the $100 million. and which is, by the way, part of the motivation. That's the motivation part of the conspiracy theory. They're like, we weren't actually saying that. Like, no,
They were not.
that's ridiculous.
They separated out many times. They were not talking
Yeah,
about that
here's the
theory.
motivation for why Israel did it that I'm going to talk about, but I'm not going to say, like, I won't commit to the position. So it's almost like weaker than actually pushing the theory. So, and then of
Mhm.
course that number just came up out of nowhere on the internet. It's like sourced to like Candace Owens. And I even think I saw Nick in a video like making fun of that number, like in a clip over there, because for whatever reason, which by the way, some people put him as a part of the theory now too. That yeah, apparently that's just that's just nonsense. So
So they shouldn't
Okay.
talk about it unless they delete. They shouldn't talk about it at all.
well,
How
you
are they?
shouldn't say something's confirmed or supported by the facts when it isn't. Like, you shouldn't make declarative statements about how Charlie felt about any figure that you don't know, especially if this letter ends up coming out and there's like no follow-up saying, "Oh, well, now that we've seen the letter, the person or persons that we've been trusting for this information were totally fucking wrong." Like, there's none of that. It's just like smear, like again pushing this kind of stuff, and it's ridiculous.
Well, so you think it is smearing Israel?
Well, part of it, yeah, for sure.
Smearing Israel as assassins of Charlie Kirk?
Yeah.
Okay. They specifically said that they didn't think Israel killed Charlie
Yeah,
Kirk.
again,
They
if
thought that
if
was
I
total
said like I
bullshit.
didn't believe 9/11 was an inside job and then I quoted to you exclusively from like loose change,
Hmm.
then that would be like a little weird, wouldn't it?
I obviously, but
If I was like 9/11 wasn't an inside job, but building 7, it looks like a controlled demolition to me. And
it's
here's all
not
the
like a
reasons
one for
why
one
building
though.
7 is a controlled demolition, which would have to be pre-planned from somebody on the inside. But I don't believe that. Like, I'm just asking questions. Like, it's absurd.
They
Like,
they
we
want
know this
to
trick.
they want to have the conversation about how Charlie Kirk was being persuaded by his anti-Israel audience, anti-Israeli government audience, not anti-Israel audience. So they
Yeah,
want to have that
and
conversation about
so
how
the way
he
that they
was.
did it was they played a clip from 2023 where Charlie was calling out Jewish donors for paying for Marxist activists,
Yeah,
saying that
that
they're
that
the
clip
ones who
was
do
totally
this
out of
more.
context.
And the context of that is that he was like, they're now coming for the Jews. So this is a monster that they created. So that was him defending Israel. But because these people pulled it from the Charlie Kirk was killed by Israel crowd, they end up using the mislabeled date, which was posted by that Lauren Witzke woman, who actually said that this was Charlie's last podcast. Can't be further from the truth. And they end up saying, "Oh, that's recent." And they do it right after they talk about the Jewish donors to
Yeah,
connect the two
look,
in your mind without delineating that. So it's like total nonsense.
they got the clip wrong. They definitely got the clip wrong.
Yeah, but like it's not that they played it wrong. It's that they played it wrong to support their theory and connected it to
They did.
something that happened two
That wasn't.
years
It's not
later.
their theory though.
Okay.
The theory that Israel killed Charlie Kirk is not their theory.
Yeah, I mean, sure,
Their
sure.
theory is that big donors at Turning Point USA were putting pressure on Charlie Kirk to be pro-Israel,
Yeah, from the
and
Blumenthal article,
and
which by the way,
his audience was leaning the other direction, and it put Charlie Kirk in this
from the
bind.
Blumenthal article, which implies that Charlie Kirk was killed by Israel, like that's the implication of that
No, yeah,
article.
look,
And the Bill Ackman guy put out a whole response tweet to it, and then Candace Owens conceded every single point in her response to him, but said it was actually the phone call from Netanyahu that Charlie was the most concerned about. So,
aside,
like, they lied about everything at that meeting. They said it was an ambush meeting in the Hamptons. Bill Ackman provided that it was a pre-arranged meeting. The topics were preset. It included Israel, among other topics. Other influencers were brought out there, but like none of that's included in that segment. Like it's all like, oh, well, here's some innuendo about like, directly from we're not saying we believe this, but we're sourcing the Israel killed Charlie Kirk theory database for all of our information. We're mislabeling clips. Like it's absurd. Like
Aside from the clip, which was in 2023, is there anything that they reported that was factually incorrect?
What the $150 million?
The $150 million. Weren't they reporting from someone else reporting that?
So if I find some idiot that like reports something
you're right.
that's false and ridiculous.
They did. They got it incorrect because he doesn't even say that in the article. He doesn't say 150
they
million.
attributed that to Blumenthal.
Yeah, Blumenthal doesn't say that in the article though. Blumenthal says a large sum of money and he starts the Netanyahu rumor as well. So.
And then they say it's not Netanyahu, it's actually pro-Zionist donors.
So
they had that podcast where I forgot who it was, that guy. I don't want to describe him because I'm going to be insulting in my description. He's sitting with Alex Clark, and they're like, yeah, we don't take foreign money at all. Like that's like a standard for Turning Point USA, and they're like, we don't even have that many Jewish donors.
Is your accusation that they were talking about this story so that they could imply that Israel killed Charlie Kirk and
they were definitely trying to get that attention for sure.
So that you're making the claim that that's what they intended to do.
Yeah, they were definitely trying to get those people on the audience, and like whatever degree that these people believe it, they're fine promoting it.
Do you think all three of them were trying to push that idea?
I don't know. I don't know about like the Lindy Lee. Like Lindy Lee just kind of goes along with whatever. And she's like, the donors. And I was at the Democratic Party at the night of, and people were saying that Kamala's going to win Iowa. And I was so confused. Like that's like Lindy Lee's whole shtick. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if she has any like thoughts.
I think it's interesting because obviously they explicitly said that that's not what they were doing. And that they didn't believe that story and they thought that story wasn't true. And what they explicitly wanted to talk about was Charlie Kirk being in this conflict between his Israel donors and the audience of younger people who is turning on the Gaza war because of all the violence. So that's the story that they really wanted to talk about. I said on the show that they should probably wait till it's been a while after Charlie Kirk's assassination. This is probably not a good time to talk about it, but they could talk about it later.
I think there's a lot of people that are looking to take advantage of Charlie Kirk now that he's dead and like find some kind of quote or whatever to say that actually Charlie was agreeing with me on this thing or that thing. And therefore, like,
well, like that's what they're doing. I agree with that part, but you're making the much more incendiary claim that they're bringing this up to imply that Charlie Kirk was murdered by Israel to ruin Israel's
if you pull
reputation.
From the Israel killed Charlie Kirk
stereotypes
theory
of the
database, like if that's what all of your clips and sources come from, the people who are saying explicitly that this is the case, then like what am I supposed to take away from that?
Well, look, I'm very surprised because this is an argument I hear all the time about you. And you covering black crime and pulling black crime statistics. And everyone always says, oh, what you really want to talk about is how black people are criminals and they have a criminal element.
I mean, they do have a criminal element, like that is what I am talking about. But like the idea that I'm trying to frame all black people as criminals, like it's ridiculous. Like there are criminal elements within the United States of America. It's disproportionately higher among black communities. Like
do you think they want to frame all Jewish people as part of the Zionist conspiracy?
I don't think I said that like at all.
Okay. Well, what is the point of them bringing up the Charlie Kirk was assassinated by Israel if it isn't to create negative stereotypes of all Jewish people. I mean, that's basically what you're implying in your
I mean,
video.
they all make the delineation that they're like, oh, we're not talking about Jewish people. Like, I know a Jewish guy down the street that hates Israel. Like, you
Right.
know, like they always make that delineation. So, but
And
yeah, like
was that delineation
casting
effective?
aspersions on like Israel and their government is like definitely the goal. I mean, that's why Anna's like, the thing that made me most mad about Charlie Kirk's assassination was Benjamin Netanyahu blaming Muslims, which he did not do. Like, you played both of those clips.
Well, I agree that she wants to go after the Israeli government. It's a tough thing to do. The similarities between what you do and what she's doing, I think, are voluminous. So, and people are always making accusations, which I think are wrong accusations of you, that you're just interested in covering black
I think
crime
you're
to create
stretching for
negative
like a
stereotypes.
false equivalence of the point that I'm trying to make. Like, if I was pulling from like these, like if I was pulling directly from like white nationalist websites exclusively, like if I was doing that and you would like go to my sources and be like, wow, that's really weird. Like, these are like, you know, I clicked on this website and it's a guy burning a cross like as like the freaking image on their website on somebody's lawn, then like maybe you would have a point. My point is they're directly sourcing from the conspiracy people. They're using dates and other information from them while simultaneously saying we're not talking about the conspiracy. I mean, again, that's not true. And then they say, oh, there's no, and then they do the trick. Like, a bunch of them were saying there's no evidence that, like, to avoid saying that they don't believe that. They're like, there's no evidence provided that Israel killed Charlie Kirk yet, as if that's like a reasonable possibility.
I mean, you don't think that they're doing it because they don't like Jewish people or they're anti-Semitic.
I think they don't like Israel. And I don't know anything
Okay.
about the whatever Amy, like Dangerfield lady, except that she itches to bring up Nick Fuentes all the time. Like, Lindy Lee is like literally her whole thing is like, I'm an empty slate. Like, I loved three things about the Democratic Party, so I raised like millions of dollars for them. And then I was shocked when Kamala Harris didn't win Iowa, so I don't know anything about her. Like, I know a little bit more about Anna, and like, yeah, Anna's like going out of her way to attack Israel. Like, she's been doing it on her show for like 2 years.
Yeah, but the difference is attacking Israel and attacking the Israeli government is different than attacking
I never. You're
Jewish
the one
people.
who brought up Jewish people. I didn't say that. I said Israel killed 9/11. I'm sorry, Israel
Well, I
killed
thought
Charlie Kirk is what they're pushing
Right. What is the purpose of pushing that narrative
to get more hatred for Israel.
for the Israeli government?
Yeah.
Okay. But you realize, like, a lot of people are accusing them of being anti-Semites and whatnot. In the same way people accuse you of being anti-black or accuse you of racism and that kind of stuff.
I mean, they can say that, but I lay out my case very clearly.
No, I agree.
People have to take me out of context in order to do so. I'm not pushing theories about who is really behind 9/11 or any of those absurd things. So, I mean, you know, like, I think there's a difference in scale. And a lot of times when I'm talking about black crime, I'm talking about the impacts of it on black communities. Like, so I'm not always just highlighting the like random white person that's killed by a black person. So that's like a unfair aspersion in my humble opinion.
Right. What is the proper way for them to talk about the Israeli government without
they could talk about the Israeli government however they want.
Well, what's the proper way to talk about that Charlie Kirk story? Charlie Kirk being divided by his donors and his audience.
I mean, first of all, it's alleged and it's being pushed directly by people who are pushing the idea that Charlie Kirk was murdered by Israel. So maybe making that clear, like from the jump, would be smart.
Well, look, I think they attempted to do that. I actually think they tried to do that. In the same way that
they support Blumenthal's reporting. They don't tell you about all the innuendos in there. So no, they're like, oh, I think he's a credible guy.
Look, I completely agree with you that their reporting on that was terrible. We went through the Blumenthal article. It's completely insane. They said it was credible. I disagree with that assessment. But they did come out explicitly and say, we do not think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. We don't think that's true. We want to talk. The story for us is about Charlie Kirk being divided between his donors and his audience.
And
that's what we want to talk
the
about.
Source for that
specifically.
story is one of the main sources for the Israel killed Charlie Kirk narrative.
Well, look, you can get statistics from certain places.
It's like, look, I'm not
some
saying
are
that there was
accurate and
no
some aren't.
planes on 9/11, but I really, really want to talk about this like holographic plane theory. Like, and
Is
my
there
source, my
is there
source
no
is,
other
is,
source?
is the pusher of the holographic plane theory.
Well,
so,
look,
but
it's-
like, I'm not saying I believe it, but like, I think this reporting is incredibly credible. I mean, and if you think about it, based on this angle, I don't think that's a video trick. I just think it's a holographic plane.
Is there
Like,
no other sources for this claim?
where
Blumenthal
are
is the only source.
they? Where are they?
I'm not sure. I don't. Anyway, let's move on. I think we beat this to death.
No, I mean,
Sitch-
you guys were talking about it before I came in.
True. Yes. Well, it came up on the Sunday show, and I did watch your video. I kept waiting for the smoking gun on where Anna was blaming 9/11 on Israel. But you
I
never,
mean, again,
you
like,
never, you never showed the clip of Anna saying Israel caused 9/11.
Well, to be fair, Anna does say that she doesn't believe that Israel did 9/11. I mean, but Jank says that they knew about it because they showed up before, even though the FBI documents say that they don't. And like Jank also says that all 5 of them were confirmed to be spies, even though there seems to be a lot of suspicion around
Jank.
2
Why
of
are you
them.
why are you making a video
Well,
on
they're
Anna?
they're in the same video. I mean, my favorite part about that was the Building 7 clip from Tucker Carlson where he's like, nobody has ever tried to explain this. The government never tried to explain this. Yes, they have. There's a 2008 NIST report on this. Like, it's one thing for you to say you disagree with that, but another thing to say that doesn't exist. But like, they just play that Tucker Carlson clip and they're like, oh, it's so interesting. Like, why did nobody ever explain it? It's like, well, they did. Like, if you pretend that they didn't, then yeah, like, that's ridiculous.
Do you think they're just asking questions to create negative?
They were just asking questions. Infowars.com.
Do you think they're just asking questions to create negative stereotypes about Jewish people?
I mean, you could just be asking questions, but like, you can,
you know what I
look
mean
for
by
the,
that.
you could
Come
look for
on.
the answers, and I find it like
No,
ironic.
don't answer the
I find
question.
it- I find it
no
ironic
dodging.
that-
Answer the question. Answer the
I
question.
find it ironic
I asked
that-
an explicit question.
Yeah, let me answer it. I find it
Okay.
ironic that Jank has an entire segment on Ted Nugent liking a comment that implies that Israel was behind 9/11, and he goes on a 9-minute rant about how this is anti-Semitic. Fast forward a couple of years, and he's pushing the same stuff on his channel.
Yeah, but
Like,
it's
not
it's
liking
different.
somebody else's Facebook comment, the same exact theories. So I find that to be incredibly ironic. Just like I find it to be ironic that they were talking about Alex
you
Jones
still
and
haven't
how
answered the
bad of a guy
question.
he was for defaming the Sandy Hook parents, but they're going after these 5 random dudes claiming that they said on television in front of a live studio audience that they had prior knowledge of the 9/11 attacks, and yet there was no reaction from the studio audience. And it's like 2 individuals that speak 2 languages for sure that should know about how things get awkwardly translated from other language to English. But I'm supposed to pretend that, oh, like they just happen to, you know, like not even realize what they were implying. You know, it's just they were just like, you know, they had prior knowledge, probably. How did they know to park in the parking lot? How did they get there before, even though the radar from the FBI says they got there after? I mean, who knows? Did I mention that they had box cutters, just like the 9/11 hijackers? I mean, sure, they had box cutters in a moving van, and that context is absolutely crucial. But the 9/11 hijackers had box cutters on the plane. So if you kind of say that really quickly, it will confuse people. So yeah, like they might not like directly be saying it, but like, come on.
I keep waiting for you to actually answer the question, but I guess you're
I think
not
the
gonna.
goal
I guess
of the
you're not
segment
gonna
about how
answer it.
Israel knew about 9/11 is to imply prior knowledge and possible sinister we were behind 9/11 stuff. I think the goal of pushing 9/11 truth is to push 9/11 truth, to say it was an inside job, to say they did the terror attacks in order to launch all these wars. Which, by the way, one of the things I often wondered about is that, because I used to be really into 9/11 truth, if 9/11 was a false flag in order to justify the invasion of Iraq, why didn't the Bush administration frame Iraq for 9/11? Like, why did they pin it
True.
on Al Qaeda in Afghanistan? Like, nobody can answer that question.
True.
So are they just asking questions to create
We're
negative
just asking questions
to create negative stereotypes about Jewish people because they're anti-Semitic?
about Israel specifically. I mean, if you want to extend it to Jews, I mean, like, you know.
Are they anti-Semitic?
I mean, according to Jank standards, yes, the Israel did 9/11 opens the door to anti-Semitism. I mean, I've seen him
I'm
say
asking
that.
about your standard, not his standard.
Well, I'm saying according to his own standards,
Thinks,
the answer would be yes.
Jank thinks every one of us is anti-Semitic. Jank thinks everybody is anti-Semitic. Who's
Anti-Semitic?
Who's vaguely non-progressive. Yes.
Jank thinks everyone is anti-Semitic.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know where you're getting that from.
Do you think by your standard that they are anti-Semitic and that they're just asking questions because they want to create negative stereotypes of Jewish people?
I think that it is a focus on the Israeli issue for Anna for sure. I think for Jank, I mean, look, there's a cultural element in there to like hating Israel. I mean, there's a reason Jank slips multiple times and goes from saying 57-year occupation to 75-year occupation, which is the existence of Israel. So like, yeah, like there might be some cultural attitudes about conquest when it's non-Muslims, but I don't know if that's directly anti-Semitism. It could just be like pro-Islamic bias. I mean, Jank,
Right.
again, is an atheist who has received awards from the Freedom from Religion Foundation that calls himself a Muslim now, like a bacon-eating, alcohol-drinking Muslim. Like, it's very interesting how he identifies this as an us versus them, in my opinion. Not to mention all the clips of him yelling at Dennis Prager, asking Dennis Prager when he's going to let the Palestinians go.
You can talk about these stories because you find them interesting and be creating negative stereotypes.
I mean, I find
Can I just
9/11
finish
truth
my
stuff
thought,
interesting.
Sean?
Okay,
I
go ahead.
let you talk for like 45 minutes, okay? Just let me finish my thought for once. You can actually talk about these things because you find them interesting and create negative stereotypes about people and do it accidentally, even though you don't have an anti-Semitic bone in your body or a racist bone in your body at all, okay? And there are people who do this constantly because they are bigots, because they are racist, because they are anti-Semitic, and they want to create negative stereotypes of Jewish people, or they want to study black crime so that they can create racist stereotypes about black people, okay? You're smart enough that you could recognize these two categories, right? The person that's just interested in the topic and the person who's actually the racist, okay? And I'm just asking you, like, obviously for you, I think you're interested in the topic. You're interested in justice. You're interested in criminal activity. You're interested in crime, right? I don't think you have a racist bone in your body. I think you're super careful about that as much as you can be. I think you can create negative stereotypes accidentally just by talking about the topic, which is one of the reasons why progressives don't want to talk about these topics. But everybody who is a progressive will look at your channel and think, you are racist. You're doing this deliberately. You know what you're doing. You're not just someone who's interested in it. You're a racist, right? You know that. You live with that, okay? I'm asking the same exact thing about the Young Turks constantly talking about the Jewish topic. Are they doing the exact same thing as you are doing on your channel? Or do they hate Jewish people and they're creating negative stereotypes in the same way Nick Fuentes wants to do? It's very simple.
Well, again, they talk about it in terms of Israel most of the time. I mean, they recently went after Ethan Klein for being
Look,
an ultra
you're not answering the question. Let me just come on,
Well,
please.
'cause
I
they
don't want to listen
separate-
to you. I don't want to listen to you talk for 45 minutes again. Okay. Look, are they doing it? Are they talking about it because they're interested and accidentally creating negative stereotypes? Or are they talking about it because they're interested and want to create negative stereotypes? It's a very simple question.
I mean, I think they definitely want to create a negative perception of Israel for sure.
Okay, but
Like,
that's
that is
different.
definitely the
That is
goal,
different. That is
intentionally
totally
so.
that is totally different. That's totally different. Right? I mean, substantially different. They don't want to create negative stereotypes of just Jewish people. They're going
Right,
after
but you're
the
the one who keeps
state.
bringing up Jewish people. Like, you're the one who keeps doing
Yeah,
that.
because in your video, you're implying, in your video, you imply that they're creating negative stereotypes about Jewish people, which I agree with you.
Yeah, according to
They
Cenk's
are.
standard, that is exactly what he's doing. So Cenk is 100% doing that by pushing that theory that he previously called an anti-Semitic theory.
Intent matters. Intent matters, does it not?
Yeah, and
Does it
Cenk
not?
said expressly that that is an anti-Semitic theory on his channel, again, to the point where he dedicated a whole 9-minute segment to Ted Nugent's Facebook likes, and then he's pushing it out of his own face. Now, if Anna was on that segment before with Cenk, then I would say the same thing about her, but
look,
Cenk did that segment with John Idarola.
He is saying Ted Nugent is doing it intentionally, okay? But he himself thinks, I'm not doing this intentionally. I'm doing this because I'm interested.
But he already knows that.
And I'm going after the government.
This is like the Cenk, all the videos of Cenk saying Bill O'Reilly encouraged what you call it, the guy who killed George Tiller, the baby killer, repeatedly by calling him the baby killer over and over again.
Do you know that we talk about this recently on our show? Or are you just bringing it up randomly?
This is like Cenk saying that for years, and
then
I
agree.
On his channel repeatedly talking about the cops executing black people, those videos directly inspiring Gavin Long, and those videos remaining up there. And worse, of course, they ended up labeling Gavin Long a right-wing guy, which is something that I also covered. So yeah, I do think Cenk knows better 100%, because I don't have to think that. I can watch his content, watch what he said before, watch what he's doing now, and know for a fact that he does.
Well, look, Cenk is different than Anna, obviously. I think Cenk might not like. Well, look, Cenk has a bunch of Jewish friends, though. It doesn't make any sense that he doesn't like Jewish people.
Yeah, I mean, you can have like Jewish friends, like that. I mean.
Oh my God.
Like, yeah, you could have Jewish
SJW.
friends, like your secular Jewish friends that like hate
God.
Israel just as much as you. Like Max Blumenthal is technically like ethnically Jewish.
Okay.
Like, but he's out there implying like that Israel killed 9/11. So it's like, oh, I'm sorry, Israel killed Charlie
supposedly
Kirk.
He's like 1/16 Jewish or something like that. It actually came up on the Sunday show. Look, Tiller the baby killer. Have you heard us talk about that on the show? It's interesting that you brought that up.
But
okay, it's interesting you brought that up because we brought that up a few times as well. So look, I do think obviously people can willy-nilly create negative stereotypes. It's something that drives me crazy, drives me insane. I've talked to you before about you creating negative stereotypes. You just kind of like brush it off like, oh, Adam, you silly person. There's no way I could be doing this. So I think it's interesting that when we're talking about negative stereotypes of black people, you're like, fuck it. But when we're talking about Young Turks creating negative stereotypes about Jewish people, you're like, oh my God, this is red alert. We got to.
Except this is not my attitude about it. Like, I call people in my audience stupid all the time. I make fun of annoying comments that are just the same comment on every video, even if I'm not even talking. Like, they show up on rent control videos. It's like people copy and paste it under all my videos. Like, I make fun of that stuff all the time.
What is the comment?
Like, you know, usual suspects, or like, it's always like, it doesn't matter. Even if the person, like, I know they write the comment within like 1 second of the video publishing. So even if I have like only white people in the thumbnail, they will write this. So like at a certain point, I'm like, this is out of my hands. I can only call these people stupid. And occasionally I put out a video where I do this, people unsubscribe, and I'm completely fine with that.
But
in fact, I rag on them in the comments for saying, oh no, I'm unsubscribing for your channel. I'm like, just pack up your shit and get out. Like, you don't have to tell me. So like the idea that I don't go after these people is absurd. I mean, I've been making fun of on Twitter a bunch of these people that post like old black crime videos in order to do engagement bait. So I go after these people all the time. Like, when I see a 10-year-old video or a 15-year-old video, I point out exactly what this is.
Look, I
So like I'm not afraid to call out the audience. I don't have to pander to them.
No, you're great at that. I admire you. Obviously, you're not afraid to go against your audience. We try to do the same thing here. So it's interesting. I just think it's interesting because those people that are posting the usual suspect comments, you're doing that to the Young Turks. It's funny to me.
Listen, I'm not going out of my way to quote mine.
You did a whole video.
In order
what are you
to
talking
make
about? You did an hour-long video.
Yeah, exactly. What was the point of that hour-long video? Like I was showing how they were there's two quotes from Netanyahu in there. The first one, they're like, why is he talking about 9/11 and its impact on Israel? Even though the question was, what do you think the impact of 9/11 would be on Israel? So they're like, quite literally, and they show it to you on the screen. They're quite literally misstating the purpose of the quote, talking about him celebrating 9/11, again, implying that the Israelis are celebrating 9/11. And then the second quote, I went and dug it up, and they cut off a major portion of it, where he's talking about public support. And of course, I linked the article that they referenced the quote from in the description, but like that's the same thing as them doing that. Like
look,
them quote mining Netanyahu.
I agree.
The same thing as me saying, hey, I noticed you're quote mining Netanyahu. Like that's weird.
I agree.
And again, like I don't want to be in a position where I have to defend Netanyahu. I think he's been in power for too long. However, I do want to point out that they say we went to Iraq on behalf of Netanyahu, who wasn't even the prime minister at the time, like Sharon was, who warned us against going into Iraq. But like they never mentioned that because we're going to war based on Israel, according to them.
Where you fact check them, all that stuff, I completely agree with you, and you're good to do it. The one part that I just think, and look, I don't even mind if you do it. Okay, I'm not trying to say don't do this. Okay, I just think it's interesting in that video how you say, oh, you know, you're doing this and it could create negative stereotypes of Jewish people.
I don't say that. I'm pretty sure I never said those words.
You don't use the actual word stereotype. No, you don't. But you do heavily imply it. So I just think it's interesting that
I'll say
aware
like,
of
Cenk
that.
already acknowledges this. Like he made no distinction between the Israel did 9/11 conspiracy, which he is now pushing, and anti-Semitism.
Right.
So like that's what I said. By Cenk's own standards, he's an anti-Semite.
Right. But you don't think he's doing it deliberately. You're just saying by
he did a whole segment on it. It wasn't accidentally.
Right. Okay. We can move on.
I said in my video, my theory is that it's projection. Because we've seen the videos, and again, I don't like showing that video or referencing it because that actually does create a negative perception of the people in the Palestinian territory. But the people who broadly supported the 9/11 attacks were in the West Bank. Like, that is a fact.
Let's just
like, you could see it on video. But like people, but the thing is, people put out that video and like that bothers me because then they're like, oh, nobody wants these people. They're horrible or whatever. So I go out of my way in that video to make the point that this is a radicalized population. They view Israel as an extension of the United States. Israel's their ultimate enemy. That's why they were celebrating it. So I go out of my way to explain something like that because I don't want people to get the interpretation that it's okay to like kill all Palestinians whole cloth or anything ridiculous like that. Those caveats are not given in the videos where they're pushing the Israelis are celebrating, which by the way would be 5 people celebrating the 9/11 attacks. Like no such caveats are there.
Do you think the caveats actually work with people?
I mean, some people, I don't know, like
the majority of people, do you think they work with?
If I explain, I would hope so. If you explain it like as well as possible, but yeah, people are going to react.
You're hedging. Look, you hope so is not.
Listen, certain people are going to take away what they want to take away. Like at some point after the words come out of my mouth and they go into your ears, you process it the way that you want to. I mean, a perfect example of this is you keep saying negative stereotypes about Jews. That's my main issue right here. My main issue is not telling the truth deliberately. Spreading rumors that are directly sourced from the Israel killed Charlie Kirk conspiracy and pretending you're not doing so.
Well, they made plenty of caveats there. I don't think the caveats work. I think you're hedging because you don't think the caveats work either. I mean, you try to put them in there, but people just they don't pick up on it. They just think, oh, They make the connection themselves just by the fact that you're covering the story, which is your criticism of covering the Charlie Kirk story in the way that they did. So let's ask Dev. Dev, do you think Israel did 9/11?
You guys all sound like a bunch of Zog cucks to me.
Dev, what is your take? Did Israel do 9/11?
No, this is a retarded fucking conversation. You guys have been going for like 45 minutes in this fucking nonsense.
Well, Sean won't shut up. I barely can get a word in.
He's
He goes on
asking me about it. And
I
he brought up my
asked
video.
one question and it takes him like 2 hours to answer it.
I explain my position.
Well, here's the real question, Sean. Is the bridge burned between you and Anna?
I mean, I don't think so. Like,
Okay.
I don't know. I mean,
That's
I don't to the extent
that
that
makes
the bridge
it. Was there
existed.
ever a bridge? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now look, I did reach out to ask Anna about some of the stuff that she was pushing, and I got a couple of responses. And Anna did say, like, clearly that she says she doesn't believe Israel did 9/11, and I think that's worth mentioning and including. So, you know, but like, yeah, like I think it's ridiculous to be pushing the theories. But as far as the bridge being burned on my end, no. But like, I'm not gonna like pretend that, like, you know, I'm not gonna pretend that things that are ridiculous aren't. Especially again, like, to be fair, I don't think Jillian Michaels should have walked off the set. Like, I mean, she should have just refuted all these points. Like, you know, if she promised to rip Lindy apart, then she should have actually done that.
Mm-hmm.
Dev, what do you want to talk about? And don't say Minch's Moldbug.
Yes, more mold bug. We're doing it. Another 6-hour mold bug stream. Let's do it.
AI for 20 Canadian says, Sean, just say you don't care why they're lying. It's that they're lying.
I mean, didn't I just say that? My main issue is that they're lying.
Maybe they said that. Maybe they sent that before, and you read it.
You know,
and then
I
you
got
said-
that from you,
Everybody-
Super Chatter. Who said that, Sitch? Who said that?
Everybody
AI.
cares, though. That is what they care about. People are willing to give people a pass who are just ignorant and dumb and spreading misinformation because they're stupid, and people are deliberately spreading misinformation so that they can savage people.
I mean,
surreptitiously.
I can give you a pass for being like dumb and wrong, and I have done that before. Like, so like I can do that. I'm fully capable of doing that. That being said, like there's a point where I don't think it's just being dumb. Like, there's basic fact checking, and if Tucker Carlson says, I don't know, that they never provided an explanation for Building 7, and you don't actually look up on whether or not that's true, then I don't think that you should be the executive producer / teach journalism. And I think Cenk, that shouldn't have gotten by him either, because he talks about how we never adjust the facts. We just give our opinion, because that's just not true. That's not what he did. Anybody could have Googled that. How many people work at TYT? Could they have Googled the government explanation for Building 7? 100%. Like, again, if you like, think about how crazy that is. It's been 24 years. Like, to think that they didn't explain a 47-story building collapsing, like they didn't even take one shot at it. Like, for Tucker Carlson to say that, get away with it. For them to repeat that and get away with it, and nobody checks. Like, I'm fine if you want to be like a nerd. Like, you know, those architects and engineers are like, we don't believe the NIST report for this reason, but at least acknowledge it exists.
Sean, what is your position on the January 6th coup?
What about it?
What is your position on it?
The riot's bad. The like plan to have Mike Pence like have the alternate electors or whatever is stupid. The vice president doesn't have that power. Like, what?
Was it a coup? Did Donald Trump attempt to
I don't
coup
consider
America?
it a coup. I consider it an
coup.
attempt to fucking do some weird procedural nonsense that I don't think has any backing. Like, the January 6th Electoral Count Act was passed because it took a long time for people to travel to DC after the November election in order to certify it. Like, this was not this magical date that you can have the vice president override an election.
So was it unforgivable that Donald Trump did this, or was it just a legal maneuver that failed and he was well within his right to pursue it?
I mean, I think it's a stupid legal maneuver, and I mean, you could say it's unforgivable. That's like on you.
What do you think would have happened if it had been successful?
Let Dev
I don't
sounds
think it.
very
I don't think it
similar.
would have been successful.
Are you trying to bait me? Listen.
No.
I
I don't think it'd be successful either. I think even if Pence in the House went through it, the court would have struck it down. But I'm just saying
Oh, the
hypothetically,
conservative court would have loved to strike that down because the
Right.
conservative court loves nothing better than to do like, look at how apolitical we are with this particular ruling. So, like,
Mhm.
I do think that that would have been obliterated by the courts.
I agree. But hypothetically, if they had passed it because they all took crypto money from Donald Trump or something, what do you think would have happened? You think
He,
there would have
he,
been a
di-
lot of
he didn't have
political
his crypto
violence?
coins until this time.
Right.
I mean, I think there would have been probably rioting and all sorts of problems in the
Mhm.
country. Like it was a disastrous maneuver. Like Trump should have just said he lost the election. And even before that, he shouldn't have encouraged his voters to not vote by mail because what that ended up happening, and we could see this in the data, is that every time he would say, don't vote by mail, the people who do the opposite of everything Trump says went out and registered for their mail-in ballots even more. Trump
that's a great
drove
point.
more mail-in voting against him than he did than anything else during the election.
That's a good point. See, he should only use that power to get people to drink Tylenol to kill their babies.
Yeah.
Who are going to be Democrat
And
voters,
look,
not to vote for his opposition.
and look at what happened, by the way, when they switched to the bank your vote campaign. They won. And they
Mhm.
crushed in the early voting and mail-in voting because they had that
Right.
bank your vote campaign. So it was always stupid.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um,
Dev, what do you think of January 6th? did Dev leave?
Dev went to the bathroom.
Oh,
I don't know if
okay.
he's taking your bait.
It's not bait. Knock it off, Sean.
I was in the bathroom. Yes. What did you ask?
I asked what your opinion was of January 6th.
It was a fucking shit show. It was terrible. It proved that Trump should probably never have been allowed to be president again.
Does it mean that Trump is a fascist?
No, because honestly, Trump's too stupid to be a fascist.
Oh, okay.
Should Trump have been impeached for attempting the elector scheme?
Absolutely. He should have been fucking imprisoned for it.
Wow.
He should be rotting in a jail cell right now.
Sean, what is your take on this?
I mean, he was impeached for it.
Right, but I mean like convicted. Or
Yes, fully.
not
Yeah.
convicted, but like successfully impeached.
No, I don't think so.
What? Why
Okay.
not?
Because his lawyers came up with some scheme or whatever, and like, you know, they tried it and failed.
That's retarded. That's some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. Listen, if I hired a lawyer and he's like, listen, Dev, I've come up with a scheme that will allow you to ass rape your girlfriend and get away with it scot-free. You should. It's like, no, it's not a fucking defense.
Of course it is. If somebody tells you that this is a legal maneuver and like you try to use it, like
Okay, you can pay someone to tell you anything. It doesn't matter.
okay. I mean, like I said, like they tried this stupid maneuver. I don't think there was any grounding for it. They came up with a backwards justification for it, and like it didn't work.
But the attempt itself is bad, though. Like,
Yeah, I do think it was bad. I think he should have just conceded the election and said, "We'll come back next time" or whatever,
okay,
which is what he ended
fair
up
enough.
doing.
Bad enough for him to be punished for the attempt.
I mean, like legally, like I don't know what law he
Yes.
would have broken.
Well, the ones that he was charged with in the DC case, because there was 4 cases against him, right? There was the Mar-a-Lago case with documents. There was the Georgia phone call case. There was the DC district case with the 4 the obstruction, and then there was the bullshit one in New York about the 34 prostitute whatever bullshit. Like that was just fucking stupid. But yeah, the DC one with the obstruction, that's what you charge him with, and he was charged with that. And the only reason he got away with it is because he ran out the clock.
Huh? Like if he would have been convicted of it, he would have been convicted of it, but he got charged with it. So, and you can say whatever you want about the BS Alvin Bragg case, but he did secure the convictions for the paperwork violation. So, like, even though people say that's the most bullshit one, it was actually like the only case that stood up to scrutiny.
Wait, what do you mean scrutiny?
It was the only case that went through the process where he was tried and convicted. Now, there was a civil one too from Letitia James, but I'm talking about criminal.
Yes, yeah. I mean, when I read the the dismissal of the DC one, it was specifically without prejudice because they were like, listen, we got the evidence here. It's just that Trump won the election and we can't do it now. So maybe they'll do it in 2028. Probably not, because Trump will probably be a fucking decaying carcass at that point. So it won't really matter anymore. But no, I think the evidence is there to
Well, yeah, I
fuck
mean,
them
the
for with it.
cases were brought in to line up with him running for president again. So, like, if they wanted to prosecute him, they should have done it immediately after he left office.
I mean, I agree with you. I think they kind of they fucked up waiting that long, but I don't think it was specifically to try and hamper his 2024 run. I think it was because the investigation took like 2 fucking years to actually complete.
Yeah, I think it was specifically launched to do that because they
No, I
sat
don't
on
think
their
so. I
hands for
disagree
a
with
little
that.
while thinking it would go away.
Well, no, I don't agree with that because when I followed the J6 committee stuff, like that started up pretty quick, and then they spent a whole bunch of time investigating, and then they spent a whole bunch of time presenting it, and then after the J6 committee was done and they recommended charges, that's when the DOJ brought forward the charges. So I think it was actually just they're following the process, they're trying to appear as impartial as possible for all the fucking good it did them, because Republicans would never actually admit if the Democrats were being impartial, whether or not they actually were. Um, and yeah, that's why it took so long. I don't think it was to actually fuck with Trump's run. I don't believe that.
Yeah, there's no law or rule that says that you have to follow a congressional committee before you're pursuing charges. If you
No,
think
there's
there's like
not. There's
something
not.
to investigate, you could just do that. But
But it
nice
does
job,
look better
Adam,
though.
getting us distracted off of the topic at hand.
What is
Yeah.
the topic?
So
I
yeah.
want to point out that
I
Sean
was
came
I
on
was
to
invited for
say
something
that he
else.
doesn't want to defend Trump, and then I got him to defend Trump.
You got
in
to
the
defend
debate.
Trump?
Yeah.
Yes, I did
That
it.
everybody ends up putting me in a Trump debate,
I know.
obviously. They
Yeah. See, like
scheme me.
Well, look,
I was
Dev is
invited for something
obsessed with
else.
January 6th. Okay, it's destroying his
but
entire YouTube career. This is actually an intervention.
Based.
I was
Good,
in a
let's
car
fucking destroy
dealership
it.
at the time. I have an alibi.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Kerm for $50
oh.
has a question for you, Dev. He says, for Dev, what does it
Hmm?
mean to be MAGA? Does it just mean pro-Trump, anti-neocon right, or is it more specific? On Archcast, you said, quote, the woke right is talking about the Trump right, but that seems weird considering James Lindsay's opinion on Trump and neocons.
Yeah, the woke right is something different from just MAGA. Like
Mhm.
MAGA is definitely that you're anti-neocon, you're pro-Trump, you're kind of like the Trump ride or die people. The woke right is a completely different phenomenon, and in many ways they're like not even American. A lot of those guys, like I'd put academic agent on the woke right for sure.
Right.
You know, like Sargon's over there as well at this point. You know, there's just there's these other people with other concerns beyond just what's happening in America, and it really is kind of the adopting the Gramscian method and using it for a right wing politics, which is not
Wait,
necessarily
Don
what MAGA does.
Sargoon is woke, right?
Oh yeah, he's in that camp at this point for sure.
Because he cares about things outside of America?
No, because he's a
'Cause
postmodernist.
you know he's British, right?
Yes, I do. I've been friends with him I was friends with him up until 2024, so I know him pretty well.
What happened to your friendship?
We already talked about this, Adam. Like last time I
Oh.
was here.
Okay,
Adam,
we don't
how,
have to
how
talk
many
about it again.
Tylenols have you taken?
My mom used a lot of Tylenol during her pregnancy.
Well, we here at the Sitch, Adam, and Sean show love Don Sargoon.
I
Oh my
don't
God.
Don Sargoon. I don't even know who that is. So
That's his name. He's like a big guy, like a Don,
Mm-hmm.
you know? But
What's
he's
his
also
real-
kind of like, he has
what's his
like a
real name?
goonish kind of build. So Sargoon.
When you say woke right, Dev, are you defining it like someone on the right who is post-liberalism as a philosophy? Is
Yes.
that what you mean by that? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
turn your mic up, Sitch.
Turn my mic up.
Yeah, or stop
Okay.
whispering. Either one.
I like to do some ASMR to the microphone.
Well, everyone else is talking at a normal level. Okay.
Okay. Okay. People are pushing back on Sargon being not woke right. I mean, by my definition, Sargon is 100% anti or post-liberalism. So definitionally, he would be that category. But I think people associate it with a type of behavior, really, more than ideology.
Maybe.
Okay.
I do
But what-
think that James Lindsay. So here's the thing: James Lindsay's ultimately correct in that argument. He just argues it really fucking poorly. So I see him
Mhm.
and Sargon go back and forth, and I'm like, "You're just getting stomped here, dude." But you're right. Can you stop getting stomped?
Are either of you
I
worried?
completely disagree with James Lindsay. So I mean,
Oh.
yeah.
Really?
But go ahead, Sitch. What were you gonna?
Well, no, I
Oh
was
my
gonna
God,
say, are you-
Adam's a post-liberal now. Holy shit!
Yes.
No, I don't believe the term woke means progressive politics, so I think woke right is dumb.
I sent in the chat, Sitch, in
Mhm.
in your DMs and in the chat, Adam's biggest fan replied to me on Twitter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let's bring it up. Who is it? Is it a secret? You don't want to say?
I sent it in the chat. You
There's
can
a
see what.
there's a chat in Zoom.
Yeah, I also DM'd it.
There is a
Okay,
chat in
perfect.
Zoom. Yes.
I never
Wait,
bring the chat up.
Adam, you've chatted to me in a chat in Zoom before.
Did I?
Yes. Oh my God.
You send feet pics.
Yes. What do you think? What do you guys think's going on with why does it seem like Nick Fuentes is becoming more mainstreamed? What's going on here?
Because a bunch of like people who are not smart that Nick
Mhm.
would make fun of and probably has made fun of are promoting him. You also have a bunch of like foreign accounts, like, you know, whether they be Pakistani bot accounts, legitimate Pakistanis scraping by on that Twitter revenue, or people who have clearly taken a foreigner's slant on things, also elevating him. And you also have like a dedicated fan base for Nick that pushes him at every opportunity. So,
Mhm.
like, those are the reasons.
Well, because we always get asked here, like, what is who's more of the threat here, the far left or the far right? What's your guys' take on
Well,
that?
actually, the people just declare that the far left or the far right are
That's true.
a
That's true.
bigger threat,
Bigger
and that
threat.
we need to cover the bigger threat.
Right.
Yeah.
Just cover both of them because they're both terrible.
Yeah, just say you'll cover whatever you want, even if it's a small threat. Like,
No, we only
Yeah, you're not
cover
allowed to
the
do
big threats.
Like
Okay.
I'll do a random video on like housing policy in a city of like sub 100,000 people because I find it interesting. Like, don't be such a pussy.
There you go. Look at that.
Look, we have an audience to please here. They won't go for that shit. Okay. They don't want to see some story no one's talking about.
The main thing your audience wants is for you to read my chats on air, like just directly from the chat, so I don't have
I
to
couldn't
pay to
even.
get your attention.
I couldn't even figure out what this chat, like, why you were sending this to me. It's
Oh, if you click it, that's your number one fan. He's defending the 9/11 truth narrative, like with the
he
cartoon.
was. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he's a 9/11 truther. I'm not a 9/11 truther.
I mean, but he's defending it. He's like, got him.
I just think obviously Sean creates a lot of negative stereotypes, but you know, it doesn't matter because he's doing what he loves. At some point, you just got to say,
I mean,
they're-
that's like
they're
your
doing
premise
what
that
they
you like
love.
smuggled into the conversation, and like when people watch this back, they'll see that I didn't say anything about stereotypes. You just kept trying to smuggle that in and then throw it on me. But you know,
Well, I mean, I'll bring your video up. I'll do
man,
the.
you can bring
I'll
my
pull
video
the
up.
clip
Like I
out.
stand by absolutely everything in it, except for the fact that I should have released it before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, because
Oh, yeah,
obviously fewer
definitely.
people watched it.
That's
Because I
true.
timed it for 9/11, which, by the way, I timed it for the time that the plane hit the first tower. I don't know if a lot of people know that. It
Ouch.
is ingenious.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's putting secret messages.
Yeah.
Red Gent for $20 says, Dev, can you clarify whether you agree or disagree with Destiny's position on how people ought to engage with the right?
I think he sometimes goes way too fucking hard with people who would otherwise be quite reasonable if you just approach them differently. But there are absolutely some people who are just like lost, and you must treat them as if they are your enemies because they are.
Because people keep telling us, they keep saying that you are the equivalent of Destiny in terms of your unhinged, argumentative behavior online, the way you attack people, supposedly, hypothetically.
So what they're doing is they're reading Twitter shit posts and they're
Mhm.
losing their minds over it. Which, by the way, the way that leftists would do back in 2018, 2019. It's the same bullshit.
Are you intentionally trying to rile people up on X?
I mean, sometimes it's
.com?
kind of fun, yeah. You know,
Okay.
we do a little trolling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I would never do any trolling. That's bad. Sitch, is this a persistent line of questioning?
What do you mean?
Well,
Super chat.
You're asking. Oh, it was a super chat. Okay, never mind
Yeah.
then.
The super chat. Well, no, it's just everyone keeps yelling at us to have Dev on to do some kind of
Yeah.
intervention.
Yeah. The
You're
intervention.
currently irresponsibly platforming me, guys.
No, it's not that no. It's just I want to get to the bottom of it. I want to get to why are you so angry, Dev? Just be nice. Just be calm.
So you
Cool.
double booked your intervention? That's ridiculous.
I know.
We were
Yeah,
hoping
so-
you would help, but then you were like, "Oh my God, all these people are creating negative stereotypes of Jewish people, and I have to call them out for it."
Again, another premise smuggled in by Adam. Notice what he's doing, guys.
I got to rewatch your videos. You say something to the
You should
effect
watch it
of,
on your stream and talk about how amazing
well,
it
look,
is. It'll be your best viewed stream of all time.
look, maybe we'll consider that. It's just this is not the time for it with all these sinister conspiracies going on about how Israel is behind killing Charlie Kirk. We got to wait.
I mean, like,
we
now
gotta chill out.
It's degraded to the point where they're accusing his wife of being in on it because
Oh, I know.
somebody's
It's
saying
crazy.
that she met him in Israel, which I don't know if it's true. Yeah, so like this is what happens when you bring these people into the party. It's like you're elevating them and they're starting to push this. And of course, nobody's going to report. Like nobody reported that rich donor guy refuting everything in the meeting, providing information to show that this was not an ambush of what's his name, of Charlie Kirk in the Hamptons. Which, by the way, like you're gonna go to the Hamptons and like not ask why you're going there. Like nobody reported that was on that panel. Like nobody covered that. Didn't talk about it. Didn't mention it.
Are you going to do a video on the panel?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. Because I
Like,
mean,
nobody's-
you really. I mean,
just-
of course, you
it's
learned all
just-
of this on our live stream. 'cause we
Like
covered
I
it.
met Charlie and got to talk to him in like 2018. I didn't really know him, and I met him a couple of times at AmFest. But it is gross to see people like do this to try to profit off of his assassination by making up conspiracies. And like, you're feeding that beast for clicks, for likes, and pretending like you're taking this moral stand, but like you're opening the floodgates to the same people that are now accusing Erica Kirk of stealing Turning Point from him because she's not sad all the time. And then you go run down that clip where she's smiling and she's talking about Charlie's 10-year plan, and that's bringing her some like kind of hope. It's like these people have never lost anyone. They don't understand that sometimes you remember something about somebody that you love that's gone. It makes you smile for a little bit and then it hits you harder. Like it's disgusting. So yeah, like, I might make a video about it, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know why the different people on the Her Take panel were covering that story. I think Anna specifically wants to turn public opinion sour on the Israeli government.
Well,
So,
for Anna, the
obviously-
real issue apparently is that Benjamin Netanyahu said something that he didn't say. And, they're also like, oh, only small portions of the left are celebrating this, as if we can't see all the videos, as if we can't see representatives in the House, like go on TV, go on the House floor, repeat the exact same lies that the
Did they
people
say that?
celebrating his assassination are pushing online. Like, yeah, it's ridiculous. So it's a distraction from who actually
think
did
the
it.
Her Take
That's what
panel
this
had that
all is
perspective.
about, and it's gross.
I don't think the Her Take had the perspective that no one was celebrating on the left. But
Oh,
I don't know that they really talked about that.
It's just a few people, a fringe people. It's just minor amount of people. I don't know if you know that.
We got-
tiny amount.
We got to get Dev in here, Sitch. I brought
Why?
up a tweet from, I guess, one of your fans. You retweeted Trump, I think, doing the med bay thing, and
Yeah.
somebody responded to you and said, love seeing it, but I wish you were half as hard on Trump in front of Adam and Sitch. Look at that. He even got the name of the show right.
What the fuck?
You go
I'm pretty
all
hard
limp
on him whenever
wristed.
I'm here.
You go all limp wristed in front of them. What's that
Do
all
I?
about? Yeah, I don't
I
think.
mean, Yeah,
I think
like,
you go.
We've,
I mean,
we've talked about Trump's sins many times whenever I've been on this channel. What do you
right?
mean?
But what does this person want out of you? What do
I don't
they?
know. Maybe his fucking medication.
That is a pretty insane post. I mean, when we've had Dev on, he doesn't seem to be limp-wristed about any topic that
The
we've ever
med
talked
bay
about.
thing?
No, on any topic that we've ever talked about, including not liking Trump. That's why so much of our chat screeches whenever Dev is on.
Right.
So I don't know what this ex post guy is talking about. I assume there's a good percentage of people that follow politics that are just delusional narcissists who are so far in one direction that they are perpetually triggered and start screaming if you do not reach their level of delusion and rage about some topic.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is what is he thinking that we are doing wrong, or does he think we're Trump supporters? Does he think we're MAGA supporters? Like, what does he think we're getting wrong that he wants Dev explicitly to push back on? I guess that's what I'm.
Man, I have no idea. You have to ask him. He just
Right.
seems like a retard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So this is
Sometimes
just
people are just dumb.
this is only one person. Nobody in your audience ever says go push back on Sitch and Adam. They're getting way out
No.
of line. Really?
Nope.
Oh, that's
No, we
great.
only get that towards Dev. He doesn't get it towards
I know. Look,
They do.
50% of our audience has things to say about you. It's interesting that none of your audience, aside from this one guy on Twitter, do you read your comments? Do you interact with your audience
I
regularly?
mean, sometimes, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, sometimes.
Yeah.
So they may be
Well,
talking
so
about it a lot and you just don't know.
I definitely have an audience that is way more right wing than I am. And it's 100% because, one, back when the left was worse, I talked about the left being bad. So you naturally attract right wingers. Two, if you have any sort of like free speech take, you naturally attract right wingers. Though I think that's finally starting to change because the free speech polarity is shifting back to the left again. Three, it's because of the people I was hanging out with for a long time. Like, even though I disagreed pretty healthily with Sargon for a good chunk of our friendship, the fact that we were friends meant, and we like hung out together on stream and stuff, meant there was a lot of crossover there. Um, and four, if you talk about woke garbage in media, like in video games or whatever, you will attract a right-wing audience, even if you are ultimately anti-Trump. So there's a bunch of reasons as to why I've cultivated an audience that is more right-wing than I actually am. And now that I'm like posting videos about some of the dumb shit that Trump's been doing, like the Tylenol nonsense from last week, I'm seeing a lot of people like bleed away from my channel, which is fine. You know, you don't like the channel, you don't like the content, you like the content. But I'm seeing people saying like, "Oh, Dev has fallen off. Dev's betrayed us. He's backstabbed us. I can't believe what happened to you." And I'm just like, please, fuck you, go away. I feel the same way that Sean did when he talked about like burning off parts of his audience that just wanted to capture him. I'm just like, go away. I'm clearly not making content for you. I'm not going to I'm not going to suck Trump's dick to get the Trump bucks. Fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything Trump does that you like?
From his first term, yes. This time it's slim pickings, man. I can't think of anything. Like even the stuff that I would normally agree with, like deporting illegals, I think he's done it so poorly. Like he's destroyed a bunch of other important things in the process. I can't support it.
So you're for strong borders, but you think he's doing it wrong.
Yes.
What about the trans women and women's sports?
I mean, that's wrong. It shouldn't be happening, but I don't think it's that important. It's not like an issue of national importance. There's like 5 trans women playing sports. Like it doesn't fucking matter. It's
What
like
about
devoting time to that when there's actual real political issues is just it's culture war retardation.
what
Have you
what about
talked
grade
about?
school? What about grade school kids or grade school teachers transing their classes?
How often does that happen?
A lot. I think
Is
a
it a
lot.
lot though? Is it a lot, or is that just like Twitter basically like amplifying certain things?
There's definitely been a
I
huge
mean,
uptick in people identifying
yeah.
as trans.
So there is, and there's probably different reasons for that, right? And some of it probably is actually social contagion. Probably is some of it, the environment being more supportive and more conducive to coming out. There's a bunch of different things that it could be, right? Um, the last instance where we actually had a teacher who was trying to trans her students, like just straight up the stereotype, when it was actually true, that I remember was October of 2021, and that was I don't know if you guys heard the story. It was that one school in California where like they had these 2 teachers who started up what they called the Equalities Club in this school, and they were using their administrative access to track what these students were searching for on the school computers, on the school network. So if they searched for any sort of like gay or trans related topics, they would invite them to this club. And then one girl ended up being convinced by these teachers that she was in sixth grade, I think, and
Hmm.
she was convinced by them that she was actually trans and she had to be a boy. And it turns out she was just bisexual because she's now in high school and she's like, no, I just like guys and girls. That's all it is. Um, and then the school district ended up firing those two teachers who were involved with that, and they settled out of court with the family, and they got like a big fat payout. But like that's the last story that I recall of a teacher actually trying to trans their student. Everything else is like you have some you have some fat blue-haired teacher in a classroom somewhere who posts like like an annoying TikTok where she has like a pride flag up in her classroom, and that's stupid and it probably shouldn't be happening. But then Lives of TikTok finds that and posts that on their account and says they're transing your kids. One day your kids are gonna come home wearing dresses and you got to be aware of this. And then that gets fucking amplified and massively blown up. And it's like, listen, you got like yeah, you have this problem and it's a small problem and it is happening and it does need to be solved, but it's blown up like times 100 because there's money to be made grifting, basically fear grifting off of this nonsense.
Oh my God.
Well, okay, but wait, hold on. There's two different issues. There's the issue of how much does it happen? And then there's the issue of, okay, but it is happening, and it's probably mostly happening through social contagion, whether it be from institutions directly doing it or just teaching children or anyone that, sex and gender is not real, or just like learning it from their friends in TikTok, right? So would
I mean,
you,
kind of. I think the two issues are better described as one. It does
Mhm,
happen sometimes, especially with some weirdo teachers out there who are doing weird things with their students, and that needs to be stopped. But the
mhm.
second issue is that those few times that it happens, such a giant spotlight is being disproportionately shown on these events
No, no, no.
to the
Look, like
point that
I don't want to
everyone
focus
thinks it's
on. Hold on,
happening
hold on.
everywhere,
Most
and
of
like
the
that's also a
time,
problem.
right? Most of the time, you're not going to get this like one to one. Here's the teacher, teaching the kid to be trans situation, right? It's more of this
Hmm.
environment or this attitude or a culture of trying to teach children. Oh, you're assigned at your gender at birth. You don't really have a gender. There's no such thing as gender. Maybe there's no such thing as sex. That's generally what people are talking about. And then they accuse people of like transing the children, opening the door.
Okay. I mean, fair enough. I mean, though, if we're going to talk about those specific topics, they should probably be like left till high school age, in my opinion, because you can't have a reasonable conversation about like, oh, well, what is the difference between sex and gender? Oh, what is actually being intersex? Like, these are real things that you can talk about in educational context. Wait till high school. Like that's it. You don't need to be
Okay.
talking about like what intersex is to a fucking 5-year-old, obviously, right? Like, you, as you go through school, things get more complex. That's normal. I think there's real problems here, but I think a lot of it actually is just a moral panic.
Well, okay, so do you not think that? Because I would argue that I think based on the numbers, the majority of people now that are coming out as trans probably is from social contagion or not people that actually have gender dysphoria.
Possibly. I think it's also a redefinition of what being trans is because for a long time you had to have dysphoria, or
Right.
maybe you don't have it anymore, but you would have it if you went off hormones. Like dysphoria had to be involved for it to actually be truly trans. But now there are some people who are saying, no, 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 no. If you are gender non-conforming in any way, then you're
Right, which is
some flavor
stupid.
of trans, which
Right.
is yeah, it's fucking stupid. Yeah, but
Okay.
that's like a classification issue, and less like a oh my God, people are getting mind raped into being trans issue.
Right. Okay. It seems weird because, well, I think this is how people perceive it is because I don't know. It sounds like from what you just said that we share kind of a similar opinion in terms of like the numbers and people that are doing it coming out. You just don't think you can say it's not as worthy of you to spend a lot of time on by sort of like the way that you're framing it instantly puts in everyone's mind that you're just downplaying the issue or trying to hide the issue.
No, I'm appropriately playing the issue. I think people put put too much focus on this issue, even
Yeah,
though it
because
is a
they
real
worry
issue.
about
Yes.
their kids. That's why people put a lot of emphasis on it. And if you have a kid that's in grade school, you're worried about this.
Well, sure, sure, but like, what is the best way to distract from, the Epstein files or the war in Russia or
what is
any
going
of
to
these
be
issues.
worse?
people
What
really
is
focus
what
on
is
let me just wait.
what is
Adam,
going to be worse for you as a
hear me out, hear
parent
me out.
if your kid is wrongly diagnosed with gender dysphoria, or if the Epstein files never get released? Which is going to be
Sure.
more important to you as a parent?
I agree.
So it's
But
ridiculous what
which
you're
of these,
saying.
which of these is more likely to happen though?
Well, I don't even
No,
think
no,
I think that the
no,
trans issue is kind of like not so widely discussed that much anymore anyway. So I'm not sure. I don't
Well,
think it's being used in that fashion. Like that was like really hot like a year or 2 years ago. I feel like now people just don't talk about it that much.
I don't know. I still follow Libs of TikTok, and she's still talking about like every fucking
Well,
day.
that's yeah, but
Like,
that's how she became like famous,
yes,
right? That was
yeah.
her entire
But
brand. So
but my point basically is that there's a lot of real political things you could talk about, and a lot of the right wing talking heads, when they know that like, oh shit, something's going to be in the news cycle for a couple days that doesn't favor us, let's just talk about the latest tranner on TikTok.
what's
It's
the
like, okay,
most
I see what you're fucking doing. This is fucking retarded.
what do you think's the most important political topic to talk about right now?
Oh man. You
Or
know,
one of the most,
I
right?
almost knee jerked to the Epstein files, but it's not actually that important, to be honest. Like it's
Hmm.
important in that Trump promised it, and it's a giant glaring hole in his entire administration and record that he hasn't released it yet. Um, I don't know, maybe the healthcare stuff, because like the healthcare stuff and the looming government shutdown that's kind of surrounding it is going to be wild, I think, right now, in my
I mean,
opinion. You guys have been following that?
yeah, but it's like these government shutdowns are always like they shut down the government. It's a week, 2 weeks. I think the longest was like a month, which might have been in Trump's first term, if I recall correctly. So even though I don't like the government shutdowns, but usually the situations kind of resolve themselves somewhat quickly without causing too
I
much
mean,
damage.
yes, but it's usually because the Congress comes together and they pass a budget and they can actually get things going.
Of course.
Um, but I mean,
Well,
at this
someone
point,
capitulates.
yes, yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, at this point, I guess the Democrats just got to grow a fucking spine and be like, no, 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 no. We're not just going to do whatever the fuck you want. You need to actually art of the deal us and give us some of the things that we want, or we're just going to leave this. We're just going to leave this bitch shut down until the fucking election. Like that's what they have to do at this point, basically, because the Democrats are just getting raped on everything.
Well,
The
there.
only thing they can do
Mhm.
is actually,
I believe
play
last
politics.
time the Democrats were perceived as the victors in terms of that the public broadly blamed Trump for the shutdown and perceived Trump as capitulating the shutdown. So I wouldn't see why the Democrats wouldn't just try to do the exact same thing again.
Yep, and they should. Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean,
The framing
when
the
I,
Republicans have done on the government shutdown though is great. Like they're going to lose the
The
government shutdown.
they're doing it because they want to give free healthcare to illegals,
Yes,
argument, right?
exactly. Yeah.
Now, does it matter that? Well, see, I
Does
don't
it matter
actually
that's
know the
not
fact
true?
claim of that because I keep saying JD Vance say that, and then I keep saying the Democrats say that's just not true, and I haven't actually looked into. Is there some like weird way to construe that to make that true?
Well, look, I'm just
Um,
saying that's brilliant framing, and
Hmm.
sure, the Democrats, the the hardcore Democrats don't believe anything Republicans say, so they're going to say, "Oh,
Right.
JD Vance is obviously lying." The Democrats are going to say he's lying,
Hmm.
but I think moderates are going to go, "Is he lying?" Like, especially in the wake of the last presidential campaign, when the biggest thing was Kamala Harris wanting to give free health care to trans prisoners.
That's a good
So
point.
I think in the context now,
is that
everyone's
even
going to be
true?
like,
That
Yeah,
well,
sounds
that's
fucking
kind of
she
true.
ridiculous.
said
It
it.
was true. Yeah.
So people, I think, are going to gobble that framing right up, and the Democrats are going to lose big time if they shut the government down. Everyone's going to be like, "Oh, Democrats did it again."
Hmm.
More, there they are.
I
The
mean, typically
Republicans are for
Republicans.
you, and the
Hold the
Democrats
fucking
are
phone,
for
Adam. You fucking said in your chat just now, Dev doesn't care if your kid gets trans. Are you fucking serious?
you. Said that.
No, I didn't.
You said it's no biggie. You said
No,
it's not a big deal.
No, I didn't.
You said it's nothing to worry about. It's a moral
No,
panic. It's a figment
no.
of your imagination.
Oh, Sitch, did I say that? Please.
Yes.
Dev did not say that.
I did
He
not fucking
vibed
say
it,
that.
which is what
Are
I
you-
was trying to
Yes,
explain to you, Dev, in terms of how
I-
you were communicating the
yeah.
idea.
Adam felt the vibes. I didn't actually say, you know what, Adam,
Yes.
Adam, I want only your kids trans specifically.
You don't look. Look,
Yeah,
I
but
can.
the idea that you can't care about that issue or like you are obligated to prioritize your priorities, that's like not
Yes,
how politics
totally.
or how human beings work. Like again, like you could say it's not an issue, but if it's not an issue, why did the state of California pass a law saying that school officials can hide gender transitions from their parents?
Yeah,
Like it was a
it
big
is a
enough
huge
issue for
issue.
them to do that at the local level, and people's local government ends up impacting them way more than like federal government stuff. So like on a day-to-day basis. So like that's
No,
why
no,
it's an issue.
so when we were talking about it earlier, I think you were gone during this part. I don't know if you had your if you're like listening with your headphones or something, but basically my position on it is it's a real issue. I understand why people care about it. It's not like it doesn't happen. It's not a nothing issue. But like one, I do think that there are more important issues. But two, more importantly, is that the issue, although it is real and it should be given its appropriate due weight,
The
the weight.
likelihood is slim. We
No, no,
understand.
hold
Okay,
on.
you don't have to
No, no,
say
no,
it
no.
again.
It's
We
it's
got it.
not just like the likelihood of swim. It's that there are bad actors who pump up the importance of the issue beyond what it actually should be because they want you to feel scared. They want you to be afraid. They want to basically mind fuck you.
They want you to be informed that it could happen to your kids.
They
Okay.
want they want their penises to
Look,
enter into your brain.
I mean,
and
again,
then
but
start
there's like
coming
there's
and
like this
coming over and
constant
over again.
there's like this constant like double speak about this issue where it's like, oh, the Republicans are ginning up hysteria about the trans issue, but also we're passing a law that says that we can hide this from the parents. Like, so either it's a real issue or it's a fake issue. And a lot of times people on the left say it's a fake issue or not that serious, but then they gloss over all the laws that are passed to subvert the parents in favor of this supposedly non-existent issue.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
It is a real issue with a bunch of fake shit tacked on to the end of it.
Like what?
Yeah. What's the fake shit?
The fake shit was what we talked about earlier when basically people think it's happening way more than it actually is. Like
You're
the
just
idea
saying
that like
it's
all these teachers are
improbable.
transing your kids. It's like it's not.
Look,
That's
look.
not
If you play
Wait, wait,
Russian
wait, wait, wait,
roulette,
wait.
it's improbable that you will shoot yourself in the head with a bullet. Okay. It's still a serious fucking thing.
You
Okay, hold on,
wait,
Adam.
hold on,
Adam,
hold on, hold on. Let me
Adam, if
let
I
me-
handed
let me
you a
f-
bowl of M&Ms and some of them were poison,
Christ.
Mhm.
Let me no
Go-
wait.
go
Let me
ahead, go
phrase
ahead,
it
go
this
ahead, go
way.
ahead, go ahead,
Okay,
go
let me phrase it this way. So, because that point that Sean brought up, I think is true. Where like yeah, there are a lot of school districts in a lot of states that are trying to pass a lot of legislation that seems to promote the ability for teachers or institutions to hide this information from parents, or even to push sort of trans topics on children that people perceive as too young, right? And like
Yeah, completely
I
agree.
think Dev, which I'm assuming you're against all that, but I think if you are, you
Of
should be
course,
very
yes.
clear and say that you're against all that stuff as opposed to just sort of saying like, well, it's not a big deal.
I am against that stuff, yes.
Okay.
But
But you
I,
understand
I
that if
do
you just
think
say like it's not a big deal, the vibe becomes
well,
like, well,
I
Dev
didn't
is
only say
hiding it,
that though,
right?
okay?
No,
You're only hitting
I know
one
you
half
did.
of it.
I'm explaining the vibe to you. I'm trying to explain the vibe to you. You got to reach the vibe. You got to touch the vibe. Okay.
Yeah, like it is absolutely bad when it happens. But I also do think at the same time as saying that it's bad, I'm not saying that it's not bad, all right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also do think that people blow up these instances and make them out to be worse than they are for as bad as they actually are. They make them even worse than that because they view some political advantage and
Well,
scapegoating
doesn't
people.
I feel like the
I mean,
left
that's
and
politics, though.
I think
Yeah,
the left
there is a
blows-
political advantage because people care about it.
I think the
Yeah,
left blows
that's
the
bad.
issue up too, though, right? Wouldn't you agree with that? Like, it feels like there's a lot of topics on, oh my God, the trans suicide rates are so high. We have to bend over backwards and change all of society for this very small amount of people.
That's
Like, I
the
feel like
moral panic.
I feel like the left kind of
I completely
started.
agree.
Yeah, I
And
think
that's
I feel
why
like the
I've
left
made
kinda
videos against that
started-
too, Sitch. Like, yes,
Wait,
I've talked
what'd you say?
about how all of this stuff is bad. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, again, if I said like, oh, well, the left blows up school shootings when like, and they talk about the like AR-15 when there's only like 300 rifle deaths a year in the United States of
Yeah,
America.
what's the big
Most people are
deal?
getting killed by pistols. Like that still doesn't mean that parents aren't going to be concerned about school shootings. Like that's not going to be something that they're worried about, even if the likelihood of it happening in their kid's school and then their kid being hit by a bullet and then their kid like it keeps getting like infinitely less less likely to happen. That doesn't mean it's not a legitimate concern. Like again, but on the flip side of that, you don't have people passing laws that protect school shooters or like hide them from their parents or make the teachers like allowed to ditch them in the school or use them as human shields or like anything equivalent. Like, you know, we hear about like, oh, the trans suicide rate is incredibly high. If the school figured out your child had depression with a much lower rate of suicide and they hid that from you, you would be able to sue the school and you would make millions of dollars if your kid took their own life. But in California, state law protects the kids and says you can't tell the parents that their child is going through this thing with an extraordinarily high risk of at least a suicide attempt. And like, that's absurd. Like, so people are concerned about that. Even if it's not their kid, the fact is the school is compelled by law to be able to hide this, or teachers are compelled by law to hide this.
I agree with you. Can you? And you
but
know,
that's what people are concerned about.
Wait. So I agree with you with all that. Can you steel man why they're doing it though?
Because they say, oh, they might get thrown out of the house, or like they'll get punished at home, and it'll be worse for the kids at home.
Yeah, it's the same logic as like if you're a gay student and then you come out. You know, if you think you might be gay, you might be bi or something, and you're in high school and you're like, oh man, if I told my parents, they'd kick the shit out of me or I'd be homeless or something. And I think the core issue ultimately is that people treat being trans the same as being gay when they're not the same thing, because that logic makes complete sense. If you were like a gay student, like I don't think that schools should be telling parents, oh, listen, I think that your child might be gay. You know, I saw him holding hands with another boy at school. Or it's like, no, you don't need to fucking tell parents that. That's fucking ridiculous. But because being trans has this medical side to it, it's not just like an identity side. Now you have to involve the parents because now we're talking about medications and there's actual side effects, and it's a whole fucking thing. So like I do think a lot of it just stems from the fact that there's a big social push to treat being gay as if it is like being trans and vice versa when they're not the same thing. So I ultimately agree with you that like I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh no, it's actually really good that students are hiding children transitioning. I'm not going to fucking say that. That's fucking ridiculous. What I'm saying is there are just more important issues for politics to be focused on.
But you say that, and that's like a very, you know, dare I say, elitist position, because the way that people interact with politics is like how it impacts them and their family. So like I can think there are more important issues than like whatever the thing is that's bothering somebody in their local community, like whether or not they're going to build triplexes or build 5-story buildings in their area. But the fact is, your average person in that neighborhood actually cares about that more than they care about like the war going on in Ukraine. Like they have like no context for like how that impacts them directly in comparison. So yeah, like it's rational and expected for people to be more concerned about stuff that potentially impacts their children rather than like something that we all might care about more because we're way more into politics. The average American does not engage with politics in the way that we do. They may be registered to a political party. They might vote R down the ticket or Democrat down the ticket, and that's about it. Maybe one candidate they find particularly off-putting, so they'll split the ticket. But that's really like the maximum engagement that these people have.
So that's all true, and it's normal, it's expected, we understand it, and yet it's being exploited by bad actors who know that people engage with politics in this way, and so they will spin up basically Twitter. No, don't laugh at him. It's fucking true. Like
it's not bad actors though. It's just that's an insanely ridiculous view of politics.
No, it's not. Okay, hold on. Do you think that like Libs of TikTok is a good actor? No fucking way.
Libs of TikTok understands that people care about this issue.
I didn't ask you that.
Look, Libs of TikTok would not be a big channel if people didn't care about this issue.
Is she a good actor?
I've never seen her act.
Okay. So
what
I think that she's
what
actually.
Do you mean? What are we both? What is anyone talking about?
What I mean.
We talk about good or bad actors.
So here's what I mean, right? Okay. You have people who have, let's say, ulterior motives, and then they will latch on to what people do genuinely care about for real reasons.
Hold on. There's one miscommunication going on here. You seem to think that it's relevant how much it's happening, okay? And you're saying she's trying to make it seem more prevalent than it actually is. When I think people care more about How is this going to impact my life? How catastrophic is it going to be if this happens? And they do a formula. They have the likelihood of it happening and the catastrophic nature if it does happen. And if it's catastrophic, it doesn't matter if it's like barely happening at all. They're going to be worried about it. What look, if sending your kids to public school is Russian roulette because you may get one of these teachers, why the fuck does school have to be Russian roulette? Didn't we have school at one time when it wasn't Russian roulette? Like, what? This is like, why do we want to put a pedo in every fucking other classroom? And you'd be like, it's no big deal.
Okay, Adam. Okay, this is the feminist, like, why should I date a man because some of them are abusive argument. Like, no. This is not what I'm fucking saying. Listen. I'm saying that all of these things that you're talking about are true. They're real concerns. People actually do have these concerns. From their point of view, it's completely rational for them to be worried about these things. What I'm saying is you have bad actors who know that individuals on the ground have these concerns, and they play them up to be more common than they are because they want to explain.
They're showing the catastrophic nature of them.
Let me fucking finish it, please. Let me actually get through the sentence, okay? So they play up how common these things are to make them appear more common than they are, not to show off how catastrophic they are, though they do show off how catastrophic they are. They're doing it so that you think that they're more common than they actually are, so that you will then be more worried than you should be about them because they are hacking your fucking mind.
What is the harm that they create in the world by doing that action, by overemphasizing these cases?
Have you not seen just how mind fucked everybody is? How everyone like believes alternate truths. No one can actually agree on the fact of anything anymore.
So you think this cultivates an attitude of divisiveness?
The entire political environment we've existed in for the past 5 years is the result of bad faith actors mind fucking everybody, basically using personalized feeds to show you the thing that you fear the most.
Okay, well, just the reason I asked was because it's interesting, because I realize now that you're both having this conversation that you're kind of making a similar argument that Adam was making about the emphasis of focusing on crime in terms of like, okay, if someone overemphasizes or over focuses on crime committed by Black people can create negative racial stereotypes. So he was talking about like, well, that's the harm that's caused by that action. So I was just saying like, the harm that you're saying is caused by this action, because you're saying, yes, there are people that are doing this, but there's an overemphasis, an over exaggeration of people hyper fixating on it. The harm created by that is it creates a culture of division and people becoming mind fucked, essentially, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think that's actually pretty close to it. Yeah, here a more obvious example is, I mean, I don't know about you, Sean, but like I know the three of us agree pretty much entirely on the J6 Eastman riot situation, right? And yet, whenever we've talked to somebody who's like a diehard believer that Trump actually won 2020, and you actually have like a conversation with them, because I've done it, I know that you guys have done it too.
Mm-hmm.
You start talking to them, and they have a completely alternate set of facts that if you actually investigate them, they're like 99% false, but they got them from like a completely different media ecosystem where they're consuming content from completely different people, and it's all just like made up fucking nonsense. And I think like if you want the most striking example of what I'm talking about, is like, look at people who actually do just believe completely false things, but it's like internally logically consistent because what they're consuming is just like completely out to lunch stuff. You can see this with like COVID stuff as well, like COVID conspiracism, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just think that like there's a bunch of bad actors out there who are taking these people who are normally very rational people and just inputting a bunch of fucking garbage into them so that they can't actually know what's true.
Right. It's like, the people who were pushing that like Kyle Rittenhouse showed up to Kenosha and just like shot Black people or whatever, even though it's caught on video.
Exactly.
It's the most
Yep.
obvious case of self-defense of all time. People were saying that he crossed state lines like repeatedly and made multiple broadcasts. I used to run a compilation of it before Matt Orafella ended up stealing it from me. And it was just like people saying he crossed state lines as if that was a crime. Like, yeah, these are people who, like, some of them, when they watched the trial, they were like, oh, wow, like, this is not what I thought. Like, they didn't even know he killed white people until the trial, or shot white people until the trial.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Like that's an example of like crazy leftoids doing it, right? But I mean, the rightoids do it too. It's not good what is happening. People are losing their fucking minds.
No, I mean, look, I get this a lot. Like, some people, anytime I'll do a story, like I did one recently on Alvin Bragg dropping that case where the woman on video decked the pro-life lady, Savannah, like in the face, like bloodied her up. Like, you can see the whole thing. And of course, Alvin Bragg dropped the case for his reasons. But like, a lot of people will write me comments and they're like, oh, that's how they lower the crime statistics. And I'm like, I've explained 10 million times that the prosecutorial outcome has nothing to do with the crime stats, but like, people don't get it. So they're like, the crime stats must be being lowered, and anything I decide is evidence of that. So it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it's really obnoxious when people do that. So I can understand that.
I think there's a tendency for like if you're talking about a domain that you actually know a lot about, like you're schooled in it, or you're an expert, or you've worked in it, when you're talking about that, you can see the nuances, and you can like, oh, okay, so this is why these people did this, or this is why they did that, and like this is why this rule is set up in this way, and you kind of understand that it might look from the outside like things are all fucked up and everything's corrupt and everyone's lying to you, but in actuality, things kind of have a reason for being the way that they are. Um, but then when you look at areas that are outside of your expertise, people go, "Oh, it's all fucked up. It's all corrupt." And it's like, well, maybe you just don't know about that. Maybe you're just ignorant of it, right? So I don't know. There just seems to be so many people who naturally assume the worst whenever something doesn't go their way. And it's like, no, it could just be that you're wrong and things are actually functioning properly and you're just ignorant of how the process works. But people don't really assume that anymore, I guess.
Well, it's like anytime there's somebody who's making money in a way that's like a little too complicated for somebody, like, like if you're working in finance, like, people assume that it's automatically sinister because they don't see the product, like they don't understand it. So it's not the same as like, person makes a phone and then sells you phone. Like, they don't understand how, like, investing and all that stuff creates value, and that's why we have a lot of conspiracies about like the economy and whatnot. And yeah, so like, yeah, that happens all the time, and it's due to a lack of financial education or expertise. And by the way, people should really take this idea to heart. Like, look up a journalist writing about something that you know a lot about, and just read their article and realize like how ill-informed they are, and think to yourself, when they're writing something that you don't know about, they're probably just as ill-informed on that subject matter too. It's just you don't know it because you have less expertise than them.
What's that called? Gilman's amnesia or something like that?
I don't know.
Gelman's
Gelman's.
amnesia. Yes.
That's what it's called. I got it
Yes.
right.
What is
So
that?
I,
Let's
I
see.
only brought up the
Oh,
trans thing.
Gelman amnesia effect.
Yeah.
The tendency of individuals to critically assess media reports on a domain they are knowledgeable about, yet continue to trust reporting in other areas despite recognizing similar potential.
Yeah, that's why it's
right.
amnesia.
Yeah.
So
I
what were
understand
the
that.
other? So you were saying that you were minimizing the trans issue, and then what was
I was
the?
not saying that. You
I just-
okay, okay, Adam, you have the best shit posting smile I've ever seen on the internet. You're just like, when you're stirring the fucking pot.
We can
and you're
move
just
off
like,
of the
"Eh."
trans
Look,
stuff.
I want. There's one thing I want you to acknowledge before we move on, though. That there are these
Fine, what's
two
up?
scales. There's the catastrophe scale and there's the likelihood scale, right? And
Yes.
in this issue, you're solely focused on the likelihood scale, where most people are focused on the catastrophe scale. Do you understand
Yes,
that?
I understand
So
that. Yes.
when you
But the
say,
reason I
"Oh,
do
it's
that-
no big deal," they think you're talking about the catastrophe scale. They think
Gotcha.
you're saying, "Oh, it's no big deal that my kid got fucking trans and is now sterile and is, suicidal because of this because
I am
some
not saying that.
fucking
No,
school
no.
teacher got involved," right?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, well, that's what people are
agree.
hearing.
So hold on here. So I agree with the appropriate. I agree that the catastrophe scale is set at the appropriate level. What I'm saying is the likelihood scale is massively overshooting where it should be, and it's because of bad actors who are deliberately pumping that number up.
Yeah, but when the catastrophe scale gets high, you want to push the likelihood scale down to 0. And just you admitting that the likelihood, well, it's not 0, is a problem. The thing people are voting for is they're voting for that likelihood scale being zero. They're like, I don't want to send my kid to public school and have one of these kids talking about gender ideology and tell them they can pick their own biological sex. I don't want that. I don't want that in my school. And I'm going to keep voting for politicians until I get that. And you saying, oh, it's not a big deal because it only happens to 5% of the kids, people are outraged at.
So here, if the scales are like a 1 to 10, what I'm basically saying is the people voting think it's a 10, even though it's actually a 1, and they think it's a 10 because they've been told to think it's a 10.
Yeah, but look, people are voting for it to be a 0. That's why
No,
when you say it's
listen,
not
I
an
get it.
issue, when you say it's not an issue, you're saying, oh, you're doing the, it's not happening that much. It's one step away from, oh, it is happening, but it's good, right?
Could
But I'm never going to say it's happening and it's good.
Okay, then why
Could-
can't you just say it shouldn't be happening at all?
could
It
someone
shouldn't be
make
happening at all. But like, okay, we have things that are actually a catastrophe 10 and a likelihood
So
10.
okay,
and they're
let's
there in reality. and I
let's move
focus
on.
those
Let's move on.
first.
Let's move on to that. What is it? What is the
Oh, wait, I
likelihood
wanna ask
scale
you a
and the
question, Adam,
catastrophe scale
before-
high on?
before we get to
let's-
the
yeah.
10-10. Okay, I want to ask you a question, Adam, because it is
Me?
interesting.
Are you asking me a
Yes,
question?
You.
I was
question,
getting
yes.
ready
And
to go to the bathroom, so
Well, let me ask you the question before you go to the bathroom. Okay,
Okay.
You can hold it because I do like the framing.
gotta go. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay, well, you can if you really gotta
No,
go.
no,
I
no.
can
I'm
wait.
just playing with you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I really like the framing of that. There's a catastrophe and a likelihood scale because I feel like so much of politics is both sides.
Yeah,
will
mixing
look at
those
something
up.
that is high, like that has a very high, or they'll frame as a very high catastrophe scale, and they'll say, "Oh, this is why you have to vote for us, or this is why the other side's bad," and then the defending side will say, "That's not true. The likelihood of that's very low," and that's sort of
Right.
how all these arguments kind of play out. And I understand the argument that you're making with Dev, which is that, like, yes, even if it says a low likelihood is a very high rate of catastrophe, so people want it to be 0. Couldn't someone make the same argument to you about January 6th?
I
Because
knew
you always
this
say-
was coming. All
Yes,
right, I'll
because
see.
people always
I'll be
say-
back.
You always say, like, I don't want to talk, we're tired talking about it, blah, blah, blah. It was like, it happened, it's one time, right? Very low likelihood of it succeeding, whatever. But the catastrophe of it succeeding would be very high if it did.
My response to that would be that on the likelihood scale, it already is 0 because the system's held. So until you actually have a situation where the systems don't hold, the likelihood is still 0.
Okay. Good. That's a good duck and weave. I like it. Yeah.
Duck and weave. What do you mean? I answered you explicitly.
That's true. I'd say that's a good
Wait,
counterattack,
tell
right.
me when it
You're right.
happened.
Hold on.
Tell me when it happened.
That's just,
Where
I didn't
is
mean
it-
duck and
hold
weave.
on,
I'm sorry.
hold on.
Hold on. I didn't mean duck and weave in terms of that you dodged it. I mean in terms of like it's a good counterattack.
The
It's like, well,
only-
it didn't happen at all, so 0.
Yes,
Likelihood.
we're still at 0 until
Good counter,
until it actually
right.
happens. The
No,
only way
I
that
don't
it
agree, actually.
it
I don't
happens
agree.
is in these hypotheticals that you guys keep bringing out.
Dev is coming back for the counterpunch.
Look,
What
I
is
have
this
to- I have
discussion
to- Go ahead. I have to go to the bathroom, but
Well, I
Let
can wait
him
till
go
you
to
come
the
back, it's fine.
bathroome, you
I'll
asshole.
wait.
Go to
I'll
the
wait till you come back. You
Let me-
can always read
okay.
some super chats.
Yes.
okay.
Also,
I'll be right
actually,
back.
wait, hold on, Sitch. We were supposed to be like watching a video today before
We
you
were?
brought in
What video
Sean
were
at
we
the last
supposed to
minute.
watch?
What was the situation?
We were going to
We weren't
watch
supposed to
a
watch a
Bacha Unger Sargon video about Trump. Because she, in that video, has a million different things that Trump is doing that are likable. So
Oh,
was
I didn't
trying to
know- I
find
didn't even know
things
we were
that-
supposed to watch that.
Adam, go to the bathroom.
Go to the
already.
I know.
bathroom.
I'll be
Yeah,
right-
Get
I'll be
out
right
of
back.
here.
Get out of here. J-Mac or Circuit Far, thanks so much, Dad. J-Mac for the $50. Oh, of course, my tab literally crashed the second I started reading that. Okay.
Rip.
J-Mac essentially said that he's going to be able to interview maybe Donald Trump Jr. What questions should he ask Donald Trump Jr., guys? Because I couldn't think of any. That wouldn't be too hyper incendiary.
I don't know.
Give me
it
some
like-
good questions.
What's it like
Sean.
hooking up with Gavin Newsom's ex?
Wow. Come on. Give me a real question. Give me a good question.
I don't know.
J-Mac says, I might get a chance to go to TP USA's event in December as a VIP guest. Look at that.
Amfest.
Don Jr. is going to be there. Anything you guys want me to ask him? Should I put on my official Sitch and Adam media team shirt and maybe do some interviews for the channel?
Listen, as somebody who's been given like the special guest, which is the equivalent of VIP, the chances that you'll be able to ask him a question are not super high.
Wow, look at this, J-Mac. Sean is saying no.
I'm just saying, like,
You're not
you know,
getting
they're
shit,
not.
J-Mac. Get out of here. You just think you're getting the VIP treatment, but you're just going to be
Yeah,
in the
there's like
back
a
somewhere.
lot of VIP stuff, but you will get into the snack room, which is pretty cool.
There you go. You can
And
ask him what
priority
his favorite
seating.
snacks are when you're at the snack bowl.
But yeah,
You
I
should
mean,
ask him. You should try to get into that club, Jay. That club you have to pay like what is it, like 100 grand to get membership into? And yes, you should obviously wear the Sitch merch while you're there.
I don't understand how Dev is saying that you guys were gonna watch a video and then I was booked last minute, but like Adam hit me up like a very long time ago to come on today's show. What's going on?
Oh my god.
No,
Okay,
that's bullshit.
let me just check real quick. Adam, you asked me to come on last Thursday on the
Mhm.
25th.
I asked
Oh,
Sean yesterday, but look, do you
Yeah,
guys
that's a
hate
long
each
time
other?
ago
Is
for
this
me.
a bad?
We're double
like,
booked. I can't believe it.
how are you double booked? Look,
I
I'll
mean, I
shut
could
up.
let you
guys,
watch your video. I mean, I think we've all understood each other and progressed the country forward so far.
If you look,
That's
if
true.
you have to go, Sean, you've been very generous with your
Yeah.
time already.
It,
Like, and if you
it's
have to go,
it's
Dev, that's fine
and I
as
think
well.
I
So
think what Adam was trying to describe is like the crazy to like hotness chart, like you know, like
that's
that kind of thing,
exactly, but
where
in
you
politics.
put up
Crazy
with
to
more
hotness.
crazy if you find somebody more attractive. And I think what Adam is trying to say is that he finds a very large Turkish man attractive, and that's why he puts up with his crazy allegations about who was behind
Wow.
9/11
Look,
and
I don't
all
like
that.
you. Look, first of all, Anna Kasparian is the Chank whisperer. She's the only one that has made any headway with Chank being a fucking madman.
But that's
So,
because she could say his name. You keep calling him Chank. What's
or
wrong with you?
Jank. Okay, what do you Chank or Jank or Chunk?
Chink.
Choke yogurt. What is
Jank. It's like a J sound.
it? Jank. Okay.
You call
Anyway,
him chunky yogurt.
everyone says it differently. Sank, Jank. So
The
look,
best one of all time is Jesse Lee Peterson
should-
when he called him Keek.
do you disagree that Anna Kasparian is an asset in moving Jank Uger more towards a reasonable position?
I mean, allegedly.
Well, she's doing better than you're doing. You're just making videos calling him out, and he's not moving at all. You're
I haven't
making
made
him
a
dig
bunch
in.
of TYT videos in a long time. I think, you know, when I came
In
back
a long
from
time,
Ireland
exactly.
and found out that they were well, I didn't make a whole bunch of videos on them recently. But when I came back from Ireland and I was inundated with messages about how they're pushing the Israelis did 9/11 shit, like, yeah, I made a
Why don't
video
you
about
debate
that.
Jank? Would you debate
Bro,
Jank?
like, where am I supposed to debate him?
Message Anna. Ask if she can set up a debate with you and Jank.
No, all right. Well, that's not very likely. I didn't even get invited onto the show, the Her Take show. I could take Jillian Michaels' place. I could be a
Oh, okay.
lesbian
Well,
fitness
that's-
instructor on The
That's a good
Biggest
idea.
Loser.
That's insane. But look, she hasn't
Well, that
invited
is
me.
insane. I was joking.
She hasn't invited me to take over her take. I haven't been invited on her podcast.
Yeah, you should go on Her Take, Adam. Why don't you ask about that?
Put a wig
I'm-
on.
But look, I'm not really. If I wanted to go on her podcast, I would just say,
I
"Hey,
think
why
they
don't you
film it
invite
in
me on your
Florida,
podcast?"
by the way. So you could go down there, free trip on the PBD guys.
We can hang out.
Yeah, you could play basketball in the same court that Nick Fuentes played basketball in.
Oh my god.
No thanks.
Although don't expect Sitch to hang out with you. I was
That's
once
true.
in Florida. and
I
was like,
know.
hey Sitch, I wanna take you out for this amazing lobster roll. at
Sean's
Key
never
Largo
gonna let this
Fishery.
go. Okay.
If you're
Well,
ever
yeah,
in
he
Los
like,
Angeles,
he like ghosted me. I felt
Sean,
upset.
I didn't ghost you. Sean very generously asked me if I wanted to engage in a 5-hour car ride.
It wasn't you're not that far from South. Are you not in South Florida?
You said it was in like Key West, wasn't it?
No, it's in Key Largo.
Okay, Key Largo.
so it's a 15-minute drive.
No. It would have been like it was I don't know, it'd been like a 2 to 3 hour car ride.
No, it
With, like-
wouldn't have. You're
Yes,
not
it
that
would
far
have.
north.
I'm not that close to Key Largo.
First of all, I started in West Palm Beach, so this was over 2.5 hours both ways. for
I
me.
understand, yes.
So like
So
that was
so
awesome.
you wanted me to join in on such an
Yeah,
epic
you could have
drive.
had a good time. I brought a
Okay.
childhood friend of mine, and
Yeah.
I had Nuance Bro with
That's
me.
true.
You know, God rest his
That's
soul. And you know, like
It's
that.
fine.
That was what
I
what
appreciate
went
it,
down.
but I'm also incredibly antisocial. So
Yeah, but like lobster roll, like you don't eat
That's true.
lobster.
I'm allergic to lobster, and I'd go with you. Jeez.
I
you
would have
go.
got you the mahi mahi tacos, grilled mahi mahi.
No, I like
Oh,
the
was it
lobster.
good?
Amazing.
Oh, was it good?
Yeah, they're legit.
There you go. Sammy
Everybody,
says I
if
was
you're
not dating.
if you're
Sitch.
in South Florida, Key
Mhm.
Largo Fisheries, absolutely amazing. Highly recommend. Also, if you're in Little Havana, go to El Pub. Like, get something from there,
you
including
go.
their Cuban coffee. Delicious.
So what do you guys want to talk about that you're all mad that you've been double booked? What are we not talking about that you really wanted to deep
I
dive
mean, you
into?
basically use Dev to dodge the whole situation. So,
The situation with you
happened.
calling everyone anti-Semites? Come
I
on.
didn't do that.
What are you talking about?
Like,
We
you're
talked about
lying.
it for like 2 hours.
I didn't realize
People were
what your
getting
favorite
tired of
animal
it.
was until now.
The
That's a lie.
lion?
Mhm.
Okay.
So
I may have deserved that, but I'm having some fun. Dev, what do you want to deep dive on that you're super mad we got you? This is not double booked. You guys are meeting each other for the first time. We're actually introducing you to a new content creator. You should be thanking us.
I mean, look, I subscribe to his channel because I'm a nice enough guy, but like this is definitely a double booking, and you didn't tell either one of us the other was
You
coming on.
didn't tell either one of us. That's
Is
true.
that what it means to be double booked? You did. It wasn't.
Yeah,
I'm not doing. Look, it's not a sneak attack. I thought, look, I'm going to confront both of these fuckers, and I'm gonna do it at once. I don't
How
have a
did that
lot of
work out for
time.
you? Like I was ready to watch this video. That's what I was prepared for.
We
Yeah,
can
I
bring
mean, I'll
up the
let you guys
video.
watch the video. I'll let you watch the Don
it's too late
Sargoon
now.
Ungar video, whatever.
Is it? It's not too
Yes.
late. What are you talking about?
We've been talking for 2 hours. You want to go for another 5 hours? Watch some
How long
Well,
is
I
the
don't
video? Let
know.
me see. Hold
Dev,
on.
I don't know like when you got to go, and Sean, I don't know when you got to go. Do you have to take off?
I mean,
I'm
look,
giving you an out.
I'm not trying to steal audience away from you guys, but I am releasing a third video today at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's
Wow,
about
that.
43 minutes away. And just
What is
saying.
it about this video? Are you
It's
calling the Young
it's about
Turks
a thing that
anti-Semites again?
What?
How many times do you call people Zionists in the video?
I don't use that as pejorative. Like, I don't care if somebody wants a Jewish state.
I am a Zionist.
Okay, but you're saying how many times do I call somebody that? Like, I
I
don't.
know.
Like, usually if you're calling somebody that, it's usually as a pejorative.
You're right. You're completely correct. So
Yeah, so
anyway, so look, I've asked you what you wanted to talk about, and I've given you an out to leave if you're tired of talking about everything.
You asked me?
Yeah, I asked both of you.
I
but-
already talked about it. I wanted to talk about my new best friend in the whole wide world, Jillian Michaels from The Biggest Loser.
Mm-hmm.
because
By
she
the
wa-
way,
because
Jillian
she
Michaels,
walked
can
off?
we just point out that Jillian Michaels is currently being attacked by the radical black internet due to the fact that she adopted a black kid, and they're saying that she's trying to have a slave. Like, do you guys know that this is a thing that is also going on in her life right now?
That's
I did know that.
crazy.
Yes.
This was brought up by Amazing Lucas on his Pierce Morgan appearance, and yeah, this is a thing.
Oh, I forgot about that. He was on there. What do you
Yeah.
think of Amazing Lucas? Is that guy a racist or what?
I mean, obviously, but it's honestly kind of a sad situation because like the guy does not like I don't usually say this, but he doesn't look well like in his videos. Like he's kind of like, actually legitimately unhinged, and that actually makes me a little uncomfortable. Like I don't want people like I want to make fun of people for being unhinged, but not for actually like possibly legitimately being unhinged. So like that's
Unhealthy as in mentally or physically?
yeah, as in, there's a certain condition that if people have seen it, that it kind of is like reminiscent of that. So yeah,
AIDS?
AIDS, no, not physically unhealthy,
Well,
like
I don't know.
mentally unwell, and like yeah, that's that's
We
a
can't
sad
say
thing.
it?
Yeah, but I don't want to be diagnosing people. What am I, a crazy
Okay.
leftist?
Okay. It's so funny. You bring something up.
Well, I'm just
And
saying, like
I-
I don't I every time I have an opportunity to make a video about him, like I dodge it like 9 times out of 10. Like
We can
because I'm
say
like,
retarded on our show.
Amazing
Okay, you're
Lucas.
not.
oh well, that
You
could
don't
be it.
have
But
to
yeah,
say-
he's,
you don't
he's-
have to
he
say
was
our
he was
slur.
very unhinged on the Piers Morgan thing, and a lot of people say he's basically like Hunter Avalon, like was a right wing guy and became a left wing guy.
Mhm.
I don't think that's the case. Like this is not a 1-to-1, you know. But
Well, he's
like,
got to fix his lighting. I'm on Pierce Morgan. I don't know. He's got like this weird lighting on, or maybe it's a reflection from the green screen. It kind of gives like this gross fluorescent light green tinge to him, so he looks extra sickly.
honestly, I watched that segment and Jillian Michaels had like the worst echo. Like this was like the one of the worst produced episodes because people coming in like they did not bring the top quality. So,
No.
which by the way, I mean, can we talk about how Pierce Morgan like you basically have to say the N-word or, defame somebody's widow after their husband's murdered in order to get on the show? Like that's ridiculous, is it
That's
not?
what do you mean? That's quality. That's how he gets the top tier guests.
Yeah, that's how he gets the Springer ass thing. But like he
Yeah.
did an episode where he had like that lady that said the N-word, where Mark Lamont Hill like threw a hissy fit when Pierce dared her to say the N-word.
Oh.
And it's like Pierce like does this thing where he finds somebody with a horrible take, he brings them on the show. They say said horrible take, which is the entire reason he brought him on the show, and then he's like, "You are despicable." But it's like, aren't you despicable because you took this person out of like obscurity and broadcast them to like well over 10x the audience they would have had?
No, because they have a big audience already. So he's exposing that
No,
person
they
to a
don't
larger
though.
audience who is going to find their comments repulsive.
Like the what you call it, like Lucas has a subscription base, there's no doubt about that, but like that Lily chick that he brought on to get into that spat with Mark Lamont Hill about saying the N-word, like this is a random like Twitter person that like blew up for some other reason, but like little bit on Twitter. Like
Does
she
she?
doesn't have
How
a
big is
massive
her audience though?
Huh?
How big is her audience?
It's not that big. Her main thing is on Twitter. You could look her up on there.
But she has some audience, maybe 10,000, maybe 20,000. I don't know.
Pierce did the same thing
Still.
with Barney. Remember, Adam? We watched it where he just brought Barney on and she just acted like a fool for 10 minutes.
Oh yeah,
It's like,
she didn't have any audience.
right, but it's just like there gets to a point where it's like, okay, obviously, I mean, Pierce is smart. He understands what he's doing. He's just
No, I'm
trying
I'm
to
I'm
to
pointing.
do
I'm not
the
saying
Jerry
it's
Springer.
bad for like a business standpoint. I'm just saying like
It's bad
it's
morally, is what you're saying.
like the
Is
people
it
who are
bad to
praising
publicly
Pierce
shame people who
Morgan.
are crazy? I don't think that's bad.
No, but the
We
people
should
who
be
are
doing
praising
that.
Pierce Morgan for like highlighting a person who said something awful, broadcasting it to way more people, and then saying, "You are despicable." Like the whole reason he's bringing that person on is so he can profit
that.
Yeah,
off of it.
morally
Yes.
grandstand.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's good to morally grandstand when people
It's
do
very Jerry Springer-esque.
do terrible shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's very Jerry Springer-esque.
How do you feel about him turning Destiny into a lolcow?
Pierce did?
Yeah. Cuz
That-
all the biggest moments with Destiny that are just soured people on Destiny were on Piers Morgan.
Oh, well, yeah, that's the thing. You bring somebody on and they like kamikaze. Are you talking about the thing where he was he was on after saying that the firefighter like was at a Trump rally, like traitors rally, expected
Yeah,
outcome or
exactly.
whatever.
So you've
And then
got
on
you've got
again
his
after the-
absolutely worst take of all time, the one that everyone gets totally
Yeah.
pissed at him. And he did the thing with the kids too, where he made fun of the dead kids in Texas after the flood.
Right.
So
And then
he takes their
Charlie Kirk
worst
thing
possible
recently.
moments, the career-ending moments, and he brings them and highlights them to an audience of millions.
I mean, I think the most recent one might have gotten Destiny demonetized on YouTube because it got so much attention. So
Look, you're making my
That is
argument
true.
now.
So it was a
So
good
how
thing. Look,
how is
he
that
did
how
some
is that
good
not a
moral.
good thing?
I mean, I'm not rooting for Steven to get demonetized. Like, he has very little
boo.
impact on my life, and I am from a time where people were like, "Don't demonetize." But
Boo.
this is a sentence. Like, well, I'll
Gotta
say this.
flip-flop. Come
I'll
on.
say this again because I've said this repeatedly. I don't really care about consequences people suffer for expressing their opinion when that opinion is that it's good that somebody was murdered for expressing their opinion. So like,
Okay.
I'm not
That
gonna
works.
root. Yeah, I'm not gonna root for people to lose their monetization or anything of the sort, but I'm not gonna like come out and be like,
I like that
"Whoa."
workaround. That's a great workaround.
Well, I mean, by their own standards, they're getting off easy.
It's still Schadenfreude. You're still like, yes.
Yeah, but like, yeah, so he does bring, but again, Steven actually has like a large platform. So, Like
Yeah.
there's something to that. But you're talking about the thing where Anna yelled at him.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was great.
Which,
J-Mac
to
for
be fair, like I did make a video about Anna yelling at Destiny, and I gave her credit for that. But I could have easily made that video about Andrew Wilson yelling at Anna.
Yeah. Why didn't you do that?
I decided I didn't want to.
Andrew Wilson was wrongly yelling at Anna, correct?
No, he wasn't.
He said that he accused her of calling Trump a fascist, which he hasn't done.
Maybe she hasn't done that recently, but it's more than that. He said the Young Turks have incited violence multiple times. Like that is true.
Yeah, but Anna hasn't,
or
obviously.
gotten into this rhetoric. I mean, Anna. Again, there's a clip of her saying Tucker Carlson like wants to slaughter you. Like you know that, right?
From
Where she's saying Tucker Carlson is like getting people to come and kill people in her audience
before she actually
before.
Right, okay.
Which
But
is why I didn't make that.
if somebody realizes what they're doing is wrong and
which is why I didn't make the video
publicly
because
apologizes for it and
she didn't.
also makes her.
I'm not going to get into like the specific things because I said before I don't need Anna to apologize for everything and anything.
Good.
But the idea that he was wrong when he said that Anna did do this is not true. Like Anna did do this specifically. So did multiple people on the Young Turks specifically. So like, you know, I didn't make that video about that because like, yeah, she has like committed to like changing on that, but like it is true. Like Andrew Wilson was not incorrect there.
That she had done it in the past.
I mean, yeah.
I agree.
I mean,
yeah.
the what you call it now, like the Dave Rubin titles that he brought up, not the great examples. If you remember that.
Dave Rubin didn't have the good ones.
Dave
What'd
Rubin
you-
had like
what did you
random
think-
titles about Charlie Kirk, and it was like Charlie Kirk's a dumb idiot. Like that was like the equivalent of most of the titles. Like that was not.
We
a
never watched that one, but Dave Rubin really did go after Jank, and Jank felt like a cornered animal. It was pretty funny.
But he didn't bring the goods. You know what I mean? Like you know, my YouTube channel, every video is still up. All you got to do is scroll through. I got all the goods. I got all the documentation. Dave Rubin had like, oh, you made this video about how Charlie Kirk is a dumb idiot, and he said something bad about women over 30. Like, take that, Jank. It's like, that's not the good stuff.
Right. Why don't
Right.
you go on Piers Morgan?
I don't get invited on there. I don't call people the N-word.
That's a tricky situation because in order to get invited on there, you got to go out and do something crazy, something
Yeah.
just
So that Piers could say
attention-grabbing
that is despicable.
Well, let's see what is something that's
Well, here's
could
what you have to
be
do to get invited on there. Like, you have
misinterpreted
to
as
say the
despicable.
N-word. You have to say the N-word if you're a white person. You have to celebrate a murder as like a prominent figure if you're a non-white person, or even works if you're a white person. But also, if you're on other shows, then you can get invited on there. Like, you know, like you have to be on the radar.
Don't you have
like this
500,000
producer.
subscribers now?
Yeah, I know. What's up with
What
that? I
the
never get
fuck?
invited anywhere. Nobody wants me at their piano recital. I
You
feel
need
disrespected.
you need a better manager.
You need to get his.
I don't have a manager.
Gotta get his agent.
Well, look, then you do need a better one. First of all, you need one.
Oh, somebody said it's true. It's because I'm half Hispanic. Nobody wants me on their shows. Think about it.
True. JMac for $20 says, "I'll have you know, Sean, I've been to Mar-a-Lago at almost the same time as Trump. I ate dinner in the main hall, and that's basically like having dinner with Trump. I'm a very important person."
I agree.
Nice.
There you go.
I went
Look at
to
that.
I went to the Breakers once, which is down the road from Mar-a-Lago. Also a very nice hotel. That's where I met Charlie Kirk.
Nice.
You know, the
Sad.
guy that Adam supports pushing crazy conspiracy theories about his murder.
I thought you were gonna say the guy that I'm.
See, look, I just laugh. I just laugh at that.
I mean, that is what he told us. You know?
That's the proper attitude to have right there.
Mhm.
Anyway, look, Dev, are you mad that we double booked you? It seems like Sean is very happy to be here and to have met you. So,
Well, you know what? I'll just come back tomorrow. We can watch the video then.
okay. Well, it would have to be next week because we're only
Yeah, sure,
doing.
that's fine.
If you want to come back next Tuesday, you can. The whole point of
Sure,
watching
sure.
the video was Botcha's a leftist, so she has a bunch of takes on Trump that Trump is good for the middle class, Trump is good for the economy, all these different things. So I mean, I was trying to find something that you would agree that Trump was good on. And then look, you can totally beat all these TDS accusations. That's the key.
I mean, he'd be pretty good at decomposing.
See, that is not the key. That's not how you do it. That's leaning into the stereotype.
Well, let me. So Sulla sent this to me, Dev, and he wanted a clarification
Okay.
from you from this X post you put out.
Is it
days
like
ago.
okay, yeah. Let's see it.
You said so the article is Trump asked Supreme Court to hear bid to restrict birthright citizenship, which we talked about on the show. I think everyone knows what's going on with that to some extent. You said stripping citizenship from a shit ton of Americans is almost certainly justification for political violence against the state. I hope Trump loses this case, or if he wins, it doesn't apply retroactively.
Yeah.
And you got a lot of attack on this post.
Did I?
So
I haven't gone back and looked at it. Hold on.
Well, what do you mean by what would be the justification? What are you saying? Like, okay, this would be a justification for political violence. Like, what action are you talking about?
If it turns out that, like, from this point forward, people no longer, the birthright citizenship thing is gone.
Right.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that, but at least it would be from this point forward, and so it affects people in the future.
That would not justify political violence.
No, I wouldn't agree with it, but no, it would not. The issue ultimately is that now, if you applied it retroactively, you're now taking millions of people who legitimately have citizenship, and you're going to strip it away from them, and people who have only been Americans and nothing else, and you're going to make them stateless people. That's really fucking bad. That is quite. Like, this is now entering into revolution territory. Yes.
Yeah. The executive order doesn't.
I don't think the what you call it, the executive order says going forward from a certain date, but I agree with you. The retroactive stripping of it, it's like it's too much of a mess. I think the only exception for anything looking backwards should be around like July 25th, 1991. Like if you were born on that day and you're an anchor baby, then you should lose your citizenship. But like other than that, then you know, huh?
Is that when you were born?
No, that first both my parents are citizenship. I don't need a birthright, like born in here. But I'm saying if you are like a Turkish anchor baby, you are born on that day, and we needed to like deport you.
Is it Hassan? Shouldn't we just deport Hassan anyway?
Yeah, like if like your uncle set it up where he had his sister come to New Jersey to like give birth to you. So maybe just in New Jersey on that specific day.
In that specific hospital. Yeah.
Yeah. Then like, specifically if you came from Turkey at the behest of your brother to scam the system, like then we should consider that. But other than that, like going backwards is crazy. Like, we should not do that.
Right. So, but the executive.
What do you want clarification on?
Well, no. So, but the executive order. I mean, I don't know if you're aware. The executive order is not retroactive. It was up to, I don't know what the date was. It was like whenever the executive order was supposed to be coming into effect.
It was a month after it was written.
That's good. That's good.
Okay. So not.
I mean,
everyone. I'm just saying because everyone looks at that and they go, "Oh my God, Dev is advocating for people to start, shooting at the government and Trump." Like that's how people vibe that tweet that you put out.
Because they're retarded.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay. So here,
I'm trying to help you.
Again,
but before you guys get into this, I'm gonna hop off. I have somewhere to be.
Well, thanks for coming on, Sean.
Okay.
Thank you so much for coming on, Sean. You're welcome anytime, obviously. So
on the last minute, double booked.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to be invited, and definitely stay tuned over here, and don't in 26 minutes.
You got that
my video on my channel.
JQ video coming out.
The JQ video.
All right, disavow. All right, I'm out of here. Thanks for having me.
I'm kidding. That was a joke, guys. Okay, that was a joke. Kidding.
Oh my God. See, no, there's a lot of Dev Destiny conflation. Like one guy in the chat says, "Didn't Dev say he was happy those kids drowned?" No. Stop putting Destiny's words in my mouth.
I feel like Gandalf. I feel like Gandalf right now, Dev. Okay.
I have all of the negatives of being like a Destiny orbiter and none of the positives because I'm not actually an orbiter. It's like, fuck, this is terrible.
No, but I said I feel like Gandalf. I'm here. You have like the ring, and I'm like, I'm trying to help you, Bilbo.
So, like way back in 2017, I did a video called when is political violence acceptable? Because again, I was talking about like the Antifa riots and the bike lock and all that. It's like, when is it actually acceptable to go and start like fighting the cops in the street because things have gotten so fucked? Because
Mhm.
the answer can't be never. Obviously,
Right.
there's obviously instances where you're gonna have to start shooting at government officials. You have to overthrow your government. You're gonna have to like fight the cops. Like, so there's things can always get bad enough that must happen. So where's the line? Where is it such that you now must start fighting the state? And it becomes morally justifiable to do so.
Mhm.
And people, like, I remember, like, I had to talk with a couple former fans, and I'm like, listen, guys, like, go watch this video. My position hasn't changed, like, at all. There are lines that the government can cross where you now must take up arms against them. That's the whole point of the Second Amendment. All right. Like, if you hang out in any right-wing circles, you see that meme where it's like George Washington with sunglasses on, and it's like, me and my homies would have been stacking bodies by now. What do you think he meant? What does that mean, meme? Right? What is the Second Amendment for, guys? It's for
Right.
shooting tyrants. It's like, you can't do this. Oh, no political violence. We never. No. Your country was built on political violence. It is in the American DNA. Political violence. That is your whole thing. Your entire political mythology is like
I
wrapped up in
disavow
political
all of
violence.
this.
Bullshit. Adam, you would have been there cheering as George Washington sails
There was a
across that
difference
one river.
between right, but obviously there's a difference between political violence of we are under the thumb of a literal monarchy versus whatever's going on now,
Yeah, it's in our
right?
DNA. Like we eat, drink, and sleep political violence. I mean, that's the way you're making it sound.
Yes.
Yeah, but we don't. That's
We
not
No, no,
true
no,
don't.
no.
though.
You
What do you
you do,
mean?
and it's based. I'm on board. This sounds
Oh,
great.
well, you're listen. I understand that you're jealous as a Canadian. Okay, we fought off the British. We said eat shit, Britain. You guys just politely put your head down and then asked in 100 years, and the Brits are like, okay, sure. So I mean, I get it. I understand that you're jealous.
No, but the point basically is like, when does it become morally justifiable and maybe even required to take up arms against the state? And I think one of those lines is taking a bunch of people who are citizens and decitizening them. Like, that's pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, but it obviously would depend on what, like, how far back are we going? Like, if we're going back like a month or something, it's like, oh, it's not great. But the difference in like, if we're like, oh, well, if you've, born here 10 years ago or something, 20 years ago, then yes, I would agree. That'd be pretty fucking crazy. But
Yep,
fortunately, that's not on the table. So,
it's coming, Sitch.
okay. You think do you, I'm curious, do you more dislike Trump or do you more dislike Trump fans?
Oh,
Oh
good
man,
question.
that's hmm. You know what? It might actually be Trump fans,
Right.
because Trump's just like an automaton at this point. Trump is the last thing somebody said to him,
Mm-hmm.
and then he'll be like, "Oh yeah, we should do that." Oh yeah, like, as long as if you like surrounded Trump with smart people, you might get like an okay administration. But like,
Mm-hmm.
he's surrounded by not only, well, like, some dumb people, but a lot of evil people. It's like, oh, all right.
So, but what is it about the Trump fans that bothers you?
Some of them are just as stupid, but without any of the other backing that Trump has. Some of them are just like straight up fucking evil. Man, like, I've been like diving into the depths of like various right-wing spaces, and eventually
Mm-hmm.
you hit that layer where people are just more honest about it, and they're like, you know what? I kind of wish that Trump actually did succeed into an overthrowing democracy, because we should have like an American monarch. We should actually have like an American empire where there's no more democracy, and we're just, and like, just American exceptionalism rules everywhere. And it's like,
But
okay, so
I
you guys are
mean,
just fucking
right,
insane.
right. But I would assume that that is a very small percentage of Trump supporters.
Maybe.
Maybe you think that's like a
I think a lot of Trump supporters, if you were to lay out the various like aspects or points of an authoritarian government
hmm
and just like present them neutrally, they'd be like, oh yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, I could agree with that. I could do that one. I could agree with that one.
is that kind of everyone though,
Maybe
which
not.
is
I don't know.
depressing.
I mean, I kind of like democracy. I don't know about you.
No, but I mean, like most people don't. I don't think most people have a good like philosophy or ideology that they subscribe to. So if you just kind of like lay out something that's bad, but in sort of like phrase it in a way that would align with their current political take, they'd be like, "That's great," even if they don't really understand the implication.
Um,
That's kind of how like
Maybe.
the left got
I
suckered
think.
into pushing woke shit, isn't it?
I mean, maybe, but I think it's more prevalent among like the MAGA cultists.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, but you're not saying, to be clear, you're not saying you hate all Trump supporters.
No,
You
of course
just
not.
okay, like 10% of Trump supporters.
I don't know actually how much. I haven't really thought too hard about like how many of them are
Right.
just irredeemable.
Is okay. Because I mean, I like personally,
But I
I
mean,
get
it's more
annoyed
than zero,
by
and I
Trump
want it to
second.
be zero. So I mean,
right,
if
right.
I think it's actually 100%, I can't really be held accountable for
Of
that.
course.
Okay, yeah, go
Like
ahead. Go ahead.
I don't hate people for supporting Trump or anything like that. I do get triggered or annoyed by hypocrisy. And
Yes,
I don't know if that's where you're coming from, or you're just coming from a completely different position than
that's
me.
definitely part of it. There's like 100% a lot of just like it's I think a lot of it is not stupidity. It is people being hypocritical and knowing that they're being hypocritical and
Hmm.
kind of having the evil smile on their face because they know they're getting away with it. Like here's a good example, right? So going back to the tired well of J6 again, do you recall that the right-wing defense of why there wasn't backup at the January 6th riot to prevent it from happening was that it wasn't like Trump could not control the National Guard. Like it's not possible for Trump to do that. The president doesn't have the president doesn't have that power, not his jurisdiction. And yet, now here we are 5 years later, and we do see Trump actually federalizing the National Guard and using them in California. So clearly the president could do that. The law hasn't
Right,
changed. The president could always
right.
do that. But like the hypocrisy between that position in 2020 and the position now,
Hmm.
because the situation has changed, the people who were saying Trump can't do that, they're now cheering on Trump doing the thing that they said he couldn't do. And if you ever actually try to have that conversation of, hey, why were you wrong back then? They say, oh, you have TDS. Oh, you're talking about that was 5 years ago. Oh, and like it's clearly just a fucking game to them.
Hmm. Um,
Well, they
I was
don't
gonna
want
say
to.
something and then I
People don't
got
like to admit they're
distracted.
wrong. So
Yeah.
Someone says in the chat, "Did you defended Destiny's Republicans should be afraid take?" Is that true?
Yeah, partially. There's something to that for
A
sure.
part. Okay, what was the partial?
So right now you see
We're
like
putting you
I don't
through
know
the
if
gauntlet.
you oh my God, it's time.
Yeah.
So I don't know
Hmm.
if you were paying attention. You probably were paying attention. Yeah, I think you guys keep a good pulse on these things.
Hmm.
Keep a good finger on the pulse. If you were noticing after Charlie Kirk got shot, there was a lot of people like screaming for civil war. They want like violence against the Democrats. They want like I saw some right wingers be like, if the Constitution can't protect us, fuck the Constitution. Trump needs to use all government power to crack down against the left and like all these insane fucking takes, right?
Right.
And these are not the actions of people who are like trying to calm things down.
Of
These people
course.
who want they want revenge, they want retribution, which by the way is part of things getting worse, not things getting better. Um, and so when Destiny's like Republicans should be afraid take is like Republicans should be afraid to basically get shot at some of these events because then if they were, they would turn to their political leaders and ask them to calm things the fuck down. Which by the way is kind of true, yeah. Like because Trump isn't calming shit down. Trump's
that's
fucking
bullshit.
unhinged. No, Trump's
Bullshit.
fucking unhinged. Trump's unhinged. Trump is saying Trump's actually going along with the we must crush the left rhetoric. Like it's fucking nuts.
People
Well,
could be getting shot right and left, and Jasmine Crockett is not going to calm it down. Let's be real here.
sure, but
It could be full
do
on
you
terror on the left, and Jasmine Crockett is still going to turn up the heat.
sure? Like I would even say like there's other people on the
So
left who
when
would
you say
also turn
sure,
up.
you're admitting that it's not going to work.
Well, just wait, because like for example, I think Maxine Waters is the kind of person who would also just like continually crank up the heat no matter what because she's
Yeah.
also fucking ridiculous, right?
So
But I
then it's
mean,
not a good political take.
well, no, because I also think that they're retarded too.
Well, hold on.
Like
Okay.
There's two.
just as Trump is, yes.
Right. Let's
But
separate
it's
this
worse
into
with Trump because he's the president.
let's separate this into the comment into two issues because there's the one issue of will it work, and then there's the issue is it correct morally, right? So I think
Okay.
that will it work is a little bit easier because like the void of morals, I can't imagine that would even work if there was an uptick of an increase right now of leftist violence, of like all of a sudden right wingers getting shot left and right. I can't imagine that would create a scenario where the right's reaction to that is to say, well, a lot of right wingers are getting shot and killed or attacked by crazy lefties. Donald Trump and the right, you need to turn down the rhetoric. Like, I cannot foresee that possibly playing out that way whatsoever.
Well, I mean, I think everyone needs to, right? Like,
No, I understand. Well, hold on. This is
okay,
devoid of whether anyone should turn on the rhetoric. This is
okay.
just
So
on
here,
the whether it would be even plausible. Like what Destiny's saying would even be plausible.
here, I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. Like, we're talking about the Charlie Kirk specifically because, like, Charlie Kirk, that was one event where it was clearly like a left wing, like trans kind of weirdo guy. He wasn't trans. He was like dating the trans person. Like,
Yes,
I
right.
know the story, yeah. And like he shot Charlie Kirk for it seems like trans activist reasons. That's what it seems like right
Probably,
now.
yes. Right.
Probably, yeah. And so because it was like, very broadly speaking, a left-wing person attacking a right-wing person, asking the right to turn down the rhetoric makes no sense for that event
That's not what I'm
because,
saying.
because it is true though. Like for that one event, it doesn't make sense for the right to be the ones to turn down the
Correct.
heat.
That is
As
correct.
the left
Yes.
did, yeah,
That
the
is
left
correct.
did commit
Yes.
that.
Right.
Like
Of
not
course.
every leftist, like one leftist, but you know what I mean? Yeah, like
Right.
it's
Right.
leftist motivations. Um, the issue that I have ultimately is that like there have been other previous attacks that I know that you guys know about where it
Hmm.
has been like Trump supporters or Trump voters or like crazy schizoid rightos or something attacking left-wing people. And when that happens, you don't get the turning down of rhetoric. What you get are these wild conspiracy theories about how the attacker was actually like a crypto leftist, or he was like a fucking CIA agent who had like his MK Ultra activations who would go
Yeah,
and
some
like
people
kill a
are saying
leftist.
that.
Like
Yes,
a
definitely.
lot of right wingers say that though.
But
A
okay,
lot of
but
them
hold
say
on, hold
that.
on, hold on. But that's not really what I'm asking. I'm saying is that so Destiny's comment was
Yeah.
that, or what he was saying is that he thinks political violence against right wingers should increase so much or should happen with such frequency that people on the right become so scared, I guess, of being in public or talking that they then turn to their leadership and tell them to turn down the temperature. That's what he was saying.
Um, if that's what he meant by those comments, then no, I don't support that. But I don't think that's what he meant by
Okay.
those comments.
What do you, so
And I
then
don't think
maybe
so.
this is the issue because that's how I
Okay.
interpret it. And I'm pretty sure that's how most people on the right interpreted it. So that when you said that there's an element that you support to it, people are like, holy shit, what are you supporting?
No, the basically here let me put it this way, right? Um, if a comparable shooting happened under Biden,
Hmm.
Biden would most likely say something along the lines of everybody, doesn't matter if you're left or right, doesn't matter, everyone needs to calm the fuck down. Every single fucking person. Doesn't matter if it was like a left wing shooter or a right wing shooter. Doesn't matter if it was a left wing victim or a right wing victim. Biden would say everyone needs to calm down.
Right.
Obama would probably say the same thing. Everyone needs to calm down. The difference is that Trump, being the leader of not just a political party, but a movement, like the MAGA movement, he's not saying those things.
Okay. Yeah,
That's
but
really bad.
no. Listen, again, we talked about this. I don't like that. I want Trump to turn down the temperature. I think any president should turn down the temperature, any sort of balanced situation. 100% agree with all that. Okay. But I'm just trying to focus on this one comment that Destiny said, which I think maybe it sounds like you're saying that you interpreted it to mean something completely different. That it
Possibly, yeah.
didn't mean that, because I very clearly, as I interpreted it, and then someone in the chat said that he confirmed this in another space, that yes, he is saying that he thinks the political violence against the right should reach a crescendo, and that would then change their behavior to force Trump to turn down the rhetoric or the temperature.
Yeah, if that's what you meant by it, then I don't agree with that at all. No, that's
Okay.
pretty crazy. No.
Well,
The,
that's
the, the way
good.
that I took it is that like right now, here's how I interpreted Destiny's take. Okay,
Okay.
you'll just ask him, I guess, if you want to know what he actually meant by it. But like the way that I took it was him saying something along the lines of, at this point, Republicans need to not be screaming for a civil war. They need to be turning to the leaders of their political leaders and saying something like, "Please, so that we all don't fucking die in a coming civil war, like turn this shit down." And then Trump should also then turn this shit down.
So are you saying that you think that he meant that people on the right should be so afraid of a civil war or something to that effect that they would say to turn it down?
Yes.
Okay. That's not what he meant. I think he just misunderstood the comment.
You know what? Maybe.
Okay. You should be
That's what I took it.
careful.
Yeah,
You should
that
be
is how I took
careful
it.
ever
Yes.
agreeing with Destiny when he's talking about the right. So
Also,
interesting.
hold on, just real quick. Yeah, JMac in the chat said Obama politicized the death of Trayvon Martin. I mean, like, I vaguely recall that, but like, okay, when you say politicize the death, it's not the same level of thing because I recall like that was what 2012, 2013. Didn't Obama say something like Trayvon could have looked like me because we're both like half black or whatever, but like he didn't say we need more violence against the right. Like, no, I don't think you're right on that one, J Mac. I'm sorry.
Hmm. Um. So Shu wants in the chat. Hey Shu. Shu said years of one side calling the others fascists and Nazis to put a target on their back. Then it happens, and the victims have to turn down the temperature. Silly. That is, Sam says that a lot too. I hear a lot of people on the right. Well, she's on the right, but I hear a lot of people on the right who do say that point. What is your response to that?
She was a leftist. What do you mean she's
She
on
is a
the right?
leftist. That's true. She's a socialist. She's crazy,
She
but we
she
love
is
her.
syncretic, but basically, like I've heard a lot of that too. And I would have agreed with that if we were still in like 2018. That actually makes a lot of sense. But I saw so many fucking right wingers say that Biden's a fascist over the course, especially over COVID, that I don't buy that logic anymore. Now
Mm-hmm.
times have changed. It's not the 2010s anymore.
I mean,
Because
I just the huge divide though is when the right does it, it's some anonymous people on Twitter. When the left does it, it's on MSNBC. Like, are
I
they
don't
on
think so.
Fox News calling Biden a fascist?
Wait, didn't Trump call Biden a fascist?
Even if Trump does it once or twice, is it ubiquitous in the institutions? I
Um,
just think the
I
severity on the left, you see it in more mainstream media sources. They literally asked Kamala Harris, Anderson Cooper asked Kamala Harris if she thought Trump was a fascist, and she
so,
said yes.
so it's
So,
not the catastrophe scale; it's the likelihood scale.
well, it's also the catastrophe scale because I'm not sure that there's a lot of buy-in when anonymous right wingers are calling Biden a fascist over COVID specifically.
I mean, I did see a lot of anonymous right wingers definitely call Biden a fascist. I saw like less anonymous right wingers do it a fair bit, like YouTubers, like various news talking heads. I also did see elected officials do it too. So like I think the right basically picked up steam a whole bunch when it came to calling leftists fascist over the course of like the early 2020s. And at this point, I just nobody has a monopoly on the term fascist anymore. The right has used it a whole bunch from what I've seen.
I understand the feeling that you're talking about, Adam. Because I mean, it's definitely, and I feel it too, and obviously most people on the right feel that, where it's like it's the mainstream that has been, labeling Trump or people on the right as fascists and Nazis, which they 100% have been doing, and where the right and their more incendiary rhetoric has been not in mainstream spaces, which is also completely true. Um, my only my only pushback on that is I feel like for the last 5 years, the right as a whole has basically moved off of most mainstream, digesting mainstream content and aren't in those spaces. They're all on the internet spaces. And so it's kind of has a similar effect if you have a wide variety of people in right-wing internet spaces pushing the same rhetoric.
Yeah, if the audience is there, the bottom up process will take place, even though it's
Right.
not being catered to on mainstream sources.
Right.
And it really is how much audience share that's there matters. So
Mm-hmm.
are
Though
they
I do.
willing to
Mhm.
are they willing to go to violence? I guess is
I
the
hope not.
question. Yeah.
And I mean, so far, I think the one of the saving graces is that even though there are a lot of unhinged right wing, social media people that are like calling for this stuff, I think the general temperature, it, like so much of the way things work is people don't want to do what the other side's doing. So that's why, you have all the women chugging Tylenol because Trump said not to, which is like retarded. And what, right.
That's
One of
fucking
the
stupid.
saving graces to that maybe is that because it's going to be, because it's perceived right now that like the left is the one doing violence, I wonder, and hopefully this will be the case, that motivates people on the right to not do violence because they're like, well, that's what the left does. The left is the
Nah,
one
that's
doing
not.
all the
No, no,
violence.
no. I don't
You
buy
don't
that
think
for a
that's going to
fucking second.
happen?
No, no. You know what'll happen is that the right wingers that do violence will keep doing violence, and they'll keep making up conspiracy theories as to why it wasn't actually them. Like, I'm sure you guys can think of all the instances in which this happened, right? Like, do you recall the Paul Pelosi hammer attack situation?
Yes, we talked
They were
about
like,
that
and then people
on
just like
Sunday.
invented a fucking conspiracy about how it wasn't actually a right wing schizo, but it actually was a right wing schizo in the end.
Yes.
Like shit like that happens pretty consistently, where rightoids will just say, "Oh, it wasn't us," so you don't have to like look
I
inward and then
mean,
deal with their own violence.
right.
When at the same time though, like if you look at left wing violence, who's committing it? It's not liberals. It's usually like retarded commies who are doing this
Right.
shit.
Mm-hmm.
And the Democrats for a very long time have been um, unsuccessfully, but at least trying to root out the communists in their midst. And I think they're actually finally fucking
They
doing it
haven't, though.
because,
That's the problem.
well, no, I think like now at this point because of
Mm-hmm.
the catastrophic loss of 2024, when really it was theirs to win, frankly. Um, you definitely see a stronger push from the libs to get the socialists the fuck out of the party. And I hope they fucking win because the Democrats desperately need that. But part of that is understanding that, hey, when some retarded socialist commits like some weird violence or like an Antifa person, like an anarchist or whatever, the liberals say, hey, that was bad, but that's not us. We don't got to answer for that. And I fully agree with that, right? Like,
Well,
if you have an
mhm.
anarchist who shoots up a place, I'm not going to be like, listen, as a liberal, I now must stand. No, these people, I don't fucking represent these people. They don't fucking represent me.
So,
They're a different faction.
of course. And I think some people on the left, in the moderate left, woke up to what's going on with the extreme left, both because of Trump's loss and also because of a lot of people's completely unhinged response to Charlie Kirk's death or
I, I
assassination.
I actually think it started with October 7th when you had like 2023 the Israeli
Yeah,
terrorist
no,
attack.
that's it did.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That it also, and because of October 7th, right. Um, but so I do think there's some people that are waking up to that, but it still seems to me to be in like the the minority, at least the minority that are bold enough to talk about it. So I would feel more comfortable or more confident if it was like, okay, I saw like, you know, the mainstream press is coming out and saying Hassan Piker, is a terrorist supporter and bad influence on your children. And my problem is that right after Charlie Kirk was assassinated and all these people were supporting it, all these mainstream sources, they ran out and did puff pieces on Hassan and they all interviewed him about Charlie Kirk fucking getting killed. And it's like, this is the guy who's humming Bella Ciao, in his audience and all this other stuff. And that to me doesn't make me optimistic about the mainstream left waking up from this fucking, expelling these crazy people.
I think it'll just be like a long, slow, painful process, but I think it's underway right now. For like the actual like liberals and Democrats that I've spoken to, it seems to be underway.
Mm-hmm.
I was asking Grok some questions. I hate that we can't fully rely on AI, but I asked it how many prominent conservative leaders have called Biden a fascist. And yes, you're right. It's Donald Trump, Mark Levin, Steve Miller, Byron Donaldson, Kevin McCarthy, Vivek Ramaswamy, Glenn Beck. It gives the instances and tallies them up. And then I asked, how have more prominent left-wing leaders called Trump a fascist? And it's got Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Gavin Newsom, John Kerry, Robert Reich, Tim Walz. And I asked, and then it tallies them up, and it says it's 2 to 3 times more. And it says if you include scholarly people, which I don't even know these scholarly people like Jason Stanley and Ruth Ben Guyett, calling him a fascist, it pushes up to 20 plus times. So it makes it worse than 3 times.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it seems like our gut intuition that it's more prominent on the left is correct. And these instances of Stephen Miller and Kevin McCarthy are not as prevalent. So
I mean, well, wait, hold on. In that list, did it say that Trump himself called like
Biden a
Biden
fascist? Yes.
or like left wingers a fascist? Yeah, yeah. Because I did post that article.
February 2024 in a CPAC speech.
Oh, he also did it on May
Biden
11th.
is surrounded by fascists around the Oval Office. So I guess he didn't call Biden specifically a fascist.
Yeah. But so here's the thing: if we actually are going to go down the
He also called
calling
the
someone
Biden
a
administration the
fascist.
Gestapo administration.
Oh my God. Okay, so if we're actually going to go down the argument of if you call someone a fascist, you are inciting violence against them because that's because otherwise, like if you like that's what makes it so bad apparently. So okay, um, if that's the case, one we have to examine whether or not like the truth value of the statement, right? Because if even though I don't think that Trump is a fascist, I think Trump is closer to being a fascist than Biden was. So like there is also like, are you inciting violence against a person by calling them a fascist? Even if you are, if they're actually a fascist, again, I don't think that Trump is, but let's say hypothetically, right? If they actually are a fascist, is it then like more acceptable? Do you know what I mean? There's also
To commit violence against them? I just think intuitively people would think, oh, yeah, if we could have
just to
avoided
say
the
it, just say it.
Holocaust by killing Hitler, then you should
No,
do
no, no.
that.
To use the label is the question.
Yeah. So yeah, basically, what I'm trying to say basically is, if we accept the idea that calling someone a fascist inherently incites violence against them, does that mean that you can't call an actual fascist a fascist because you're inciting violence against them? And to me, that just sounds retarded, right?
Well, no, obviously you can't do that. But I think there was a norm, a public prohibition on calling political adversaries fascist, that political norm has been eviscerated. I mean, there was a political norm not to go after your political opponents legally after they've left office. That political norm has been eviscerated too. I realize Trump is the one responsible for eviscerating a lot of these norms. Obviously, I think he was the first one to say that they should go after Hillary Clinton so vocally.
Lock her up.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, and it did come back to bite him. So that political norm was actually quite useful, right? So we're in a weird situation
There's
here.
a second point. There's a second point because for a long time, people on the right, correctly, I agree with them on this, they've been correctly saying that calling someone a communist is as bad as calling them a fascist, which I agree with, by the way.
I don't
And
think so. As far as
I absolutely think so,
You're saying it
especially
should
after
be, not that it is, right?
well, like after the Red Scare and everything else. Like I think there's a heavy demonization of communists in American society, as there
maybe
should
back
be.
in the
As there
1950s,
as there
not
should be.
today. Not today. Nobody equivalates communism with violence, with political violence. Nobody thinks of communists as politically violent.
I just don't agree with you on that. Like
Well,
on
look at
any metric.
look at Hassan versus Nick Fuentes. I mean, Nick Fuentes isn't going to be popping up in mainstream interviews, and Hassan all the time does, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, yeah, that's because there are actually some fucking radicals in journalism who are actually kind of okay with left wing violence when they're not okay with right wing violence. So
No,
they're
but I
actually
think
okay with Hassan.
what I'm saying, well, that might be true. What I'm saying is, I think up until like some point in the 1980s or early 1990s, I would agree with you that someone on the right calling someone on the left a communist or a socialist had a lot of power in society and getting that person diminished or canceled or whatever. That is clearly not the case at all anymore.
Okay, sure. Let me put it this way, right? If the hypothesis is someone like so here, someone shot at Charlie Kirk, and one of the bullets had like "catch this fascist" or something on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And clearly, like Charlie Kirk is clearly not a fascist, and this
Right.
guy is clearly fucking like delusional and deranged. Um, However, if we like look at least some of the attacks on left wingers, and you see some of their writing or some of their statements, they absolutely say like we need to stop the communist infiltration of the United States. Like it, there is like the same effect is happening, even if you guys don't see it or you don't feel it. And you know what? Sometimes I don't see it either. But clearly there are radicalized areas where the label of communist is being used to justify violence against Democrats, which is also unacceptable. And I just don't think you can pin all of this on one side of the spectrum.
Um, I think it can. I think it can be used to push political violence. I just don't see it happening currently right now. The way that all this, it's very annoying. The way that all this political violence rhetoric works is that both sides will use very incendiary rhetoric against the other side, and then no one, everyone's kind of fine with it until someone actually goes and does the violence, and then everyone starts saying, "Oh, you brought this on with your incendiary rhetoric." And it's like, okay, but everyone's been ratcheting up this rhetoric for years,
Yes.
and so I mean, I think this, so that's, I think it's somewhat true that they're both doing it, but then I think once it happens, people need to take a step back and say, okay, we need to chill the fuck out now, because now people are starting to activate on it or act on it, and we do need to, tamp things down. We need to pull back.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
I think, yeah, I don't disagree at all here. No, it's just that, like, you see various right-wing talking heads
Well,
say
well,
stuff like, well,
mhm.
just hear me, because, like,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I agree with you. There's like a clear through line you can draw, right? Where you have people on the left say, Trump's a fascist, or right wingers are fascists, or Charlie Kirk's a fascist, and then you draw that line to the guy who says something along who like commits an attack, the catch this fascist bullet, and then you draw that line to Charlie Kirk getting killed. There's a through line there,
Right.
right? But also, some of the attacks that have been committed against left-wing politicians, the people involved have said, "Hey, these Democrats are fucking communists. We're gonna root the fucking commies out of our government here." And it's like you can also draw that same line to like you can draw that line back to like right-wing
Yeah, but
accounts. You see like Jack
mhm,
Posobiec say like Biden's a communist or whatever the fuck, right?
right.
You can draw the same line.
If Well, okay, because I mean, you have the guy who attacked Paul Pelosi was like I believe he's like a weird QAnon like schizoid. So that was like sort of his motivation, and then the thing with the people killing the people in Minneapolis maybe was a pro-life thing, even though he seems also to be completely crazy, or at least pretending to be very crazy. But I think the issue with the Charlie Kirk thing is like if he was just killed or assassinated, and then like and people were just like, wow, it's horrible. I think we'd have a very different conversation. I think a lot of the reaction is he was killed, assassinated, and then people, a lot of people, not the mainstream left, but a lot of the terminally online left, which was a pretty sizable chunk, was just so happy about it and was celebrating it. And that was such a like a shocking, jarring thing for people to experience. And while I appreciate the mainstream left mostly, saying that they don't appreciate, they're not in favor of political violence and all this other stuff, I don't feel like they did really their due diligence until they actually call out the crazy people on the internet left and said these people are scum, these people are despicable, we need to push them out of the movement. And they didn't really do that. And I guess that's why I feel like, at least in this current moment, it was more, the onus was more in the left to sort of tamp down the temperature first. And then if Trump doesn't and the people on the right doesn't, then you can point out to them. But I think it would be on the
Um,
left to do the first move here, and they didn't
so
really
so
do that.
just if you don't mind, be a little bit more clear. You mean like the Democrats have to basically, or like the liberals, they have to point at the blue sky communists and say, no, not them. You guys are acting ridiculous, but cheering for this stuff, basically.
Yes,
I
yeah,
agree with you. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Yeah.
because like I was talking to my parents about this. My parents are very normie Democrats. They watch CNN and MSNBC, and they read New York Times, Washington Post, and all this other stuff. And like they didn't even know that there was this huge swath of people on the internet that are cheering us on, because a lot of that doesn't get reported on.
Yeah. That makes
Okay.
sense. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No, see, we don't disagree here. I completely agree with everything you're saying, right?
Hmm.
It's just that for me, when I see when I see that string being drawn in the other direction,
I know
and I
people
see
downplay it. Yes.
and I see the things happening in the other direction, the people who downplay it on the other side, they're not blue sky communists. They're actually like people in the MAGA movement, and the MAGA in America is the right now. Like the neocons are gone. MAGA's the right now. The populist subversives took over the right. The populist subversives on the left have not taken over the left yet. Hopefully they never do.
Right.
But There
I
is
agree
still
with you,
there is still
but
that gap between the
right
Democrats and the communists that does
there
not exist from like mainstream Republicans and MAGA.
there I agree with you in terms of like there's definitely just a direct line for the Trump administration. But I would say that the left, there's not a direct line, but the left, obviously, with the Biden administration, completely in the mainstream media, completely kowtowed to the insane blue sky alt left people, and that's why woke shit was able to completely dominate. It's because they just bent over and took all everything that they were selling.
Yeah, it was the
So,
George Floyd era stuff, right? Like
right,
that was all fucking
of
cringe. Yeah,
course,
yeah, yeah. No, I agree with
right,
you. Yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah.
okay. Well, I think, Dev, that I love you and I care about you.
Oh
But I
my
think you've been
God.
staring a
Get a
little too
room.
deeply into the abyss. And I think the abyss is staring a little bit into you.
I
Does that
love
make
watching
sense?
academic agent craziness. I love
Well,
his
that's the
shit.
problem is that like
He's
there's
so fucking nutty. It's amazing.
there's so much unhinged shit online. And this happens to everyone that if you just hyper fixate on the insanity of the far left or the insanity of the right online, it's very easy to get like sucked into this headspace of like, okay, half the country is evil or crazy. And I don't know, it makes people too angry. It makes people too riled up. And you have to remind yourself that's just the minority of people. That's not everybody.
Oh
And
my
I agree with
God,
you.
we got
Yeah,
a
yeah.
$200 super chat. Holy shit.
We did. We did.
Wow.
Thank you so
Is it,
much, Osirga Far, Daddy J-Mac, for the $200. Actually, $250 because of the two-parter.
What? Oh my God.
Yes. Says, Dev, I urge you to read Obama's complete speech on Trayvon Martin. He pushed several points that racketed up tension between police and Black Americans. His words were not one of unity and led to much of the ACAP position that emerged years later, including violence. You are wrong. And before you point out that Obama said later that he condemns violence, Trump did the same. Politicians are political with their speech. Shocker. They regularly speak out of both sides of their mouth. Obama and Biden did this regularly.
I will go back and watch it again. Maybe I missed something, but I'm pretty sure I saw it like within the past year, and I don't recall it being that being nearly as inflammatory as you say. But I'll go check it out again, sure.
Yeah, I'll have to go back too because I also don't remember it being that inflammatory. I mean, I didn't. I remember watching it, over 10 years ago. So, but I'll go back and check it out.
Because we
So
were in
thank
the
you.
progressive bubble then, so we didn't see it from a conservative perspective. Now I
I
can
was,
see both.
but I even remember back in whenever that happened, years ago, that I remember looking at the case and being like, okay, I don't really like what was the guy's name who shot Trayvon Martin? Zimmerman. I didn't really like Zimmerman, and I thought he was probably a bad actor. But I also was like, okay, but I don't think there's anywhere near enough like actual criminal evidence to convict him, and that it was correct to not convict him. And then later we also find out the whole thing about like the prosecution lying about the witness, which was
Oh, I
completely insane,
know.
and having like a fake person on stand pretend to be his girlfriend who wasn't his girlfriend or something, which was like just completely unhinged. So,
Jesus, I
Totally.
haven't heard this story before. This sounds wild.
oh yeah, it was very bizarre. There's total like OJ level evidence tampering that was going on. So, which happens, I think, pretty frequently with these very politicized cases. Uh,
What a
oh,
great show. I
Sammy
love
wanted
arguing
me.
with you guys.
Sammy
This
wanted
has
me
been
to.
fun, yeah.
It is fun. Sammy wanted me to tell you, Dev. Said, don't forget to tell Dev the right is more violence list data thing has errors. They don't include BLM riots and hatred towards Jews, and they don't list hatred towards Jews. Or no, they do list hatred towards Jews as right wing, and there's other problems with the list.
There are some problems with that list before. Yeah, I honestly I knew about the problems with the list. I think like before fucking 2020. I
Mhm.
recall looking into it like back in the day, and I know that I think the most recent update to it was 2022, but there was a
Mhm.
version of it from before, and I remember like just kind of leafing through it because I was kind of curious, and one of the instances of right wing violence was you had like a neo-Nazi skinhead tattooed up type guy, and this guy was like he like shot his mom because his mom abused him, and they
Right.
listed that as like right wing violence, and it's like, okay, I know that he's right wing, but the violence itself was not politically motivated, so it's kind of dishonest to call that right wing violence.
Of course. Of course. Yeah.
So no, I found problems with that particular stat a while ago.
Okay.
Sammy G says Obama also repeated the debunked Charlottesville lie during the election. I was very mad about it. So was I, Sammy. I was very upset about it. And I saw a lot of other people were very upset about it. A lot of people who voted for Obama and thought Obama was a good president were like, what the fuck? Why would he do such a thing?
Obama's pretty good.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be tearing down the country because he's got TDS.
He shouldn't have said fine. He shouldn't have repeated the fine people thing. It was sad.
It was very sad.
Disappointing.
Obama is a loser now.
But then again, Donald Trump was pushing Obama was born in a foreign country.
Oh yeah, so he's getting
Revenge,
even.
right? Yeah, there you go. It's all revenge.
Exactly. Little revenge.
Yeah. Mr. Schnitzel for $20, thanks so much, says Ace 1918 and Kirsch cum sippers will clip all of this out of context. I've disagreed a lot with Dev here, but those stands are far worse than Dev will ever be. Side note, what about Nick Fuentes being one of the January 6th instigators?
Oh my God, was he? I haven't heard that story.
He was there. You didn't know that?
Oh fuck, that's right. He was there. Yeah.
He was there with
He
like
was
a
he was on the
megaphone,
steps.
telling people, I believe telling people to go into the Capitol.
Charge.
He didn't do it, obviously, because he's a pussy, but
Deb,
It
I
is
sent you a
interesting.
link to the watch together.
Are we actually doing this? Holy
No,
fuck.
it's like an hour video.
No, I
What?
got timestamps. There's just one. It's
Oh.
like a couple minutes.
Oh,
Yeah, I
okay.
gotta go to the washroom. I'll be back in a bit. and
Okay,
then
we'll
I'll,
read some super chats.
Okay.
Yeah.
The
Save any
Oceanist-
ones for me, I guess.
I will save any for you. Yes.
No, we're gonna read those first.
The Oceanist for $20 says Mom Donnie is getting mainstream endorsements. Yeah, it's
Is that
so-
scary?
it is scary. So much of it is just based around team politics. I have to go out for my team. I can't let the other team win. So
Somebody said Anna was supporting Mom Donnie, and I didn't know if
sad,
they were,
Anna.
I didn't know if they were fucking with me or not.
Sad. I was gonna read the $20 ones, but they're all for They're all
Dev.
for Dev, yeah. Tell
Nice.
him that Dev.
Was that bad? They kept saying the double booking thing. I didn't think it was a big deal.
How dare you, Adam?
What's look? First of all, I thought they knew each other. I didn't know that they were like bitter enemies.
No, they didn't know. They just didn't really know each other.
They
at all.
didn't know each other. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Which
But
I admit
look-
was kind of surprising to me too.
I thought
I want everyone
the
who
chat
who
was
talks with-
the chat was
Yeah.
uniformly against me when I was talking about the negative
I saw.
stereotypes.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm aware. Yes.
And
I just want everyone in chat to know I did not know about the double booking either. So I'm completely innocent. I'm throwing Adam under the bus.
that's cool. I did.
Okay.
You know, I really didn't even think about it, to be honest with you. I
Right.
did think
The double
about it
booking's
for a millisecond when you had kind of a little twinge in your voice, like, "Why didn't you tell me?"
Well, here's why you shouldn't have done the double booking, Adam.
uh-huh.
Because we want to draw out the content. We want to make more money. Okay.
Mhm. Well,
So we
Dev said
coulda
he
had-
already would come back next Tuesday. So,
So-
I mean, what's the big deal?
Well, but now you want to watch the video now. See, so I'm trying to draw it out. Okay.
do you want to get? Do you have to go? Do you want to get off the
I
stream?
don't have to go.
Okay,
no. Look at this guy.
we got.
This guy.
I guess we're talking about Alien on Thursday on the media channel. We got
Yes.
almost 1,500 people watching. So if you want to
Yes.
hear us talk on the media channel, we're doing a live stream every Thursday at 11 a.m. Pacific, whatever that is, Eastern. Nobody cares.
Everyone cares.
West Coast
We're talking about
rules.
Alien Earth on How to Kill a Franchise. Also, we have a clip channel now.
Yes.
Highly requested clip channel.
Yes. And there's a link
Oh.
in the description. So
Link in
we're
the
not,
description.
We're not running the clip channel. So if you see anything on there that is like, oh my God, you guys are, I can't believe you did this.
Right.
We didn't do it. So
Don't blame us.
yeah, don't blame us. But look,
Right.
you guys wanted clips, and so enjoy yourself. Do some
There you go.
have some clips. Sitch and I are both very important people.
That's
Like,
true.
We spend a lot of time relaxing and enjoying ourselves. So
That's also true. Yes.
Sitch more than me. I like to paint a lot, and I like to, well, I guess
That's not enjoying yourself.
I think of it as accomplishing something.
Okay.
I mean, I am making artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
Artifacts for the future.
Okay. It's a nice quote. Official
Sitch's-
TM.
Look, I guess
Official-
you're right.
I'm back.
Yeah.
I've
I'm
returned.
making artifacts for a future landfill, Sitch. It is
There you
pretty
go.
depressing when I think
Yes.
about it.
There you go.
I'll spend 100 hours on a painting and I'll think this will be great in the landfill.
You got to give it to J-Mac. He wants to put over his bed.
What? Yeah, no. His wife didn't like a lot of my paintings, though. I guess
Wow.
she doesn't like
Oh, rip.
beautiful women's busts in her face. Maybe I don't know.
So now that I'm back, I'm ready for all of the chat's dev derangement.
We're
summaries.
talking,
Let's have it.
Dev.
Let me read the. I want to read the dev chats.
Dev, sometimes
I
people
see tons
think
of
that
it.
we're too mean to you. You don't feel like we're being mean or obnoxious or anything, do you?
I don't think so. No.
I think people
Oh,
think
that
that
was-
we're not mean enough.
That was a long
Generally.
right there.
No, it wasn't. It was pretty short.
Well, it's all in good fun. So
Drew Diamond for 2 hours says, "I'm leaving. Don't give Dev any of my money. He sucks."
I expect to be given $2 now, all 100% of it,
Okay,
just out of spite.
I will consider it. Okay, let me see if there's any actual questions or comments. They're not just people just throwing insults, because that's not
those are
That's
the
fine,
best
Sam.
ones, though.
right.
Do him. I'll insult
Okay.
him back.
Okay.
You can't disrespect the fans, Dev. What are you
Fucking
doing?
watch me. That's
You
how you
Pirates-
do
can't
it.
insult them back.
Pirates Playground for 3 months says nitwits always believe their side is nuanced and diverse, but opponents are monoliths. Dev saying, quote, all the right is MAGA now is not insightful. It's dumb.
I didn't say all the right is MAGA now.
Okay.
I said all the Republicans are, because whether or not they agreed or disagreed, they still ended up marching in lockstep and voting Trump. Which Republicans did not? Oh, it's like Adam Kinzinger, who got ousted from the party. All of the Republicans are MAGA
Mike
because
Pence,
MAGA has
Dev.
made it that way.
Checkmate.
What does MAGA
Who?
mean?
Mike Pence.
He's fucking done too. Where's his fucking career? It's in the toilet.
Yeah, I know. I was teasing you.
Yeah. MAGA basically means that you have gone through a medical operation to turn your body into a living Trump fleshlight, and now you only exist to basically warm Trump's cock.
This is
Yeah,
what
but
I'm talking about.
If they agree with the policy prescription that Trump is promoting and they agree with Trump on that, you're going to say, oh, you never disagree with Trump just because you personally disagree with the policy. So that's
wait,
not a
what?
very fair assessment.
I don't. Hold on. Can you reword that?
You're saying MAGA is people who agree with Trump. People can agree with Trump outside of being MAGA.
No. I mean like Trump loyalists, like Trump cultists, like the ride or diers.
Yeah, if Republicans want to get their policy prescriptions passed, and Trump is passing them, so.
But he's not passing anything. He's executive ordering things.
Yeah, but that's fine if they're getting their policies passed. That doesn't turn him into loyalists. He's like he's passing policies that they agree with, so they're like, yeah, based. Keep women out of.
Not really, because listen, one of the big things that MAGAs were they were all up in on was the Epstein files, and those just keep getting kicked, like the can's getting kicked down the road, and people thought that Trump might be hurt by that, but he's not. People don't care.
Right.
Listen, it's like I said.
I mean, the Epstein files is actually good because a lot of people did actually push back on that. It didn't last. Eventually, they caved, but
exactly, yeah. So it didn't actually matter. They pushed back a bit and then they fell apart, and now they're just they've now returned to their lineup in the fucking brothel.
Do you agree that the right-wing influencers were put in a bad spot over the Epstein files because their audience was ticked off at them because they weren't released?
I mean, yeah, I guess, but they kind of did it to themselves. I don't really have much sympathy.
Right. A lot of the right-wing influencers, they said that Trump would release the Epstein files, and then when he didn't do it, their audience got mad at them. But wouldn't that mean that they aren't Trump's sycophants? Because shouldn't they not get mad at their influencer because Trump said they weren't going to do it?
well, here's the thing though. They didn't leave though. They got mad and then it passed, and then a week later it was done.
Yeah, but
And
you're
all
making the argument that they don't even get mad, that they just eat the bullshit with a smile on their face.
Okay, you know what? Fair enough. They ate the bullshit and they had a hiccup.
They said we're not eating this bullshit. They pushed the whole bowl away and said fuck
But
this for like
yes.
2 weeks, and they're still trying to get him to give him the chocolate cake.
To be honest, I think after the Charlie Kirk shooting, the Epstein file shit is now gone. Like, it's going to be a while before they care about that again. They've now jangled the next set of keys in front of their faces.
Oh, look at this. Dev
You know what?
implying
I will go full conspiracy.
the ultimate
theorist,
conspiracy
right?
here.
The
Yeah,
ultimate
Trump
conspiracy.
did it. Trump did it.
Did it to pull away from Epstein.
Yeah, Trump activated the MK Ultra sleeper agent
There you go.
to shoot Charlie Kirk.
Obviously,
That's what happened.
Is there other moments like when they got mad about the Epstein stuff that the cult trance broke for a minute?
Man, I'm not sure. I think that was the only one. Can you guys think of any other ones?
To be clear, I don't think they're in a cult trance. I think you're crazy.
There was one other. Well, there was a more minor one, which was the H-1B visa thing. They were very upset about that.
yeah.
But
yeah, that's a good one.
But
That
the
is a
Epstein
good
one was the big one, yeah.
Oh my God, people in the chat are actually getting mad that I made a joke about Trump activating the Charlie Kirk shooter. Are you fucking for real?
Well,
legalize comedy, guys. We're bringing comedy back, aren't we?
Dancing on the grave of a beloved figure who was assassinated when there hasn't been a political assassination for decades is not cool in a lot of people's book. So,
but you also made the joke.
but I was saying, oh no, you're going full conspiracy theory here.
Yeah, that's part of the joke.
But Adam's on the right side, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
I'm calling it a conspiracy.
It's obviously a conspiracy. That's why I'm fucking around.
Oh
my God. Okay. Wait, comedy's supposed to be funny. Guys, Charlie Kirk, more like Charlie Murked, but bum.
It's just, it's not funny.
Yes, it is. God damn it.
Do you know that comedy or laughter, human laughter is a signal that you're all safe? Like when the grandma falls down the stairs and keeps falling and falling and falling, nobody laughs until she gets to the bottom and says, I'm all right. And then everyone laughs. It's hilarious. So I think with the Charlie Kirk situation, we're still in that, are we all right? Is everything all right? I don't think we're in the all right. I don't think we're in the all right area yet. So that's why I just think too soon.
Okay. Yeah, I don't view it that way at all.
Well, a lot of people on the left don't view it that way because they're in the all right situation. Like when a gang is surrounding somebody so that they can mug them, they're all laughing with one another because they know everything's all right. But the people who are getting mugged, they're not laughing.
Yeah, sure. I know what you mean.
In this situation, you're the mugger. And the people who are not laughing are the ones that are being mugged.
I don't think that's quite how this is working. No, I don't agree with you there.
You don't think the people dancing on Charlie Kirk's grave are the muggers? They totally are the muggers.
I don't think that this is an analogy that maps onto this situation.
Have you seen? I'm sure you've seen this in movies and stuff when there's like some torture scene and all the torturers are laughing maniacally. It's like the horror scene. We're still in that horror scene right now with Charlie Kirk. So
okay, let me.
If you say so, okay. I don't see it that way.
We have a bunch of super chats. Charles Olson $5 says Dev has abandoned the probability scale in favor of the catastrophe scale. Is this true?
I think you talked about that earlier, didn't we? Yeah.
Okay. Bob and Go for $2 says Dev is obsessed with being a contrarian.
I think there's a little truth
really.
to that.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but maybe a little bit, but not much. Yeah, like not really, but kind of. There's definitely moments where it's like, oh, you're gonna tell me to do X, I'm gonna do Y out of spite. Fuck you. I've had those moments, like we all have. You know, I think we've all had
A
those.
little bit. You're not at Michael Tracy levels of contrariness, so that's good.
I don't know who that is.
That's probably good. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says the problem is the only thing Dev knows about U.S. politics is online. He doesn't live here. He has no clue what the average American thinks.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, unless you guys travel a lot, you guys also don't know what it's like to live anywhere than where you live, right?
Yeah, but
Like,
but we're not talking about Canadian politics.
well, sure, but like, it's not someone who's like, I'm an American. I know what's going on in American politics, and meanwhile, they live in like one town and they never left that town. It's like, well, you don't really experience that much of it, do you?
That
You,
is
you also get
right.
what you get from online too.
That is true-ish. That is true, but also that's what I'm saying is I think there is a vibe or a general attitude among the left and right out in the public that is very different. And I assume you'd agree is very different than the internet wackos that we
Oh, for
hyper
sure, yeah,
fixate on.
absolutely, yes.
Internet is concentrated wackos.
Yes.
It's that likelihood metric off the charts.
Well, it's like basing politics on like who shows up on Pierce Morgan. It's like, okay, well, they're selecting people to show up here Pierce Morgan that are crazy or are very argumentative. That's not really a good view of the average person. The internet's the same way.
Yep, yeah, I agree with that.
AI for 2 Canadians says, Dev, what do you think of Bill C-21?
Oh, which one is that? I have to go look at it, I guess.
I don't know.
Which one is Bill C-21? Because there's usually a bunch of like the thing is every time there's a new parliamentary session, they have a new bill that comes around, and like no, geez, I completely butchered that. Okay. Bill C-21 will be a different bill in this session than the previous sessions because it's they restart at one every time. Let me
Mhm.
see here.
I'm assuming this they mean for this year.
I have no clue what the current C-21 is. Is it a
Keeping
gun crime
Canada
bill?
safe from gun crimes.
Yeah, it's a gun. It's a
It's a
gun
gun
crime
bill.
thing. Yeah.
Okay. If you don't know anything about it, you can just say I don't know anything about it
Yeah,
and
I don't
move
know.
on. Okay.
Sorry.
The 2012 Ace Man for $10 says, so I guess Trump should calm down and unify us like Biden did by proclaiming the left to be a clear and present danger and a threat to our democracy while he's flanked by the military.
Oh my God, are people still triggered by the fucking like red background speech that
The
Biden
MAGA
did?
Republican speech.
That was a great fucking speech, dude.
What did he say in
Yeah.
that speech?
I
What
don't
was
know.
so
I'd have to
great
go back
about
and
it?
watch it.
He
See
he
if
he
it's an
said
accurate
specifically it
comparison.
wasn't all Republicans, it was just the ones that denied the outcome of the election, which by the
He
way
said
is true.
the MAGA Republicans are the threat.
Yeah, they are.
The
And
MAGA
and now
Republicans.
and
But
now the threat controls the government.
did he draw? I don't remember. Did he draw delineation between? Did he just say all MAGA Republicans, or did he say specifically the people who are election deniers versus non-election deniers?
I think at the start he drew the delineation between the election deniers
And
and
then
non,
it
and
got
then he said
lost
like
throughout.
these MAGA Republicans, like he used MAGA
Okay,
Republicans as like a short form for like the
gotcha.
loyalists. Yeah.
Charles Olson for $5 says, if Sean and Dev made a show together, I for one would watch it religiously.
Oh my God, really?
Wow.
There you go. Look at that.
You should do that.
Pepe Lag for $20 says, hey Dev, do you regret calling Shu a commie/Nazi years ago? You're getting the same unfair treatment from people now. I vividly remember you doing it to her.
No.
No, you didn't do it, or no, you don't regret it.
Both, I guess.
Okay. All right.
No, like I recall it was a previous stream of yours that I was on
Yeah.
months ago or something. And she was in the chat and said something along the lines of like, I regret that the Nazis stole the term National Socialist because it actually describes what I believe in, like some nationalism and some socialism. And I'm like, okay, like that is where Mussolini started with fascism, was a mixture of nationalism and socialism. So like I do recall saying like, oh, you know, this is just classical fascism. But I mean, everyone adds so much moral weight to that word that it's always taken as an insult.
I'm impressed that you remember that exchange because I don't remember anything about this whatsoever. But
Oh, I
wow,
remember a lot of things, I guess. I just
I'm
kind of
impressed. Got a good memory. Brian for $20 says, ask Dev if he realizes he misread the study showing the right wing has more diversity of views within its tent and the left is becoming more extreme and seeing others who don't believe in those as the outgroup.
I don't think I did, but I mean, I could always be wrong.
Okay. Short Side Goblin for $2 says, Dev, you trying to get that Destiny sloppy toppy.
Man, okay, I have permissions to go on Destiny's stream, and I don't use them. I'm not trying to get any sort of fucking sloppy toppy.
There you go.
Why don't you?
No reason to.
I mean,
Aren't you bi? Don't you, I mean, you know he's willing.
No, no, I didn't add. Didn't you ask? Why don't you go on a stream?
Yeah,
Oh, I was
why?
talking about sloppy toppy.
Oh
Why
my
don't,
god.
no, why don't you go on a? I was asking why you don't go on a stream. I mean,
Yeah, I
you
mean,
like
I'm
talking
not
to
invited.
people.
It kind of feels weird to just hop on, without being
Oh,
invited.
okay.
So
So it's the explicit invite. Yeah, that is weird. He does that thing where he's like, "Here, you're just come on in whenever you feel
Yeah.
like it."
I mean, sometimes when I'm in your chat, people are like, "Get in there, Dev," and it's like, it's not my show, guys. I'm just watching today.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
So I mean, I'll invite people from the chat. Obviously, so sometimes I'm like, people just want to watch the show. They don't want to be on it. So,
Mm.
Right.
but it seems like you do want to be on it. So,
I like being on it. Sure.
Note
Yeah.
taken.
It's nice. It's nice to hang out sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
When Carl shows up in the chat, he usually wants to come on. So it's just like, oh, Carl's here. Some people are like that.
Margin for $2 says, Dev is trying to get us to Fed post. This is true.
What is Fed
What?
posting?
What?
What is Fed posting?
It's when you like basically say things that you might believe are true, but they're inciting violence, so your channel gets taken down.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Something that you would say to get the feds to take notice.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I thought you were posting something that made you look like a Fed.
No.
Which is completely wrong.
That's glowy posting.
Oh, that is glowy posting. You're right. Never mind.
Mr. Schnitzel for you gotta know all the terms. Mr. Schnitzel for $2 says, Dev's my friend, but I often agree more with Sean.
Banned.
There you go.
I'm banning this guy.
After Fry Cook for $10 says, Dev is right that personalized feeds on social media is siloing our intake of information and creating different perceived realities. That's why I still watch the Canadian commie.
Based. Also, I can't believe how much pushback your chat gave me when I gave that take. Because it's like objectively correct.
Well, you probably
Really?
you probably said something. You probably tripped over a landmine or said
Yeah,
something in the
exactly.
explaining of that triggered people that you didn't even perceive as a landmine.
You said it in some elitist way.
Right.
This is just Dev derangement syndrome. That's all it is.
I'm gonna be real. I wasn't listening that closely to pick out whatever it was, but that's generally what happens. Brug for $5 says Dev is hiding his power level. Ask about him turning down temperature comment or historical justification to downplay left-wing violence on the WIC panel.
Well, we talked about the first one already, the turning down temperature. I think we covered that. The second one was this is also true. I guess people are getting mad at true stuff today. I said that if you look at the history of left-wing versus right-wing street violence within a liberal system that is still functioning, what you see is that left-wing militant groups, they tend to draw out their violence over a longer period of time. So they'll riot for like weeks on end. They commit like individual murders, individual shootings, individual kidnappings. Meanwhile, right-wing militant groups, they tend to commit single large acts of terrorism. So they set off like car bombs or they commit mass shootings as a general rule. And you can look at the years of lead in Italy. You can look at the troubles in Ireland. You can look at like Argentina and Portugal and Spain and all of these instances where there's just a general trend in how these two factions operate when it comes to committing this sort of political violence. And I guess if that fucking triggers you, I don't know what to do, man. Like, take some Tylenol, fuck.
What about riots, though? Because they write articles like riots are the voice of the unheard.
Yes, but what about them?
Well, isn't a riot political violence?
Sure, in a sense, yeah.
But that's not some sort of one-off thing. It's like huge. It's massive scale.
Well, no, that's what I said though. I said that like left-wing militant groups, they might riot over the course of several weeks and then commit like property damage or like individual acts of violence, or like one person or two people get like killed
Right.
during the
Okay,
riot.
I got it.
But right-wing militant groups, they have like one day, one attack, dozens of people die, mass shooting or a car bomb or something like that, right?
Timothy McVeigh, I think
Yeah.
you're
Right.
insinuating.
So I guess well, the person interpreted because they said historical justification to downplay. So they interpreted it as you saying this as a way to downplay left wing violence. So were you saying it for that purpose, or are you just saying that's why it can get downplayed?
I was just describing how they play out. Oh no, I think the context of the conversation was, in retrospect, the left looks like it's more violent than it is because their violence takes place over a longer period of time,
I
and
think it's
that's
the
that's basically.
opposite though,
I don't think so.
because people tend to hyperfixate on the more like explosive, one off of like, okay, a bunch of people died, then like, oh, well, there was like riots that took place over, a couple weeks, and maybe some people, and over a couple weeks, people died versus like one event, 13 people got shot. Like, I feel like people focus more on the one event thing.
You'd think, but I don't think so, because if you think back, like if you say like J6, for example,
Hmm.
people are just tired of hearing about it now, right? But then you say like the BLM riots, well, how many riots were there? How many cities? How long did they last? They feel like a much larger event because they took place over many days and weeks.
Well, they were a much larger event. Like,
Well, sure,
just
sure, sure.
never,
But the
right.
idea is that because they were, in terms of how long they actually lasted, they lasted for several weeks. They occupy a larger space in your mind, and so they feel more
Well,
serious.
not
But
in,
like,
but it depends entirely on the person of politics. If you're on the left, I don't think BLM riots occupy any space in their mind whatsoever, while January 6th occupies a huge space in their mind.
sure, 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 sure. But I guess what I'm saying is something like, when people say the left commits more political violence than the right,
Hmm.
the reason that I think they say that, and I think that they're wrong in saying that, is because the types of political violence that the left commits, it extends over a longer time period, while right wingers commit single events, and so it occupies more
I
space in
see what
your
you're
mind.
saying. Well,
Yeah.
I don't know, like historically, and I had to, have to dig into those numbers. We digged a little bit into one of the, there's that study that was saying that this year there's been a lot more left wing violence than right wing violence this year. But even
Yep.
that study, like they didn't include people attacking the Tesla facilities, which is bizarre to me that you wouldn't include that. They didn't include the person who killed the two Jewish people at that worked at the Israeli embassy, even though it clearly should have been left wing violence. And those studies they don't ever include. I don't think they include riots really at all. They didn't include any of the BLM stuff. So I would say I would imagine that if we were to include the BLM riots and all the Antifa fights and street fights and all this other stuff, it's hard for me to imagine that left wing violence for the last 5 to 6 years is not at least equal, if not more, than right wing violence in the last 5 to 6 years.
I mean, I guess it depends on how much you're weighting it, right? Like if you're
Hmm.
gonna, assign like, I don't know, 1 point for every day a riot happened, and then like 3 points for every injury, 5 points for every death, add points for like motivations. You can start adding things up where like, a mass shooter will rack up a bunch of points because they killed 13 or 15 people in one event,
Hmm.
but a riot will also rack up a bunch of points because it happens for like 3 weeks,
Of
right?
course. Well, I
And
think you
so
would.
and
I
so
mean,
this is
mhm.
kind of my point though, is that because, very broadly speaking, on averages, the left and the right commit different forms of political violence, they
Right.
will accumulate those points in a different way.
Yeah. But and if there's a conversation, like if people are having this conversation, we're like, listen, if we do just based on each individual incident of violence occurring or property damage occurring, like one side is worse. If we do each incident of someone dying, one side is worse. If we do each incident of, I don't know, whatever, like if they like separated each criteria and then did a chart on that, oh, like, okay, that'd be good, I guess, because then we'd have more information. But no one's really seems like they're just doing that. It seems like almost every chart that's talking about the left right violence is highly, I'd say, highly biased against the right in terms of how they're framing the information.
I have to look more into those for what you're
Hmm.
talking about.
Okay.
It's entirely possible. Yeah.
I'd be curious.
The chat is like, okay, the chat is like going off at me. I'm like, what have I said that's wrong? Like, do you guys hear me saying, yes, I love it when the left riots and fucking rapes babies? Like, what the fuck? I'm not saying any of this shit, guys.
People
I'm not,
here,
I'm not
anytime
justifying any of this.
anytime you say that, and I'm not agreeing with this, I'm just saying that the view is anytime you say anything that says like that the right is worse or that the left is not so bad, people translate that to you are trying to downplay or hide the badness of the left to push a left cause. That's how it's perceived.
Oh my God. So I got a virtue signal constantly that the left's also good while talking with them objectively. Got it.
Why?
Understood.
Look, why do you obsess
Fuck.
about the chat? Look, the chat was uniformly against me when I was talking to Sean, but I wasn't stressing about it. Like, who cares?
Well, actually, I think the reason why, Adam, is because yeah, some of them are just fucking morons and like who cares? Yeah. I think it's because I reckon well no, I agree with you. I agree with you. But like some of them are
That makes
because
it
like
sound like you're triggered, like
well, no,
they're
it's
getting under
because
your skin.
it's because some of the names I recognize as being people who were like formerly articulate, intelligent, well-rounded, and then they got like COVID brain raped. And I guess I'm just like sad when I see them like
Mhm.
irrational now. It's like, oh,
So you
what
judge
happened?
people's intelligence by how much they agree with you?
Well, yeah,
Does
we
that,
all
does that seem
That's what
we
smart
I
all
to
do
you?
that. We all do
Mhm.
that. Fuck.
Yes.
Look, if that's what you do, that's fine. But I don't think it's particularly intelligent to do that.
There's nothing, I just want to say there's nothing wrong with, I don't like the framing of like, oh, you're angry, you're feeling some emotion, so you've automatically lost some sort of fight or some sort of like position in the conversation. I don't like that. I think we should actually speak out against that because it sort of leads to people. I think it does lead to a lot of people repressing emotions. It does lead to a lot of situations where it's very human and very natural for people to become bothered by situations, right? We wouldn't levy that at people like, oh, you're mad that people are making fun of Charlie Kirk, so you lose, you're triggered, lol, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to say it as it's necessarily a bad thing, but I do think you come off as more intelligent, more articulate if you can control your emotions, especially
That
in
is true.
certain
I agree
situations.
with
So
that, but
more persuasive as well.
that
So
is true.
yeah. But look, if you get mad and you want to freak out, Dev, please do. That's very it's the chat is
Also,
very entertained by it.
sometimes it is just kind of fun, you know?
Oh
You,
yeah, it is. Look, letting go is fun. You get all
listen,
angry. You're like, look, I'm gonna thrash this hotel room.
sometimes you just get one guide and it's like, yep, we're having, yeah. It's one of those things where like you have to understand when some people they disagree with you, but they still like want the best for you and they want to like debate it or they think they have like a good faith critique for you. It's like, okay, fair enough. And for those people, you should like, not actually be hard on, right? But then you have some people who actually just want the worst for you. And for them, like, it's like, oh, no, you are actually just kind of like a fucking, you're a demon and you should be exorcised.
Narcissistic demons.
Oh wow.
We need
I
Jordan
think
Peterson.
there's just people that disagree with me, and different levels of hyperbole are exercised in those disagreements.
I used to also view things that way for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But then I did actually like have encounters with people who actually just wished the worst for me. And they weren't like there wasn't just disagreements. They had some disagreements. It wasn't just that. It was like, no. I actively want to see you fail and suffer. And it's like, oh, okay. You're actually adversarial and not just disagreeing with me. I understand the difference now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but we're in a situation where a lot of people just they don't have a lot of empathy for their political adversaries. So it's agree or die.
Mm-hmm.
Harrison Dill for $2 says Dev and Sean sound like the same person. I don't think they sound similar.
No, not at all.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you. Says I'm a bit behind, but I get frustrated by the idea that one should be charged for a crime for attempting a legal argument. I can ethically bring claims that comport with how I believe the law should be, not just what it currently is. So I assume you're talking about the elector scheme. I would disagree with that very, very strongly in that specific example, because it was very clearly like an example of Trump is surrounded by like 20 people, and 17 of those people are like, you shouldn't do this. This is crazy and probably illegal. And then 3 of them who are like unhinged are like, yeah, you should go do this. So it's like if you have some idea that you should do something that I think a reasonable person, if we use a little reasonable person standard, a reasonable person understands that this is probably not legal, doesn't really make sense, and is going to be bad for the country overall. Just because you can find some weaselly lawyer to make the argument for you, I don't think that absolves a person of acting immorally in that situation.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that was probably the slimiest that AJW was in this entire stream. Yeah,
Wow.
it was fucking slimy, man. Like I pointed out all these problems, and he just kind of had this smile, and he was
Why?
just like,
Why didn't you say this when he was here?
"Hold on," I didn't think about it at the
Why
time.
didn't you
He
call him
just-
slimy to his face? This
Hold
seems
on.
slimy.
Oh my god. Okay, fine.
Well,
fine,
look, you're
fine.
doing it after
He
he's
was-
already left. You're
he
like, oh
was
my god, that
slime
guy you had on.
adjacent, okay?
That guy you had
He
on
was
earlier.
slime
Oh, he was so
adjacent.
slimy. How dare you invite me
No,
on this
just
live
this-
stream with this
Just
slimy
this
guy?
just this one time in the conversation, okay? It just seemed like he had like he kind of had this smile on his face, and he was just like, yeah, well, I mean, it's just a novel legal theory. You just kind of tried it. Like, what's the big deal? It's like, listen, we all know that if Biden did the same thing, he would have been shitting fucking bricks. So
Well, I think with Sean specifically, which first of all, I would say that there are a lot of right wing commentators who will completely dismiss January 6th.
mhm.
And if it was the other side, if it was Biden, they would be screaming every day till the end of time about why the Democrats should never be allowed to be in politics ever again. Okay. I don't think that Sean is one of those people. I think he was smiling because, as he said on stream, he keeps getting roped into defending Trump in internet debates, and he doesn't want to do that. That's not really his like role. And so I think he was smiling because it was like I suckered him into doing the very thing he said he didn't want to do.
That's very
Yeah. So
possible.
maybe
You know
that's
what?
why he was
I
being a
hadn't
little
thought of
trolly
that
with you.
possibility as possible.
Okay.
It's not how I took it though.
Okay.
But hey, I could be wrong. Yeah.
Dr. Adam
Hold on, I want to say it's interesting that being contrarian in business and going against the crowd in business, in the business environment, generally is a plus and can be very profitable. It's interesting to juxtapose that to, the 13 lawyers that are saying, no, you shouldn't do this, and the 3 that are saying you should do this. Because in a business decision, if you went with like the 3, a lot of times you win big. And the 13
only if you
are
succeed, right? If you fail, then everyone points at you and says, "Why didn't you listen to the 13 people that told you it's a bad idea?"
Sure.
Yeah.
But business often
But this is sort
promotes
of the issue,
risk taking.
This is part of why I've always had an issue with people who say like the government should be run as a business. It's like, no, it shouldn't be run as a business. It's a government. It's a democracy. It's not. You
Right.
don't want to have a board or a CEO who can basically just by fiat, dictate massive changes to the company. It operates completely differently.
Right. We're looking at it like you're undermining the credibility of the American institutions and the American project, even the presidency
Yes.
at some level.
Exactly.
And Trump is looking at it like, I'm trying to shoot the moon here.
course.
Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Let's give it a shot.
He doesn't give a fuck or even think to consider it in that respect.
No,
Or he just says,
yeah.
actually, no, in reality, it's more probably like they stole the election from me. So, whatever.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. He thinks I should win because I actually won the election.
Right.
Yeah. He's
But
deluded at some level.
That's highly immoral and NPC like. So
It's highly immoral to lean into your delusion.
yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Adam Refriended Brigadier General for $20 says voting should be for citizens with civic duty or property ties, aged 25 to 65, all equal regardless of race, sex, sexuality. Add term limits for Congress, Senate. Even SCOTUS bad actors would struggle to influence. I don't know why you would think that at all. if you disenfranchise a certain group of people from who can vote, all that's going to happen is that the people that can vote will leverage their power against the people that can't vote to take advantage of it.
Well, that's what happens already. And that's why
Right.
we have always expanded the franchise. So,
Right.
yes. Yeah. The people, what happens when you vote is you're aligning the interests of the politicians, the leaders who are getting voted for, and the voters who are voting them into office. And when you have people that don't vote, whatever their interest is, nobody gives a fuck about.
Right.
Yeah.
And also, you say voting should be for citizens with civic duty. I mean, what does that mean? So if someone, works an office job and they don't own a house, but they rent an apartment and they're 30, do they not get the vote because they don't own property? I mean, is working a normal white collar job kind of civic duty? I don't know what that means. So the Oceanist for $5 says Dev's right to think about the police shooting and how people act as if they are more common than they are. Okay.
Yeah. I guess that's obviously on the likelihood scale. The police shooting is pretty low.
I think he's saying police shooting is very low. Like unarmed black men being killed by police is very low, and yet there's like a hyper fixation of it. So people just over exaggerate.
It is high on the catastrophe scale for black people, at least.
That is true, but that's a good example. It's a high on the catastrophe, very low on the probability, and yet it was something that was talked about endlessly and led to riots and all sorts of other things. So,
did Dev come out and say, "No, it's barely happening"? Anyway, I hate when people make that argument.
I don't think I said that.
Philip Kogan's for $20 says they are shutting down the government over Medicare funding to the states, which blue states are definitely giving those benefits to illegal immigrants. I would give my $400,000 a month VA money for Trump to do this. So that's the argument that is being made. The counter argument is that it's illegal for illegals to get those sorts of benefits, that the only way that anyone gets benefits that isn't supposed to get benefits, I believe, is if you show up at the emergency room in an emergency situation.
Like how is he getting $400,000 a month in medical benefits? That's like insane. Almost $500,000 a month.
VA benefits.
The super chatter made it sound like they personally were getting $400,000 a month in benefits.
That is what they're saying.
They're getting $400,000.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say 400,000? 4,000.
Okay, I was like 400,000. Jesus Christ!
4,000. Yeah.
I'm joining the military.
Right. That's the only way that it exists currently. Is like, if you have an emergency situation above the hospital has to treat you, I would have to see something. If you're going to say that this money that they're explicitly saying can't go to illegal immigrants is going to illegal immigrants, I'd have to see something that actually shows that.
That's them. That's exactly.
And I would assume this always was kind of annoying whenever these legislative fights is that one side says we can't because the other side did something evil in the legislation. The other side says, well, that's not true. It's not going to do that. I always feel like if those fights are real, they could just very easily add a line to the legislation that says, you can't do X, Y, Z with the money or whatever the complaint is. Like they could easily hash that out if that was the actual issue.
Not when there's political points to be scored because the Democrats want to give.
Right. That's the real rub.
Want to give your money to illegal aliens.
Well, okay.
The Republicans are just hammering this.
The real rub is, I think that the Democrats, I think there's two things. Number one, I don't think the Democrats want Medicare or Obamacare to have this, to not be funded. I think they don't want that. So that is true. But the other issue is just that I'm sure the Democrats have gotten they're getting so much pressure from their donors and their base to just fight Trump for other reasons on any issue. And this is going to be perceived as if the Democrats don't do this, they're all pussies. We have to tell them to do it. And that's kind of where they're coming from. And then the right reaction to that is, as you said, well, we're going to label it as they just want to give money to illegal immigrants, which is, persuasive propaganda on their side.
Don't listen to the donors. It's a trap. The donors are telling you to walk into a machine gun. Don't do it. Don't do it.
We'll see how it all plays out.
And I think the Democrats should just let the bottom fall out of the whole thing. Let everyone suffer. Let
That
everyone
is
suffer for their fucking stupidity. It's
that is a
time.
strong well that it's funny because that is part of that is one of the theories that of the Democrats of how they should handle the situation is that they shouldn't fight whatsoever. They should just let everything go Trump's way.
I completely
And
agree with him. Actually, yeah,
okay,
yeah,
yeah. I
absolutely.
don't know.
Because
We'll see.
because either Trump will be this unparalleled genius who will fix everything,
Hmm.
or everything will get so fucking bad that the Republicans will basically tank themselves for a generation. And either of those outcomes is pretty good.
A perm for 35 months and for $20. Thank you. Says, I will say I think it's less, quote, Dev is hard on Trump and more Dev is soft on establishment left, while also hard on Trump. And I've noticed Dev has a tendency of framing the neocon right as the good right and the Trump right as the bad right. And I feel like that is why people are angry with Dev, but not with Sitch and Adam.
Wait, hold on. There was 2 points there. Can you say the first one again?
I think it's less Dev is hard on Trump and more Dev is soft on the establishment left, while also hard on Trump.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
true.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah.
It's like I said before, it's because, the populists on the left did not take over the Democrats while the populists on the right did, right? There is still a Democratic Party to be salvaged to keep out of the hands of the communists. That does not exist on the right. The populists have won the internal strife on the right, and the Republicans are now just like a lost cause.
Well, because the way I look at it is that, yeah, the right is dominated by Trump at the moment. But when Trump is out of office after this term, I don't perceive anyone, at least currently, I don't perceive anyone able to kind of wrangle all the various forces of MAGA together to keep this coalition going. Where with the left, it's not a person. It's not like a cult of personality. It's an ideology that seems to be very pernicious and has sunk its little disgusting roots into so many elements of American institutions.
I don't completely agree
Hmm.
with that, Sitch. I don't. Like all of like the leftist soft power when it comes to like subverting institutions and it like the Gramsci shit, it
Hmm.
turned out not to really matter that much. In fact, it turned out to have the opposite effect. All of the cultural subversion, making Star Wars gay and annoying, and like journalism and academia and media and all this shit, it just got everyone so fucking fed up with the left that they voted right wing out of spite. So clearly, whatever happened didn't fucking work, right? At the same time, though, like the the spirit that dwells within MAGA, I think it actually will live on after Trump in some form of anti-liberal right-wing politics. You might have like JD Vance show up and he brings along Moldbug to be his VP or something. But like, there's clearly
The
like
dream,
Trump
right?
Trump just seems to be sort of the useful tool for the post-liberals to subvert the system enough that once Trump is gone, assuming that he actually does go, because there's a non-zero chance he goes for term three. I think it's a low chance, but it's a non-zero chance. Um, but like once Trump is gone, I think the Republicans will have basically been remolded enough that it can be a true post-liberal party, and that's actually much more
Hmm.
terrifying than Trump is.
Okay. I mean, I don't see it that way because I think most of the right that's going along with anything that you would consider like post liberal. I think it's kind of the same thing with the left going along with woke shit. It's just people basically
Yeah, they don't
not
know.
realizing what they might be going along with, and I could have the exact same effect. I hope I understand what you're saying about like the left just put everyone off so much that they voted for Trump again, which I think is part of it. Part of it's just that, the economy was, the inflation was so bad and the immigration problem was so bad. So I hope you're right. I really hope this is like the death of woke and all that shit. I'm just not certain. I'm not optimistic on that being the death of woke.
I
So we'll
think it
find
I
out.
think it is. At least I think like the woke nonsense has made so little money, especially when it comes to media, that like it's done. Like all like the woke era of shows and movies and games has basically come to a close at this point, which is why for me now the actual big problem is on the right, and it is what
Do,
happens once Trump is gone.
so you think when Democrats come into power that it won't be full on everything is woke again? I think that's crazy. I think the
I don't think
woke is
so.
gone as long as Democrats are out of power, but as soon as they're back, it's right back to everything.
I don't think so. No.
DEI, transgender rights,
I think it's going
all
to
of it's
highly,
way
I,
back.
I think it's going to be very highly dependent on the next presidential election because people use, even if it's dumb to do it, people use the presidency as like the temperature to see where the country's at. And so in, 2028, there's going to be a woke progressive Democrat and there's going to be a more mainstream Democrat. And how that plays out, I think, to me, is going to give me more confidence one way or the other because I am
Kamala,
not sure really the direction this is going to go at
mm,
all. Because
look,
even if a lot of the TV shows and stuff seem to be abandoning wokeness to some degree, which I think they are, we still have so many of the colleges seem to be completely have completely given sway to all this woke shit. So much of the medical establishment and the sociology departments and psychology departments seem to be completely still swayed by woke shit, even if they're a little bit quieter about it. So, and also so much of it seems like the mainstream publications have a bunch of young woke people that are maybe high in their power level that have kind of burrowed deep into this stuff. And I'm just not optimistic about that stuff getting expelled unless the left makes a real, actual, honest to God push to say we need to fucking extricate these people from the movement, which I just don't ever see them doing, especially when Trump's in power.
look,
It,
I
it
don't
really
see
depends,
how
right?
you're saying there's going to be a moderate on the Democratic side.
In the primary,
Is anyone going to stand up to the woke left? I can't imagine it. The problem is that every single one of them, even if they are moderate, kowtow to the woke left.
I think that there will be in the primary. I don't know who's going to win, which is my
Hmm.
point. I said in the
No, I
primary,
understand your point.
yeah,
I
there's
totally
going to
understand your
be
point.
a woke
If there
candidate and a
is no
non-woke
option,
candidate.
though,
Yeah,
if there is no option, nobody stands up to the woke left, then
right.
you've
Well, then
that's
we're
a
talking. Yes,
problem.
if
Yeah.
then we're very fucked, obviously, if that's the case. So
Yeah. And I'm
Well,
saying
actually,
that's probably going to
here's
be the
the
situation.
right.
here's the question. All right, 2028. The ticket is a woke progressive, lefty nightmare versus the Vance Moldbug ticket. Who do you vote for?
Then I do vote for political violence at that point.
Well, look, I doubt JD Vance seems smart enough not to put Mulebug on his ticket. But I do think JD Vance, I could vote for JD Vance.
Yeah, I
Really?
don't think he's actually gonna put Mulbug on the ticket. I
Yeah.
think.
I mean,
No, but like
What's wrong with
he
JD
will run
Vance?
he will run a fucking Moldbug presidency though for sure.
I think
You know,
JD Vance is more back towards establishment Republican than, I mean, Vance
if you
obviously takes the political norms into consideration far more than Trump. Vance's response to
what
the Charlie Kirk thing was way better than Trump's. Like,
it was,
what's,
yes, it was, but no, man, like Vance saying that he would have done what Mike Pence didn't on J6 is wild. That's fucking insane, man.
yeah, I don't think he actually would do that. I think he's just saying that
He was
because
just
he's,
lying.
yeah, I think he's lying. Yes, I think he's
I
lying.
mean, maybe he
I
is,
think
but I don't
Vance,
think so.
we just had this conversation. Sitch and I just had this conversation a couple of live streams ago. I think Vance would have made the same political calculation that Pence made. It would suck because obviously your political career is over, but I think he would have been forced to make that political calculation and made it. He might have done better than Pence because he's more charismatic than Pence, although I disagree with Sitch on that. Sitch thinks Vance has no charisma at all. So maybe I'm
No,
wrong. Maybe he
he
does.
has charisma for sure. I like Vance has this sort of like goofy, down to earth charisma, like normal guy type of stuff. He definitely has charisma. But no,
That's
I
not. You don't want
think
your president to have that vibe, though.
yeah, I guess not. I guess not. But in terms of like his politics, the fact that he sleeps with a copy of Moldbug's writings under his fucking pillow every night just makes me go like, nope, no,
You
thank you.
you can't know that to be factually correct.
Didn't we just do a stream a couple months ago on like the Moldbug Vance connection? Wasn't I here on this channel and you wanted to do that topic?
Do you think Vance wants the presidency to be a monarchy? Do you think Vance wants to? I think Vance is way more middle of the road Republican than Trump is.
Maybe not a monarchy.
You think
with the
Vance
name
wants
monarchy.
a theocracy?
Maybe not monarchy or theocracy with those names, but I do think that Vance would 100% go with like the CEO president of a country.
If any of that is true, there's no way in hell I would vote for Vance. I think that's delusional. I think Vance believes in the American project. I don't think he's a racist. I don't think like a lot of the claims that are made against Vance I think are untrue, spurious
I don't think he's
claims.
racist. I don't think Vance
married
is racist,
to an Indian
no.
woman. So obviously not racist.
He's not a racist. No.
Well, look,
But
you can be racist.
well,
He just thinks of her as his property, Sitch. Don't you know how this works?
You're right.
No. I think that Vance, if given the chance, would 100% just like demolish the Constitution and institute some sort of absolute technocratic rule. Absolutely.
Really?
Fully. Yes.
Awful. What has he done that makes you think this?
It's the
he got
mold
snooty
bug
with Zelensky. Look, I didn't
It's
like him getting
molding into
snooty.
his brain, Adam.
I didn't like him getting snooty with Zelensky either, but this is this is crazy.
Okay, hold on. Listen. Let's say you go onto like a university campus, right? And you see some woke socialist fucking weirdos and these kids, and they're growing up to be like all lefty. And you can't really point to any one thing, but you do know that they read Marx and they follow a certain ideology. And that's a fair criticism, even if there's not a specific one thing that you can point to say this is why. But you know that there's an ideology bubbling under the surface there. It's the same with Vance and Moldbug.
You're saying he's hiding his power level. You're
Absolutely.
nervous. You think he's a lizard person secretly.
Listen. If people can be secret Marxists, they can absolutely be secret Moldbugians.
Vance has a lot of suspect connections to Moldbug. He's praised him. He was at, I forget whatever it was called. He would go to that national convention that was all about kind of the post-liberal Moldbug right shit. He's a huge Vance and Peter Thiel have this massive connection, and Peter Thiel's like on the fucking weird anti-democracy techno Satan train and everything. Vance it's weird because Vance doesn't come off that way, like in terms of how he talks and what he's saying, but he does have that weird connection there. For me to feel more comfortable, I would like him to actually sincerely sit down and have a long conversation with someone addressing these weird connections and what it is he actually believes in regards to all this stuff. Before
that would be good. I'm sure
kind of
Joe Rogan will bring it up.
Because I agree, like before the election, when I didn't really know much about him, I was like, wow, these connections are like really fucking suspect. Now that I'm seeing his vice president, yeah, he's not really like saying that stuff whatsoever. But I don't know, maybe just hiding his power level. Or maybe he doesn't believe it. I don't really know what's going on here. So I would like to know.
Yeah, people say that
Do you think he's going to try to undermine our democracy?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
What about you, Sitch?
Vance? I have no clue. As I said, I would like an answer on these questions about this weird belief system and how he feels about it. What is it that he agrees with Moldbug and Peter Thiel on, and what does he disagree with it on?
It's just that like.
But wait, why is that funny? If there
was, I brought up the Vance meme, and I laughed instinctively.
I was gonna say because if there was someone on the left who was like
I was laughing at the meme.
I like some guy who's kind of like a sus, like, oh, I'm a huge Noam Chomsky fan, or I'm some sus, socialist guy. I'd be like, whoa. And then when right. But then when they're like actually in power, they do mostly capital stuff. I'd be like, well, wait a minute. Why did you say like that you were in favor of this thing? Like, I want to hear what's going on here. So
yeah, it would be good if someone drew the parallels there.
Right.
You saw Christopher Rufo completely threw Moldbug under the bus. What's his name? Curtis Yarvin.
Yes.
And it was fucking beautiful.
It was.
Yeah. So I would like to see something like that out of Vance. That would be super great.
That's a good point. Yes.
Yeah. Just throwing him under the bus publicly.
I don't think it's impossible to see that. I think that could happen. So, and I was surprised to see that in Rufo. It was actually fucking great. Everyone was like, why do people like this piece of shit? I mean, that's my big question. Why do people like this piece of shit?
Right.
I think they like it because they read it when they were young, edgy, teenagers, early 20s, and they
Well,
just
wasn't he
they
more? I
remember
thought
it.
he was more on the left when he was young, wasn't he?
I don't.
Not exactly.
Vance, not Mulbug.
Oh, Vance. Yeah, Vance was, yes. I
That's
thought
what I'm
about
talking about.
Moldbug for a
I'm talking about
second.
Vance. No. Vance.
I was talking
Yeah.
about Moldbug. Why people like
Sorry. No,
Moldbug? Yeah.
Mulbug was raised by. We talked about this. He was like raised by far left parents, wasn't he? But he was not really.
His grandparents were unironic Soviet spies in the United States.
Right. Look at this. Pepe Lag for $5 says JD Vance follows Shu and is friends with her husband in real life. He's 1 degree away from the podcast, so the choice is clear. There you go.
Oh my God.
There you
Wow.
Bring him on and ask him about the
Shoo!
Moldbug connection.
Shoo! Get us that interview.
go. There you go.
We don't want to talk to Dev about Moldbug. We want to talk to JD Vance about
Yes.
Moldbug.
There you go. Mr. Cross for $20 says, I'm still behind, but you can even advocate for what the law should be. My guess is Trump would have lost, but why not bring the argument? Let's go decide why is it a crime?
Are you kidding me?
I'm just gonna repeat myself. I don't know. I'm just gonna repeat myself. I think if you're advocating for something that if it goes into effect will most likely cause mass political violence, that I would say a reasonable person understands is an immoral action. A reasonable person understands is a ridiculous way of interpreting the law, and that was obviously not some sort of intended way in which the law was written. And that if you think that you can push this through on some sort of hyper partisan grounds and just hope that the partisan Congress, your partisan VP, and that theoretically a partisan Supreme Court would sign off on it, I do think that's insanely immoral. I think that this is a little bit of just kind of like the lawyer mindset of, let them just, let them push the system and let the law figure it out. I don't agree with that framing whatsoever. It is wrong. It was wrong for him to do it. It was obviously wrong for him to do it.
Yeah,
Well,
think
it's not
of
just
it
that.
simply
It's the
as a
fact that,
test
like-
case with no ramifications is.
Right. If it's just
I
a
mean,
test case, then maybe you
yeah.
have a completely different situation. But this was not. Just kidding.
Yes, totally.
So the super chat said, "Why is it a crime?" I mean, the answer to that is because it violated the law. It violated the Electoral Count Act. Like, it's a crime because it violated the law. It's just kind of.
Oh well,
It's one of those tautological things, right?
It's not
Like,
really a crime, though.
no. Well, hold on.
say
Yeah,
this.
maybe
Absolutely is.
maybe I got too emotional here in terms of the super chat. In terms of the crime element, I think it's immoral. In terms of crime, I think it was highly immoral. I don't think it was a crime necessarily for Trump to just ask Pence to do that. I don't think that's a crime. What would be the crime element of it would be to have the fake electors sign documents that say that they are the lawful electors of a state when they are clearly not the lawful electors of a state. That would be the only like crime element of it. Which if Trump was
not
involved
just that. There's
in,
more to it than that because
Well,
there was actually an attempt to hand off those electors to Pence on J6. So
yeah, that would be part of but that would be part of that element, right? If you get a bunch of people to knowingly create fake government documents, which you knowingly try to give to a government official, so that government official can knowingly use these fake government documents to try to enact some sort of government policy, then yes, that would be the criminal element of the action. Which we weren't really talking about that in the first place, but. Brian for $10 says, saying it's dumb culture war nonsense is the worst argument to have to hand wave away the issue with the trans ideology. The ideology had severe legal consequences that affect everyone, not to mention it is anti-biology.
Hell yeah. Dev is crazy.
Wait, crazy for what? I didn't disagree with any of that.
Yeah, but he's talking about
well, they
you. You're the
perceive
one
that you were hand waving away the issue.
I
Yeah,
wasn't hand waving
the
away
trans
the issue.
issue.
I was not hand waving it away. The trans question. The TQ.
Rendell Vat says, that's why you're not an attorney, Sitch. You are 100% correct. That's why I'm not an attorney. That is a true statement, yes.
Good.
Relatives for $5 says, Dev believes the government did nothing wrong in the ATF Waco incident, so the Trump administration should do the same to him.
Based. Fuck the
There you go.
cultists, dude. Shoot them up. Blast them.
There you go.
Open
Wow,
fire.
Well,
Both barrels. All barrels.
Dev would just come out when they asked him to come out of the compound, right?
Yeah. So like, you guys know about like the two libertarian sacred cows of Waco and Ruby Ridge, right? Like these are the big instances of government overreach.
Yeah,
They're
I don't
cracking
know
down a little
anything
bit.
about him. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, TLDR.
Oh,
Waco
I
was
know a little bit
justified.
about
Ruby Ridge was
Waco.
so.
I did watch a
Yeah.
documentary on Waco, so I know a little bit more about Waco. Ruby Ridge, I know absolutely
What
nothing
about
about.
why don't they talk about what was the incident? Didn't the federal government like firebomb a building or something?
Timothy
Um,
McVeigh?
No,
That wasn't the federal government,
but
but
people don't talk about it because it was like a black national, it was like a black separatist group or something.
oh,
oh
really?
my God.
Yeah,
That
like
sounds
the
wild.
woke people always talk about it, but the Ruby Ridge people generally don't talk about it, which they should because it's another like example
I've
they
never
could
heard of
point
this, to be
to.
honest. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, I forget what it was called, but
All right, Dev. Where's my
Huh?
notes here? I got to ask you a question.
Oh my God.
So, what has Trump done wrong with immigration? You said that you liked the strong borders policy, but you think it was executed incorrectly by Trump.
Yeah. So when I keep seeing people who are actually following the process properly, they have court dates, they're going to immigration court, they're getting their asylum claims worked out the legal way, they're doing all the things they should be doing, and yet ICE is still arresting them like at the court, which I think like that's too far in my opinion. Like if someone is doing everything they should be doing, if they're engaging in good faith with the system, you should not just arrest them and throw them out. You should wait until they've had their day in court.
Okay.
I agree with that completely, right? You would agree with that, right, Adam?
I mean, I don't know what was going on with the Biden administration as far as setting up court dates and whatnot. So,
Well, no, regardless of that, if there is someone who's being processed in the system and there's some court date and they're playing along with the system, they're doing the right thing. I don't think you should penalize people for doing the action you want them to do, for doing the right thing.
but if the if they're like a 3-time shoplifter, and
Hmm.
in a normal situation, we would say, okay, we're going to deport you. But the Biden administration looks the other way and says, oh no, here's a court date. You can still become an American citizen. I'm not in favor of that. So I don't know the pretext for this. Oh, they were playing by the rules because they were playing by a completely different set of rules that the Biden administration had.
Okay, if I would agree with you if that's the situation, right?
Yeah, I don't
So,
know the
right,
situation though.
if the situation is not that and it's someone's in the country either illegally or because they were doing an asylum claim and they're following whatever the process is to request asylum or to do whatever there is supposed to do, and they're not, committing a crime or anything, then yeah, I think you have to let that play out in the courts. I don't think you should be like, oh, well, we're going to stand by right when the courts and just snatch them up and
So
deport them.
if Trump comes in and he says, okay, Biden had all of these policies, but we're changing those policies. Like they're going to review their
These
asylum
aren't
claims.
policies. I don't think the president can change. These are laws that are on the books.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they have some sort of application process that they review their asylum claim, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they could re-review their asylum claim and say, no, this one's bunk. Fuck you. You're out of here.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That
No,
would be a
but
big change.
if what I'm saying is if these people are in court because they are reviewing the asylum claim and the Trump administration says we're not even going to look at what you're saying, we're just going to capture you and deport you when you show up for your court date,
Mm-hmm.
that's what that would be wrong, right?
Well, I think the heart of it is changing the rules mid-game. I think that's what you're saying is wrong. If you give them one set of rules and then all of a sudden you
Well,
change
that's
the
part of
rules.
it, but that's not. I mean, that's not exactly what I'm saying, but I would agree that that is a bad precedent as well.
Right. Okay. I just
Well,
we're gonna talk about immigration in this Sargon clip. Botcha
no,
Sargon
but hold
clip.
on, wait. I want an answer on this. I feel like you're not giving me an answer on this.
Okay, I'll answer.
If a person is in the country because they came here to request asylum, and part of that is that they have to go to court and they have to make their case that they deserve asylum or whatever, right? And they're in the middle of doing this process. The Trump administration just deports them when they're at the court before the legal process can even play out. And that person hasn't done a crime or they haven't done, anything else. Is that a right or wrong thing for the Trump administration to do?
They're just deporting them for being in the country illegally.
If they're just asking for asylum, right? So they're not even technically in the country illegally.
I'm not sure I mind if they deport them. Because I mean they're in the country illegally, right?
Well, no, if they're requesting asylum, they're not in the country illegally.
Oh, so they filed an asylum claim.
Well, that was the big problem with the Biden administration, was that they had all these people, instead of people sneaking into the country the way they used to, they had people show up and say, I request asylum, and then
And
it
then they
overburns
would
the
release
system
them into the
because,
country, yeah.
right, and then they get released into the country and, you know, all this other stuff.
So the Trump administration did completely change the rules. They were like, no, you can't do that anymore. So they're deporting them saying,
Right.
you falsely were accepted as an asylum
Yeah, they're either
seeker.
changing the rules or they're just really, I mean, I don't think they change the rules, they're just ignoring the rules. They're just doing whatever they want.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem with deporting people that are in the country illegally. And if they got brought in under false pretenses by a previous administration, I understand what the Trump administration is doing. Basically, trying to disincentivize people from coming to the country illegally. And I think it's working dramatically. And I'm considering it in the context of this clip that we're going to play about how these people are taking American jobs. So I'm thinking, okay, well, that person's abiding by the rules, but are they taking a job away from an American?
You know, that I would say that has absolutely nothing to do with the argument or how you should even look at it.
Well, they're in the country illegally.
Yeah, but if you have someone who's, again, not in the country illegally, someone who's requesting asylum, who's doing the asylum process, and they just say, well, we're going to circumvent the legal process that was set up, and you can go fuck yourself.
Let me phrase it this way. Should we prioritize asylum seekers or American citizens for American jobs?
Obviously, we should prioritize American citizens.
Okay, so that's how it's relevant.
No, but no, because then the argument becomes, well, because these people are taking American jobs, or the view is that they are. Someone's saying that they do take American jobs in this specific market that allows the government to act in a way that is immoral or illegal in a completely different situation. That's why I'm saying it's not connected.
Maybe it's immoral. I'm not sure it's illegal. Is it illegal? How are they?
Well,
how are they
arguing with the courts right now?
Right. So, but if the whoever's arguing against Trump ends up winning, then they have to stop doing it, right?
Well, I believe they've tried to get them to stop, and they just keep trying to find workarounds right now.
Right. But if it goes through the legal process and it turns out what they're doing is not illegal, then it's fine. Then you're okay.
Yeah, I mean, then it would be legally fine. Sure.
Okay. I guess let the legal process play out.
Yeah, but the issue is, well, that's kind of the issue, is like how many people are going to be either held in detention indefinitely or sent,
send them back to their
some
country.
bad place while this legal process is, trying to be adjudicated.
I am not in favor of sending them off to the gulag. But if it's a question of deporting them back to their own country, then send them first class. Although I know people will object to that. So, is Dev still here?
Yep.
Dev left.
I'm right here.
Okay. I want your reaction to this. Is everyone in the watch together?
We're in the watch.
The immigration front has been in the service of that. Immigration is very important. Over the last 8 months, 1.5 million illegals have exited the workforce, and they have been replaced by 1.8 million American citizens. It's a replacement, okay? So under the Biden administration, they opened the border, the southern border. They let in 10 million illegals, and every single one of these people was either working or living off of welfare, right? Neither of those is acceptable. But a lot of them were funneled into the marketplace. They were funneled into industry to do jobs, many of them previously good jobs, but for much lower wages than an American would do them. And I think the Biden administration's view, Alejandro Mayorkas's view, was this is how you stop inflation, is you take a meatpacking plant in Omaha, Nebraska, Okay, 300 jobs. When you have Americans working there, you have to pay them $100,000 a year and about $25,000 a year in health care. Well, what happens if you replace all those Americans with illegals? Suddenly you can pay them $7 an hour and no benefits. Because if they have to go to the hospital, the taxpayer will pay it. So this was their view. This is the Democrats' view of how the economy should work, what the labor force should look like. And Donald Trump said, absolutely not. Those are jobs that belong to American citizens. And now here's the key. This is what nobody has understood yet. It's true that the price of food and the price of goods has not gone down yet under Trump. But the fact that 2 million workers who were making $7 an hour and are now making $18 an hour, that there was a complete replacement there, and the cost of goods has not gone up. This is like an astonishing, staggering feat, and I'm not quite sure how he pulled it off. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that energy is so cheap now. A lot of corporations are eating, $1 billion.
Who paused? Dev couldn't take it anymore.
That was me, and I was muted when I was talking. Sorry, my bad. Okay, real quick. The reason that prices haven't gone up is because generally it takes like at least a year for any sort of inflationary to really kick in and filter down through the economy. Like, it's true that if you just start spending more on labor, then the cost of whatever you're making goes up. It's basic economics, right? So,
So you're saying there will be hyperinflation because of this?
well, not hyperinflation, but there will be some equivalent level of inflation because of what's happened. Yes, it will.
But
come.
isn't
It'll
it
just take some time.
good that middle class Americans are getting jobs? 1.8 million jobs.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you're in favor of that.
I mean, yeah, but I'm not going to be blind to the economic downside. There will be one. You just have to.
Which is
bite that
more
bullet.
important for those 1.8 million Americans, that they have jobs or that they get to read the Epstein files?
Are you going back to that, Adam?
Which is more important to them? Tell me.
It is probably that they have their jobs. Yes.
Okay, look at this. We're
wouldn't
making
the,
progress, guys.
Right. First of all, I mean, the numbers would be what is more important? Does 1.5 million people have a job, or does the rest of America getting hit with higher prices?
Massive inflation. Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's the art. But
Yes.
and I've always said for years that I think part of the way they handle this should be for the government to go very hard against employers that are hiring illegal labor, to actually start.
Yeah, look, we shouldn't have got in
doing
this situation.
Right, because people have always talked about, like, yeah, I get it, like that's what drives the price of produce and other things down, and I understand that, but you can't really have a free market or a true free market if that free market is reliant on illegal labor that you're paying, illegal wages essentially. So, like, yeah, I'm 100% against all those actions. 100%, get rid of all the illegal labor and all that stuff. In terms of what Bacha is saying, I mean, I'd be curious to look into the numbers that she's talking about, because I believe it was the Trump administration that put out this statement that she's talking about, where, like, the 1.5 million illegals have now been replaced by 1.5 Americans.
She's just reading their press release. Hilarious.
Right. Yeah. So I would want to know, like, if that's actually true, and, like, where's that information come from? Because I would not just trust the government. I wouldn't trust the government. You shouldn't trust the government just saying, "Hey, look, we did a policy and it worked." It's like, okay, well, I mean, obviously they're going to say that. And Bacha herself is so insanely biasly pro-Trump in everything that she's ever been in, that it's just like, it's hard for me to.
Well, I like her
at
because she
face
makes.
value.
I like her because she makes rational, reasonable arguments. Like, she's not
always.
trying to.
Wasn't she? Didn't we watch a clip of her where she was talking about how Trump was like a genius on tariffs, and he was doing some sort of 10D chess move with tariffs in order to, like, trick everyone?
There's some of that in here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because, like, that's not true.
The art of the deal.
I don't know that
That's not
you've.
true.
I don't know that you've rebutted, like, this argument. You're saying I got to look into it and see if it's actually factually correct. If it's wrong, then it's wrong. So but if it's correct, this is great. This is a great argument for Americans, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, it would be good for Americans getting jobs.
It's
As I
better
said,
than walls
not-
are racist.
Okay. My problem is, hold on. My problem is using this as a justification for a different action. to say is okay for the government to do something that is illegal because, well, even though it's illegal, it maybe has a good outcome for American citizens, getting these jobs. That's where I'm drawing the line, saying those things should not be connected.
The legality of what's going on is currently being tested, as you said. I don't know what happens if they say, okay, well, it's illegal, you can't do that. Obviously, they don't go back in time and fix it, right? The person's already been deported. So
that's kind of the problem, right?
Yeah, it is a problem, obviously. But the judges were trying to put a stay on this so they couldn't do any of the deportations while it was tied up in court, right?
Right,
but
and then
obviously
they kept fighting against that.
Yeah. So it's difficult to say. Obviously, if the Trump administration ends up winning, then no harm, no foul. You'd be like, okay, well.
But this is the issue with, and it's funny because this is where the Congress has completely dropped the ball, because these legal issues wouldn't even be the case if Trump could just get legislation through that just said this, that just did whatever the thing was. That said, okay, we're getting rid of, if you've tried to get asylum in the last 2 years, and we automatically deny that or something.
There's a cost on both sides, though. If the Trump administration did nothing while it was being discussed in court, and then the court said, oh yeah, that's totally legal, you can do that, and then they went to town, you don't have the 1.8 million people deported.
They wouldn't have to do nothing.
You don't have the 1.8 million people who have jobs now.
They wouldn't have to do nothing. They would have to do the same thing that Obama did, that Biden, I believe, stopped, which is one of his massive failings, which is, okay, we're going to start hooking up anyone that does, we're going to hook up anyone doing crimes across the country to the immigration database. And we're just going to be like, okay, you get picked up for doing some unrelated crime and you're an illegal immigrant, boom, you're gone. Right. And that's how Obama got like the deporter in chief number, label that all the left throws at him when they want to criticize Obama. Like Trump could have very easily done that. I think he could have very strongly gone after sanctuary cities and exert a lot of influence there, as opposed to this sort of like, I'm just going to be monomaniacally focused on getting a number up, the deportation number up. That's like the sole factor here. And by any means necessary, we're just going to get that number up.
How many of these 1.8 million people are asylum seekers, though?
I don't know the answer.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't either.
Dollars in profits. Instead of making 15 billion, they're going to make 14 billion. But this is an amazing thing that you will not see reflected in the job numbers, because the job numbers are not going to show that much growth, because a lot of the growth is invisible because the job numbers don't distinguish between citizen and non-citizen.
Huh.
Yeah.
So look, we'll come back to where we're at with tariffs with regards to each country, but just on your talking about like why of the tariffs, you're making the case.
Get ready, Sitch.
That Trump is motivated by lifting up the working classes, but I think you
don't you want to lift up the working classes, Sitch?
I love the working classes.
Dev?
I do not, because I'm not a communist.
Dev,
wow.
Don't we want to lift up the working classes?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Even if they're pulling themselves up by their bootstraps?
Well, then we're not lifting them up. They're lifting
Shouldn't we
up.
give them bootstraps? That's what I always say.
You might also say, part of that is also why so many Bernie bros moved towards him, and he's able to kind of capture the Rust Belt of America. And so he's been saying this a long time. And he was saying this when he was campaigning before the 2016 election, to these sort of policies. But it also seems to me that he's got an ideology where tariffs will make all of America richer. So and we had Oren Cass on the show sort of explaining this, but before the First War and really before the Second World War, tariffs was the main source of income for the federal government. And so, do you think we're right in thinking that he understood that and was going back to the sort of that glory era for America?
Definitely.
Okay, so it's not just about the working people of America; it's about all Americans, right? Although
sure.
he's happy for the rich to take the hit in the short term.
Well, what we had develop over the last 60 years was a class divide between the working class and the elites. the elites are fine. I mean, the top 10%, they're hoarding over 60% of the GDP. So I'm not worried about them. I don't think he's very worried about them, but he sees himself as the president of all Americans. So I'm sure he would say, of course, we want he definitely wants a great economy. And he believes that to have a great economy, rich people also have to feel very good about the economy. So
What's up?
Trump does not see himself as a president of all Americans. That's just some bullshit. That's BS. She's lying. She's lying right to your face.
He just sees himself as he doesn't see himself as the president of the people who dislike him, obviously. He hates his enemies.
Yes. That's the problem, though, because like other presidents aren't like that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Other presidents in the past have been like, no, I am a president for you, even if you didn't vote for me.
Well, they at least pretend to say that, even if they don't.
You think it's a friend? Okay.
I've heard Trump say something similar to that before in certain contexts, but definitely doesn't say it on a regular basis.
I'm not saying he's not like me. He's not like quite, like soak the rich or what have you. He thinks that it's very important that the rich also feel that the economy is doing great because then they invest more and then, you see that growth from that point of view. So he's coupled, and I don't think this has ever been done before in human history, but somebody correct me if I'm wrong about this. He's coupled very pro-worker stuff like tariffs and immigration controls, which limit the supply of labor and allow every American citizen to ask for more money, with very pro-business stuff. So cheap energy, deregulation, and slashing corporate tax rates. That combination of he's basically doing industrial policy, but he's making private industry pay for it rather than the taxpayer. It's so brilliant. And I don't know,
oh my God, it's so stupid because the costs will go up and the taxpayer will pay for it. Jesus.
Really?
Yes, that's what tariffs do.
You think the tariffs are going to cause inflation?
Absolutely, 100%. Tariffs are just another cost. It's another cost of doing business. And if there's a cost, it means that the price has to go up to compensate.
Well, unless they do eat it on the profit side. Obviously, if people are not, if sales fall off, they can't raise the price unless it's something that the people need. Obviously, if you're talking about water or healthcare, things like that. But if you're talking about Coke and Pepsi,
curve, right? Yeah, there's going to be a basic supply demand curve where like the cost of making the product will go up. Therefore, like things will, the balance changes and they will have to raise prices. But then that'll mean that people will buy less. Like a new market equilibrium will appear after the cost of making the product goes up because of tariffs. Whatever that equilibrium is whatever it is. But prices will go up somewhat. They just have to. That is basic economics.
I think a lot of the inflation is being driven by high interest rates. So and that's another thing Trump is working hard on, is getting those interest rates down. If those interest rates come down, that'll help inflation a lot. That's the thing. Obama is not going to bully the Fed into lowering interest rates, but I do agree with Trump that we do need to lower interest rates. So I think some bullying is in order.
If I sat down and said to him, describe what you're doing, if he would use this language or Oren's language, but this is what he has accomplished, and it is truly a staggering feat.
Is this the plan?
Anyway, anything you guys want to respond to?
There was
in the video?
I can't find it. There was a post. Maybe it got deleted. Maybe it was fake. There was some post that was claiming that there was a picture that someone snapped of Howard Lutnick's phone from behind, and he was like talking to someone else in the Trump administration, and they were worried because China basically was able to get all its soybeans not from America anymore, and all its beef from Australia instead of America, and they were worried that those farming industries, because of the sort of tariff fights, would not bounce back. But I can't find that picture anymore, so maybe that was fake or something.
The soybeans have been gone for a long time. I think the soybeans were fucked up from the first Trump administration.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I said, it takes like a year for these sort of economic ripples to move through the economy, and then for a new equilibrium to be settled on. So you won't see inflation right away, but you will see inflation because of the tariffs.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's hard to tell because I always, I feel like I mean, it's the same thing with Biden. Remember, they're like, all people are like pointing the numbers. They're like, oh, look, all the economic numbers are good. Then people obviously didn't feel like they were good, right? They all felt like things were too expensive and their own prospects were bad. And I don't really know what's going on at the moment now. And I feel like it's going to take a year and a half to kind of shake out really what's going on with the economy. Because I keep seeing like mixed signals where people say, oh, the economy's doing great, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And then other people saying, oh, no, the economy's doing horrible. The job numbers are down and everyone's upset. So,
Yeah, they're whatever they're feeling, they're looking for evidence
Right,
that everyone else is feeling.
so I'm kind of in just a wait or see attitude about the whole situation.
I'm very much in a wait or see. The stock market has been on a tear, obviously, up like 30% from the tariff dip. All right, here's another clip.
It's hard to say how it's going. I think that there has been a lot of interest. We have at this point $10 trillion.
Oh, I think we missed the very beginning of this. She's talking about reindustrializing America.
Were inevitable. And Trump said, no, they're not. It's at least worth a shot.
What do you want to say?
I was going to say something completely not related to this.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I'll say it after.
To try and reverse the trend. So we're sort of in the midway point of the first year, a little bit further. It's hard to say how it's going. I think that there has been a lot of interest. We have at this point $10 trillion committed to reindustrialize America. I can tell you for certain there are Americans who want those jobs pretty desperately. And here's an example of how the elites work. So there was a poll that came out of the Cato Institute, right? Big enemies of populism, right? Free market people, libertarians, that asked people two questions. The first question was, should America have more manufacturing jobs? And the second was, would you like to work in a manufacturing job? And to the first question, should America have more manufacturing jobs? 80% said yes. To the second question, would you like to work in a factory? 25% said yes. Now, the free market right and the anti-Trump left were holding this up as, ha, 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 factory jobs for thee, but not for me. Do you realize if we had 25% of the United States working in factories, that would be double the high water mark of the 70s? Like, that would be incredible. We would replace China as the industrial base of the world. Do you understand how amazing it is that 25% of Americans would love a job like that, and the elites are...
Okay, I'm sorry. This is where I just say Sargon or Batya Sargon is just so fucking brain rot here. Okay, this is one of those things that, like, if you just talk about this on paper and whatever, okay, you can make these sort of grand statements. Oh, America would be the manufacturing hub of the world. People would love this. All right. You go fucking watch those videos of the people in these factories in China. Okay. If you have to work that job for money, like, I'm not going to, yeah, people have to do things for money. People don't want those jobs. People in China don't want those jobs. Those are not good jobs. Those are not, especially at the fucking prices.
The elitism talking here.
It's not a question of elitism.
It is totally elitism. What are you talking about?
Wait. I can't tell if you're trolling me or not.
No, I'm serious. I am serious.
You don't know what I'm going to do.
I have worked. Have you worked in a factory?
Stop. You are completely misunderstanding what I'm saying. Okay. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with doing that work. Okay. Because you
said right people don't want those jobs. You literally said that.
The prices, they're paying them in China.
Right. The whole idea is that we're going to pay them American wages like we did in the 60s and 70s.
They're not going to pay them American wages. They could do it in the 60s or 70s because the way that shipping across the ocean and the technology and the cost of that was completely different. It was viable for a company to make a profit by paying a worker in a factory an American wage and then having it be sold in America. Where with a lot of the jobs now and a lot of the ways things now are with the cost of shipping being so low, that's not economically viable for them to do anymore. And you cut me off because what I was going to say is there's nothing wrong with people working those jobs. Nothing wrong with people working those jobs like they're doing in China. But if you watch them working those jobs, these people working to the fucking bone in China, and then you look and see how much they're getting paid, and they're getting paid like fucking pennies. They're getting paid astronomically low fucking wages. You have to put that in the calculation and say, Well, wait a minute. How fucking high are the tariffs going to have to be to compete with that? And then the prices of a lot of these goods are going to have to go up astronomically if you're going to want to bring back manufacturing to America, which is why all the serious people that are talking about this are saying this is not a viable, feasible thing.
And all those serious people just happen to be progressives.
Yes, they're all progressives.
Are they not? Are they not?
Okay.
I just
I mean,
the
I will
idea
actually
that there are
explain to me how this is supposed to work mathematically.
Well, I mean, you could make it illegal to import stuff from China, and then it would have to be made in America. Are you telling me that that's impossible to do? Americans can't do that?
Wait, what did I?
We can't make our own stuff?
Wait a minute. I just said that the only way to accomplish this would be to raise the tariff so high, because it's going to be so much cheaper in China, okay, that the price of all these goods is going to go up astronomically. So yes, if you made the goods illegal from China, you would accomplish the same thing.
The only reason,
if you want the average American to have to pay, 200%, 300% on all the various goods and shit they buy, because they're all going to be made in America now, okay, like that could be the policy that people advocate for. I don't think people are going to be very happy about it.
Do you know the story of Henry Ford and how Henry Ford paid his employees more money because he wanted them to be able to afford the product they were making?
Yes.
Okay. What is different about that idea in this situation? The Americans are taking factory jobs. They're making more money so that they can afford the more expensive products that they're making. How is that
because
complicated?
Most people aren't working factory. What do you mean? Most people aren't working factory jobs. Most people are.
So most people are going to be working minimum wage jobs, and the factory workers are just going to be able to afford the factory products.
I don't know what the statistics are. I have no clue, and you can look into it. I don't know what the statistics are in terms of how many people are working for minimum wage and what the actual breakdown of that is.
Did we have massive imports
jobs offering minimum wages? Like, would that really be a boon to Americans, or would it actually hurt Americans?
When Henry Ford was making his Model T, okay, did we have huge imports from China? Were cheap Chinese goods competing with American products?
In the 1900s, I don't think so. No, they're only importing spices and opium.
Even Ford in like the 50s and 60s, when American manufacturing was strong, were we importing a bunch of shit from China?
No, of course not.
Were we still able to afford the products that we were making? Like what's changed? What would be changing going back to that situation where Americans make the products and buy their own products? Why all of a sudden would their products be unaffordable for them?
Okay. I'm very surprised to hear you say this, because I could have swore we've had conversations about this whole thing. The economy was structured completely differently in the 1940s and 1950s, right? And part of the issue is like some things were more cheap back in those days. The necessities were cheaper, right? Like going to the doctor or going to school or getting food was cheaper, but luxury goods or sort of the knickknacks, also other shit that people, I don't even want to say luxury goods, but just like, things that people would buy, televisions, radios, all this stuff was like, significantly more expensive back in those days. Even cars, significantly more expensive back in those days than they are today.
But middle class people could afford cars.
Well, they could afford
and houses car. and education.
Stop. They could afford one car. They could afford one TV. Okay. They could afford one of these things, right? And then the problem that we have right now is that while these goods that are not the necessities that we've considered luxury goods, the price of that stuff, because we're putting out to China, has dropped significantly in price. All the things that we need, like food and homes and going to, college education, all these things, all that stuff has risen dramatically. So essentially the economy flip-flops, okay, in terms of like the weight of how much things cost, okay? I don't believe for a second, and if you have any actual information, and this isn't purely based on vibes, and you can go find it for me and you research on it, that the flip-flop of that is just based on the fact you're literally making a vibe argument to me.
Oh, I know. Yeah, you're right. My vibe is this was a viable option in the 1950s.
Yes, you're saying that
60s.
in the 1950s, things are different. So if we can replicate a single part of the 1950s economy, that somehow we're going to go back in time. That's what you're arguing to me right now.
I'm not. I'm just saying that structurally you can have an economy that's walled off from the entire world, where people make the products and services that they consume, and there will be some equilibrium with price that'll fall. You won't have a bunch of people making products that nobody can afford for nobody.
Well, no one's obviously doing that. No, well, I don't know if that's true. If it costs,
It's time to go full North Korea mode. Let's do it.
if the cost
Complete
of
autarky.
making a car or a TV or a phone increases 300%. I mean, what? Because everything has to be made
So
in
the
America
phone,
now.
so the phone
Like-
increases 300%. The phones are now $3,000.
This is-
but
wait,
people
this
have
is-
good jobs and can afford a $3,000 phone.
This is
okay?
the big problem with part of the reason why it costs too much to have goods moved across America, okay, is because of an insanely stupid protectionist regulation that we've talked about on the stream, which said that in order for an American ship that's doing business in America, in order for an American ship to be able to go to one American port to another American port, the entire crew has to be an American crew, and the ship itself has to be built entirely in America. Okay. And because it was so economically not feasible to build ships in America anymore, that's why we don't even use the Mississippi River or have a lot of good America port to port shipping, and everything has to be done via airplane and trucking.
Yeah, we should get rid of that law. I totally agree.
Well, why should we? You're suggesting to do that, but for everything. You're
Well, no,
saying literally
the-
we should just
the-
don't have goods in America that are not made in America.
The problem with that law is the shipping clause that doesn't allow us to use the riverways to actually ship goods and services.
But why?
That's
but
the
it's
problem
the
with that.
exact
We got
same
it.
protectionist attitude that you were talking about, only on a grander scale.
Well, to some extent, protectionism works. That's why other countries do it.
Yes, but they do it. Wait a minute. Other countries will say, Hey,
If protectionism
make
had
a lot
no
of
positive
money.
effect, no one would
Wait.
do it.
what the way that no country, except for maybe North Korea, no country says, we are going to completely lock our borders so that every single person in this country can only buy things that are 100% made in our country. Okay, that's
It
not.
wouldn't work in North Korea because North Korea is obviously tiny.
I
They don't have
understand
the kind of resources that we
I
have.
understand.
America
Right.
could totally do it
Okay,
because
but wait,
we have everything we need. We have the natural resources. We have the manpower. We could totally do it.
I don't think that's accurate when you watch the little video of like how a pencil is made, and they talk about how all the elements come from all over the world. But putting that aside for a second, okay, the way that countries do this is that they say, hey, we have specific markets that are big, important markets in our country. So maybe in America, it's soybeans, or so it's a farming. We have like a really big farming or very big agricultural market in America. Or in some other country, it's, beef production. Some other country, it's making cars. It's whatever. Not every country does everything. And generally, the way that countries deal with this from an economic standpoint, they say, we want to make sure we have protectionist policies that protect our largest markets. And then we'll kind of, trade in other elements there. So, if we make cars, like we're going to protect our cars. So we're going to tariff cars that are coming in because we want to promote that. But we don't farm a lot of soybeans, or we don't make a lot of pencils, so we're not going to put tariffs on that. Okay, that's generally how it works. And if you want to say that America has been way too much on the neoliberal conservative side of things to have zero tariffs to protect any sort of industries whatsoever in America, that's fine. I would agree with that. That's probably true, but that's a completely different argument than saying, well, we're just going to put a flat across the board, 15% tariff on literally everything, or even higher, because we literally don't want to we literally don't want to have anything in America be made outside of America. So we're going to have to put 100 to 200% tariffs on every fucking good that comes into the country.
There's two things here. I guess I'm arguing that conceptually it works, and you're arguing that conceptually it's impossible.
No, I'm saying it will work. It will just make everything, like, it's physically possible. It's legally possible. It would just make everything exorbitantly expensive.
Well, then that means it's conceptually impossible. If everything becomes so expensive that nobody can afford it, it's conceptually impossible.
Right.
Right? Obviously.
Right. Okay.
So you are arguing that it's conceptually impossible.
If that's how you're defining it, sure. That's fine.
Look, our producers, they want to sell all over the world because they want to make more money, right? Farmers want to sell soybeans in China because they want to make more money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if China buys a bunch of soybeans, but Americans don't eat soybeans. Those producers are going to go out of business if we cut ties with the rest of the world, right?
Right.
But they can grow something Americans want to fucking eat. They don't have to grow soybeans. They can grow something else. So it's just the idea. Obviously, there has to be some scale here. You can't do it with North Korea. There's not enough resources. There's not enough people. But at the scale of the United States, you totally can do it. You can do it. What's happening is the elites, the people who are growing the soybeans, they want to make more money, and they don't give a fuck if it takes American jobs. They don't give a fuck if it destroys the middle class. They don't. So unless you're going to have some sort of protectionist policies that are going to be concerned about an eviscerated middle class, then I guess it's conceptually impossible to have a walled off American economy.
Listen, that's right, comrade. It is, in fact, the bourgeoisie.
This is not communism. This is not fucking communism.
I mean, what your response to me? I laid out, as I said from early in this conversation. I don't know the number breakdown on a lot of these things that we're talking about. Okay, and you don't know the number breakdown. On a lot
I
of
don't.
things
Yeah,
that we're
I'm
talking about.
talking
Okay.
conceptually.
But I laid out conceptually why that would cause the price of everything to be raised up. And I don't know if you did this intentionally, but your response was to say, essentially, that I don't care about the middle class getting eviscerated because all these people are hyper corrupt. That was your response to me laying out conceptually why this wouldn't work. You didn't actually address any of the points that I gave.
Well, first of all, I'm arguing that conceptually it will work. You're the one that's saying,
Okay, you're
and
just
I can
saying it
address.
will work.
Look, I can address directly the inflation thing. Okay. As soon as iPhone raises the price of their iPhone so that it's unaffordable, that no one can actually buy the fucking phone, right? What do they have to do?
They're gonna have to make the phone
They have,
shittier.
they have to lower the price or go out
of.
of business. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. So I don't know if the iPhone is super thin profit margins. I don't know the situation there. I'm guessing that they make a lot of profit on it. But there's an equilibrium that will take place between labor and products and services. So whatever the price of labor is going to be will reflect what the products will cost. You can't be in a situation where everything is completely unaffordable. That's not going to be sustainable over time.
Yeah, well, the part that they might just have to completely downsize these operations.
I mean,
Things
maybe.
are as the
They definitely
the
won't
Thomas
need to
Sowell-
make as many iPhones, that's for sure, because not as many people will be buying them, right? If they're not selling them overseas.
The way to look at it is the Thomas Sowell quote. Things are trade-offs. Okay, so essentially we're going to be trading off. Yeah, people can be getting paid more, but a lot of goods are going to be a lot more expensive, and a lot of businesses are probably going to have to be significantly smaller, right? Because part of the things that you're talking about, like in the 1950s, 1960s, was a lot of businesses were a lot smaller in a lot of regards. And maybe a lot of people say, well, that's good. I don't like Amazon. I don't like the 2-day shipping. I don't like that I can buy everything online. I want things to all go back to being mom and pop stores and, all that stuff. And okay, if that's what you want, or if you think that's even viable, you can advocate for that. I don't think that's possible. I don't think that's viable. It's not necessarily something I even want. So I think before we have this conversation, this is what I don't like about what Bacha is saying, and I don't like the way that you phrase this, is to frame it like it's this, oh my God, if you're not in favor of tariffs, it's because you just fucking hate the middle class and you're an evil person. And I'm like, no, because it's going to make everything more expensive for the fucking middle class, and I don't think it's going to fucking work. I'm not making some sort of high grand moral fucking argument, and I don't think Bacha over here, I think she's 100% full of shit, and she's just doing it for political gain or from her own political ideology when she frames it this way. She's not talking about she not actually thinks that the policy is going to work from some numbers perspective.
That's bullshit.
Okay. Well,
that's bullshit. She totally addressed the inflation stuff. She said because energy is so much cheaper, they're saving money on energy, and that's offsetting the hit that they're taking on tariffs. She made a logical argument. How is that not logical?
Because energy is cheaper.
Yes.
Okay.
So instead of spending 50% of the product on energy, they're spending 10% of the product on energy.
If
So that's
energy is-
the 40% they're taking on the tariff, they're still making an extra 10%.
Wait, the energy. Okay, wait. The energy being cheaper is going to make it is part of what makes it easier and more cost effective for global shipping, or for having things flown across the planet, as opposed to having them manufactured in America. So I guess I'm confused as to how that's going to help the American.
Well,
worker.
look, the iPhone has a certain amount of energy it takes. If I'm going to bet that most of the energy consumption is actually in making the phone, and very little of the energy consumption is shipping it from China. That's one of the reasons they went to China, because it costs so little to ship it back over here. So those energy costs, if energy is cheaper in China, then it's a big savings. But if energy is cheap in America, they can save the money here.
Well,
That's probably
if-
part of the equation.
If Bacha wants to advocate for, or something I would agree with, is that we need to be building a bunch of nuclear plants or a lot more energy plants to try to get the cost of electricity down as low as humanly possible, which we're going to have to do for AI
I agree.
anyway.
Yeah.
I'm 100% on board with all that stuff. I think it's all going to be a fucking moot conversation, because by the time we actually address all that, we're going to have fucking robots building everything anyway. And if we want to have all the robots in America building it, then I'm fine with that. But that's not going to give anyone a fucking job.
The tariffs thing, I'm still waiting to see on the tariffs. You believe wholeheartedly that they're going to cause inflation. I'm not there. I'm
I mean,
still,
I do, but I don't know
still
what's
in wait.
Because the argument is essentially just, well, the companies are just going to start to eat the cost of all this stuff. And I'm like, well, it's just, here's why I find this tariff thing insanely frustrating. Okay. And I'm not going to throw this on your shoulders, Adam, because you're not a right winger. Is that, and this came up in the political election, was whenever Kamala Harris talked about, we need to go after the price gougers. We need to start putting taxes on corporations. Everyone on the right loses their fucking minds and says, oh my God, if you just tax the corporations, they're just going to pass that cost on to the consumer. Dumb fucking retarded Democrats. And then Donald Trump comes along and he says to do the exact same thing, only he frames it, instead of taxing corporations, he frames it as stopping the foreigners. And suddenly the right goes, oh my God, this is a genius fucking thing. And it obviously won't.
You don't
pass
like the
price
hypocrisy.
down. It will obviously won't pass the price on the consumers. And I'm like, it's the same fucking thing. How is one going to pass the price on the consumers and the other isn't? It doesn't make any it logically makes no fucking sense.
Scott Bessent does a good job of explaining this. How if the producers are at a disadvantage in the transaction, they're forced to eat the higher cost and take it out of their profits.
Right.
So that would be the case in both the price gouging situation and in the tariff situation.
But
so right wingers are never going to acknowledge it in the price gouging situation, obviously, but then progressives are never going to acknowledge it in the tariff situation.
The thing that would only work. Okay. The whole thing, this is the Bessent argument, that like, if you have an American manufacturer and they can make fidget spinners for $20 a fidget spinner, okay, and no one buys them, because you can buy the same fidget spinner that's made for $10 in China, right? And so, yeah, if you throw on tariffs, okay, that are going to raise the price of the Chinese fidget spinner to be $20, then yes, if they want to keep selling, if they want to keep undercutting the American fidget spinner, then yes, they're going to have to eat some specific amount of profit in order to do that. That's true. But the problem is, this is why I said that would only make sense if you're trying to protect specific industries in America, which is what most countries do. They protect specific industries.
Yes, exactly. That's why
if
they
you
do it
across the board. It doesn't matter. If you say, well, $10 Chinese fidget spinners are now going to cost $20, and no one in America is making fidget spinners, then they don't have to eat the cost on anything, because the fidget spinners just cost $20 for everyone.
Well, and this is where I agree that we have a lot of work to do, because a lot of the manufacturing tools don't even exist in America. So it might literally be impossible to make a fucking fidget spinner in America. I would like to think that we have an America where we can make everything, even a fucking stupid fidget spinner. So, But we need to push in that direction, and we haven't in any way, shape, or form. And the reason, and look, this, I'm not saying this is not on you. I don't want you to think I'm making accusations about you. But I think a lot of this is a conflict between the middle class and the elites who want to be able to sell things all over the world. So they want open borders economically.
Well, that's how she sees it. If she's coming, if she's
Well, I
some
see it that way
far left
too.
person, and I guess that's how you see it. I think I definitely see it to some respect. Obviously, that's the motivation of big corporations is always going to be aligned in that direction. And I'm not opposed to trying to have more manufacturing in America. But this is what I said. I said, like, whenever this conversation comes up, is that it is not, you can't do everything all at once. It's not feasible. It's not possible. And the emphasis right now should be on making sure that we corner the market on robots and AI. And that should be the overwhelming emphasis. We got to corner that market. That's the most important that and energy for the AI and the robots is the most important thing for us to be doing. And that's not what we're doing. We're saying, hey, we're going to sell AI chips to China now because, I don't know, fuck it. Because now we're getting a cut of the profit. So that makes it totally fine. That's the Trump administration's
I don't know
view of
about
the
that
situation. And instead, we're going to start tariffing everything, like literally everything that comes in the country under some sort of delusion, what I would say is delusion, that's not going to raise prices and it's going to bring back all of manufacturing in the entire world, which doesn't seem to me to be even remotely feasible.
We're way past the blanket tariff though. Like there's a bunch of different tariff deals that are going on. Like the tariffs are coming in. They're appearing in the daily Fed's Treasury statement. So, I mean,
we're still on the blanket tariffs for China. We're still on blanket tariffs for, I think, a lot of different countries.
Well, I think we're still in negotiation for tariffs with China, but other countries' tariffs have been worked out in specifically.
Okay.
So
I'd be curious to see how many.
Trump is using the tariffs to. I mean, when Baccia talks about the 10 trillion of investment, Trump is using the tariffs to pressure people to build their factories. Like he wants Toyota to build their factory in America, right? So Americans build the Toyotas that they buy.
Okay.
Which, they may be more expensive, but
wow.
You got to go, Dev. We've been arguing for a long time.
I just had a completely different way I wanted to approach that from whatever that conversation was.
Go ahead.
A wild tangent. No, my view of it is, I think American labor is just generally too valuable on average to be put into factories. Like you have there's different labor levels, right? This is, by the way, an actual elitist argument. I have no problem saying so because Americans are in fact the world's elite, and that's okay because the Americans are great. But like you have like level 1 labor, and level 1 labor is like labor that any fucking idiot can do. You like dig shit out of the ground or whatever, right? You're a miner. And you have like level 2 labor, and that's like working like doing basic assembly of things, and maybe like level 3 labor is like working in a factory, and then level 4 labor is when you have like a really specialized education.
It's called value added. Yes. Each
exactly,
level
right?
adds value to the production.
Yes, and anyone can do level 1 labor, but only some people can do like level 4 labor because it takes that education and that experience. And Americans, as just a people, they have way more level 4 labor than they have level 1 labor.
Yeah, but we have a lot of people who have level 1, and they're the ones that don't have any jobs, right?
Not that many, really, not compared to the rest of the world.
Really?
Like, I think like the Americans are a very well educated, very, very valuable workforce. Like, why wouldn't you have just people on the other side of the world who are living in third world countries who fucking can't do anything? Have them dig the shit up, right?
Well, I think there were plenty of people in America that probably are uneducated and can do dumb jobs. But you could be right. Maybe everyone is a Harvard graduate in America.
Not everyone, but like I do think that there's way more level 1 labor in like Africa than there is in America for sure.
Yes, but the thing is, see, America has all of those tiers that you talked about, right? They have all of the different education brackets. The problem in third world countries is they have none of the upper tier brackets. So they don't have any intelligent workforce to do the upper tier. That's why they move the assembly plants over there and take advantage of cheap labor on the lower tiers. And the people in America get fucked because they don't have the education to do the upper tiers. And all the lower tier jobs are gone. They're shipped overseas.
I mean, yeah, but I do think that a lot of those people who maybe 50 years ago would have been on a lower tier, they're now on a higher one because of education.
People move up the tiers though throughout their life.
Sure. But like, I guess what I mean is like, we've all seen how like a poor person in Africa is like a fucking skeleton and they weigh like 60 pounds. But meanwhile, a poor person in America is like a round ball. They're like massively overeating, right? It's kind of like that in that the lowest of the low of humanity is not what the lowest of the low of Americans are, right? Even if we're talking, even like in terms of health, in terms of education, in terms of capability. Like I just think that like you guys don't have that many level 1 workers.
Well, that's the argument that people are making. I like that Botcha pushes back on that argument. She makes good, reasonable arguments for why that is incorrect.
Let's see.
And that's why I find her interesting. So maybe we should, I don't know, we've been going for a long time. We're on 5.5 hours. So I guess we can let her finish her thought on tariffs.
They're so full of contempt. They're like, ha ha, just 25% as opposed to the 80% who think we need these jobs. They literally can't think their way out of the fact that the poll said the exact opposite of what they were saying it was saying. It was astonishing. So I hope it's going well.
Yeah, I hate the framing of jobs Americans don't want to do. Like, the whole idea behind a job is it's work that you don't want to do, right? That's the difference between a job and a career. A career you enjoy doing. A job is like, I don't want to do this, but you do it for a certain wage, right? A wage that makes sense. And the problem is it's just the wages aren't high enough. They could definitely hire Americans, and there probably are plenty of Americans that would do that job if it paid a good wage. Don't raise the minimum wage.
It feels like it's going well. That Reindustrialized conference, wow.
Force them to hire Americans.
I mean, I came out of there like on a high because you really felt like a lot of the people there it felt like the brightest minds of their generation. And instead of going into like, Google or Facebook or what have you, which is where they would have gone 10 years ago, 15 years ago to like optimize ads or what have you, this mentality was there that was kind of like, if you don't produce something that exists in this world, you're nothing. Like, to be an American is to make a thing you can hold. It was truly amazing. And there was this real sense of like noblesse oblige, like a new feeling of like, what do we owe the country? So the event was like radically nonpartisan, but it was unbelievably patriotic. And it was just great because it had, brought together, labor unions, government, industry, legacy industry, Lockheed Martin was there, but also a lot of new tech companies, guys who build robots in consultation with working class people, not to obviate their labor, but to make it easier. And basically, the number one lesson that I took away from there was every factory in America is 50% understaffed. It could be working 100% more hours. So getting people is unbelievably difficult. And the robotics aspect of that means that none of these sort of AI revolutions will be replacing workers. They will only be making them better and more efficient and raise their productivity, which means that without actually changing much of the workforce, you can get a lot more out of each individual factory, create more profit, create more productivity while enhancing the labor of the American worker.
Wow. Look, more productivity. That's how you drive down prices. That's how you deal with inflation. You make more stuff.
Yeah, we just need to have a magic button that does anything that we want it to do. And Donald Trump is going to invent that button. So with tariffs.
Dev,
Yes.
if Donald Trump, so she's talking about some conference. I don't know if Donald Trump was involved, but it was some business conference. But obviously, this is kind of how Trump and the Trump administration are reimagining the world, right? This is we are going to be on top of everything. We're going to be the chips manufacturer. We're going to be the car manufacturer. We're going to control AI. We're going to be king of the world again. America is. Trump could be the next Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He could be the next FDR. He could be the next Lincoln. How is that going to make you feel if history remembers him as a revolutionary president?
In a good way, I assume.
Yeah, totally. Well, look, maybe you think FDR was a tyrant. I know a lot of people in our chat do.
I don't. No. It's like I said earlier, right? Like if it turns out that everything Trump does is good, well, then that's good because then the country improves, right? I
Yeah,
don't think it will be, but if I'm wrong, great. I would love to be wrong on this. I would love to be proven wrong on this fact.
I would love for you to be wrong because it would mean my country is thriving. We have a thriving middle class.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think
I
we
completely
could.
agree with you.
I think with production, we could go to the 3-day work week. I'm a big fan of the 3-day work week.
Oh my God.
Yes, the 4-day weekend.
I hope that the tariffs don't increase the price on anything, because then it would prove that the left was actually correct all along and the right was completely full of shit. That actually you should just raise minimum wage.
Tax
Be
the
much
price
higher than it
gougers.
is. Just keep raising the minimum wage even higher, and it won't increase the cost of anything. The left was right the whole time. Can you believe it?
Right.
It's incredible. Brian
Yeah.
for $50 says it's a trade-off situation when selling chips to China. If we sell China the chips, then they have no incentive or demand to create their own. Now they do, so much so that China made it illegal to buy American chips now. The race is on. Well, I understand what you're saying, but I would say unless we're going to intentionally sabotage the chips that we send to China, then yes.
Maybe that's the
And
plan.
do that. Yeah, maybe.
Did you go back to the top? Are we just going
No,
to?
that was the one that just came
Oh,
in.
it just came in.
Jesus Christ, Sitch is not getting it. What am I not getting? How is the argument for raising the minimum wage, increasing the cost of everything, not the exact same as putting tariffs on something, which is a roundabout way of trying to increase the minimum wage for the worker?
Raising
How
the
is that
minimum
not the
wage only
exact
affects
same thing?
industries that take advantage of minimum wage workers, like fast food.
No, it doesn't. That was always the argument that the right would say was, well, wait a minute. If you raise the minimum wage, then that's going to affect all jobs because all jobs are going to, the prices are all related to each other, right?
All
So if you're a
calibrated to one
manager,
another.
if you're a manager at McDonald's, even if you're not getting paid minimum wage, and suddenly all the minimum wage workers are making what you make, well, then you're going to have to get a pay raise too, right?
Well, that's at McDonald's where they do take advantage of minimum wage workers. What I said was the minimum wage only affects businesses that take advantage of minimum wage workers. It doesn't affect a business that nobody in the business is making minimum wage, right?
Well, that's
Goldman
not if
Sachs
the price of
is
things
not
raise
affected
up.
by the minimum wage.
Not if the prices of all these goods and services increases. That's what caused that's a big part of what caused inflation in the 70s under, the old, more lefty economic policies.
Look, I agree with you that if you raise the minimum wage on businesses that take advantage of minimum wage employees, they're going to have to raise their prices, right?
Mm-hmm.
So fast food is going to be more expensive. This is literally happening in California because I think they raised the minimum wage to like $25 or something. I don't know what it is. So now all the fast food is extremely expensive, which is probably good for people's health. It's probably good that they raise the prices on all that stuff. But I agree with you that it does raise the prices of goods and services.
Grawl for $20 says automation is also a reason for the decrease in blue collar jobs. I think it's important for U.S. to encourage blue collar industries so we can react quickly to global market changes. We don't need to lead, but we can't forget.
Yes, it'd be a good idea.
Okay, let me see if there are any other dev chats.
Let's just fight with the chat some more. It's a lot of fun.
That's fine.
Do you do this on do you do this on your channel too, Dev? Fight with your chat?
Sometimes, yeah. Though to be honest, like a lot of the people who actually hate me have stopped watching, which is fine. I'm okay with that. Like there used to be like some pretty big fights.
So the chat is all friendly now?
No, not all friendly, but like a lot of the bad faith people have left.
Some Murato 5 for $10 says get Ace 1918 on the panel. He is the Sam
God.
Hyde to bad faith Dev's Hassan Piker. Stop running, Dev. Where's the trucker video?
Oh my God.
You didn't make the trucker video yet, Dev?
Nope. I'm just being lazy about it at this point.
Don't do it. Why just write it off?
What?
Tell
Yeah,
people
there's no reason to do
forget
it
the
now. It's so long ago.
forget the
Yeah,
trucker
maybe.
video.
Forget it.
I mean, I did do like a trucker section in my Trudeau video for the election back at the start of the year in Canada.
There you go. Just point to that.
Why don't you just half-ass it and just do some lame
Just
trucker video
half-ass
and go, look, here's your trucker video.
Here
Stop
it
bugging me.
is.
The Oceanist for $20. Thanks so much. Says the first 45 minutes are exactly why S class will always be the best class.
6 months.
Sean and yeah, there you go. Sean and Dev are cool too, but Dev needs to hit him with the mole bug again.
Yes.
No.
Bug.
No.
More mold bug. More
No,
mold bug.
no more mole bug.
We got to go back. And you know, he's going to become more politically relevant as time goes on. As Vance steps into the shoes, we're going to have to go see.
Mm-hmm. Hayden Dill for 38 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much. Says, here's the real Dev intervention. Why do you keep restarting the channel? My sub feed is nothing but Dev and friends subscribing to Creature's watch time, by the way. S class is the best class.
I don't restart the channel. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Yeah, what does that mean? Why do you
Yeah.
restart the channel? My sub feed is nothing but
So-
Dev and friends.
So there is a channel run by a viewer of mine called Lost Dev Vids.
Mhm.
And basically, like there are some videos that I make that are spicy and they get demonetized, so I just kind of delete them after it's been like a few months, and then I give him permission to mirror them. But yeah, like I don't know what you mean about like restarting channels or anything.
Lives in Dev's walls lives in Dev's walls, specifically his walls. So I think he doesn't live in Dev's walls. He lives in the walls of Dev's walls specifically.
Yep.
For $5 says Dev really lost me this whole stream, but then he called Americans the elite, and I'm back in.
Based. Yeah.
There you go. Look at
Did
that.
you
Listen,
didn't read?
I love the states. I love the states, man. If Trump could actually invade us and make us state 51, that would be great.
Wow. A traitor
Listen, I'd be
to his own nation.
I would be voting Democrat the entire way down that ticket.
Oh, is that the only reason? You just
Yeah,
want to
you guys would get 2 more Democrat senators easy.
Mhm.
Oh my God. Look at this.
that. Interesting.
Did you I can't figure out where you are in the super chats, but I just noticed Dialogue Always for $2. Sean facing the stereotypes argument is gold.
I did see that. Yeah.
LOL.
I was just looking for the Dev ones. So
That's hilarious. That's
Yep.
fucking hilarious. Miss Dialogue Always is always trying to call us out for the 1350 and shit. I didn't even
I
know
know,
about
I know.
1350 until he started drilling us on it.
Oh my God, really? You don't know about 1350?
Well, this was forever ago, so I mean, I've known
okay,
about it
okay,
for
okay.
some time, yeah. But I think he was the first one to bring it up in the chat.
You learned about it 1 month ago.
No,
Like-
it's been years now.
God's Joke for $10 says the more I listen to and catch up, the more I think Dev spent too much time in the QAnon corner of the internet and thinks the normie right winger is like that, and that most MAGA people are like QAnon.
To be honest, like I don't think your average Trump voter is the kind of like just totally morally degenerate right winger that I'm describing. Obviously not. Most Trump voters are not that, right? But Trump is. The people in Trump's administration are. Like the talking heads certainly are. And then the people who are more right wing than Trump, they are just absolutely terrible. But your average voter is just your average voter, man. They're just normal people.
Okay, I think that was all for dev related super chats.
Oh my god.
I got Moondoggy as number 1, but I don't know that that's true. Sometimes it won't go back to the beginning.
I don't know. Mine's all.
Well, I guess I'll say real quick then, since that's the end of the dev super chats.
Mhm.
Listen, chat, we fought a lot today. Even if you're dumb, I still love you, okay?
Oh my god.
Wow.
Dev, do you
What?
at some point you're going to have to just be nice. Just make some
Oh, wait.
friends.
There's some.
I
dev-
just said I love you.
He did
Did you?
with an
Yes.
insult though, but it's okay.
I
Dev-
didn't hear the I love you part. I heard the fuck you, you moron.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Actually, there's some Streamlabs. Dr. Diller for 2 hours says, Dev, something can be overblown and statistically improbable, but still something to worry about. If my kid wasn't being taught that gender isn't real, but the school had no safeguards against it, I'd still be worried.
Hell
Yep, fair
yes,
enough.
of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
Fondue for 6 hours says, Dev has to be lefty online brain dead. Kirk was targeted because he was, quote, dangerous. In what world does fear make people more rational?
Wait,
I think that was
wait,
based
what?
on,
He was targeted as
you-
dangerous.
I think that was based off you misinterpreting Destiny's comment,
Okay, yeah.
which you.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the guy that targeted Charlie Kirk targeted him because he was schizoing out.
Mm-hmm. Skoldos for $2. Well, I don't know if that's true. The guy,
Targeted who was schizoing? Charlie Kirk or the guy?
he didn't seem
The
crazy.
guy.
Oh,
The
okay.
Charlie Kirk assassin?
Well,
Didn't seem crazy.
there's like a really fine line between like being actually mentally schizoid and crazy or something versus being highly ideologically motivated.
Right.
And then also versus being completely rational and being in such an incredibly fucked up situation that killing somebody is the only rational thing to do. Like,
Yeah.
it's hard to differentiate when you're in one of those and which one of those you're actually in.
Well, I mean, we don't know. Maybe there'll be some sort of police interview tapes released with this guy and he'll seem totally fucking hinged, but judging from his Discord messages after he shot Charlie Kirk, he just did not seem like he was schizoid or anything like that. So seemed like he
Yeah,
was just
they-
ideologically possessed.
Yeah, but I mean, like there's significant overlap between those two positions because a person who does have mental health problems is more likely to be ideologically possessed as well.
Well, sure, obviously, yeah. But like I don't think Luigi didn't seem like he was schizoid either. So
No, he actually didn't. Yeah.
Soldoge for $2 says, yeah, guys, right wingers don't call for violence. They just call all their opponents groomers and state that the groomers deserve death. Man, it's been so sad to see Sitch and Adam just completely shill out for right wingers.
Oh my God, how could you guys do
There you go.
that?
Who said that?
Soldoge said
Oh,
that.
I knew it was Soladoge or Alex Wright. I figured it had to be one of them.
Right.
I mean that first half is true. It's like there's definitely been a lot of pushing right up to the line before calling for violence, but not actually crossing it. There's been a lot of that in right wing rhetoric. It's like all the gays are groomers, all the transes are groomers. They're coming for your kids, and it's like, well, at one point, like you're right at the line of calling them to go do something crazy. Like things are
Whoa,
rough right
whoa,
now, and they're
whoa,
stupid.
whoa.
What?
You just said earlier that it was okay
Yeah.
to call people fascist when they technically are fascist. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
If
agree.
these people are being groomed to believe in gender ideology or being groomed for political violence, why is it not fair to call them groomers?
Oh, it is, yeah. Like if there's absolutely someone out there who's legitimately grooming kids, yes, call them a groomer. The problem is calling someone a groomer who isn't one.
Yeah, but they're all grooming people for their own political ideology. Obviously,
They're not all
grooming people for
groomers,
their own
Adam.
purposes.
Adam's like, all gay people are grooming your kids 2025, Adam.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, tell me about it. What are you saying?
Look, if I'm grooming you to be a Trump supporter, okay? I'm grooming you. I'm grooming you to follow my political ideology, all right?
Okay, yes, but when like right wing accounts say grooming, they're not talking about like preparing you to take up a role. They're talking about fucking you.
Well, I think maybe some of them are, but some of them are definitely talking about grooming as in, I mean, There's gays against groomers. Do you think though they're when they talk about grooming, do you think they're talking about grooming people to fuck?
Yes.
Nah. They're
Okay,
talking
because,
about
yeah,
they're talking
there's-
about grooming people for a political ideology, specifically a
Okay.
gender ideology.
Okay, so hold on. There's two uses of groomer here, right? And like the first one is
Yes.
I'm going to like prepare you for a certain role or position. I'm going to teach you how to do these certain things. I'm going to I'm going to give you knowledge and skills, but also an ideological outlook. Like, you know, if you're
They're
grooming somebody
indoctrinating
to-
you
to
into
be
an
like,
ideology. Yes.
Yeah.
Grooming you
Or like
for an
if you're-
ideology.
if you're being groomed to be the leader of a group, that's like a training, right? But then the second type of grooming is like basically acclimating somebody psychologically for some weird sexual purpose, right? Now,
Or just act share like indoctrinating them into your ideology. That's literally what's happening. To
Okay,
making them
that's
believe
one of the
that
first-
gender
okay.
is a social construct, making them believe that biological sex is a social construct. They're grooming them into that ideology. Just like you would groom somebody into the MAGA ideology.
Okay, yes,
Right,
but like
this
th-
came
there's
up
two-
in.
okay,
Oh.
sorry, Sitch, go ahead.
I was gonna say this came up in. I mean, I remember we literally talked to Destiny about this too, which is there was this conflation. I think an intentional conflation to kind of combine the whole grooming people and ideology into grooming people for sex that was being discussed when people were labeling people groomers in sort of the internet conversation. Right.
Yeah,
Is that-
groomer
so-
groomer is totally fair game, okay? And if people are
Right.
going to be calling people fascists all the time, it's 100% fair to call them groomers.
It is, but only if you're accurate about it.
Yeah, and they are grooming people into an ideology, a progressive ideology, and it is 100% accurate to say so.
No, but right. But if someone is, I don't know, just grooming someone to be a David Packman fan or something, right? And you call
Yeah,
that person
They're a groomer. They're
but if you call a
totally
person
a
a
groomer.
groomer, right? But if you call a
Okay.
person a groomer, people are going to think that you mean something sexual. I don't think you're going to mean like, well, he's just making him a David Packman fan, right?
Look,
like that's
is-
kind of
look,
the issue. So like, if that person
especially-
is actually grooming them for something sexual or something weird, then yes. But
Especially the people who use the term fascist, because I do think they're grooming young people to engage in political violence.
okay, like if
So
if
I
the
think
argument
it is
hold on a second,
definitely
hold on a
fair
second.
game to call them
If-
groomers.
yeah,
Here-
but wait,
here-
if the argument is just they do it so we can do it back, okay, fine. Like that's okay. That's like a fair argument. I'm just drawing a line here about what the difference is.
Right.
So here, I just posted a tweet in the Zoom chat. Just pull that up for a second, all right? Because just look at this, okay? This is a great example of what I mean. So this is Lives of TikTok, and she says there's an epidemic of groomer teachers in our children's schools.
Yeah,
From
teaching
drag
them,
queen-
grooming
Hold-
them into
hold on.
gender ideology. It's
She says
perfectly
from
obvious what
drag-
she means.
Yeah, she says from drag queen teachers to child predators, we won't stop exposing the sexual indoctrination of children. Okay, so to me, this does not sound like she's talking about I'm grooming you to think a certain way. Or if she is, it's secondary to I'm grooming these kids for some sexual purpose.
Well, she says there's a spectrum. There's a spectrum of the people who just want to indoctrinate people into the ideology, and then there are people that want to take advantage of children. So she's saying
the
there's a
groomer
spectrum that includes all of them. It's the groomer to groomer pipeline.
Right.
groomer to groomer. Here, well, the point I'm making though is that when you hear the word groomer, you
Mhm.
definitely think some sort of a sexual predator.
What do you think you hear when someone
Definitely.
says fascist?
Yes, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That's why I said with fascist, you should only use that word if it's accurate.
Right.
You should only use the word groomer if it's accurate.
When you say accurate, Dev, you mean accurate to sexual assault groomer. Not
Yeah, what is
grooming someone to
accurate-
be like a position, right?
What does accurate mean in the fascist connotation, that they've actually participated in a Holocaust?
No. And here's the thing. This is why I don't agree with calling Trump a fascist. I think he's a tyrant, but he's not a fascist, right?
Look, there's a lot of people who are misusing the term fascist.
Yes.
Wildly
Many.
misusing the term fascist. And I think they're doing it
Absolutely.
deliberately. And there might be some people wildly misusing the term groomer too.
There
So
definitely is.
yes.
And you know what? They're doing it for the term communist as well. All of these terms are getting misused.
Okay. I did look up. I did ask Grok about the communist thing, and there was polling that 55% of Americans think communism is linked to political violence. So I don't know how much of that is right wingers, but it is a majority. So I could just be wrong about that.
Soto's for another $2 says, I realize I misspoke in my last super chat. Sitch isn't a shill, as he's been calling out liberal behavior on the right, even if it's very sparse recently.
Mhm.
Thank you, question mark. He's an innocent woo on this. Now Adam, on the other hand.
I know.
Dot,
Tell me.
Yes. That's all it says. Well, he has more. Soto's for another $2 says, the Sargon, I was about the botcha thing. The Sargon botcha story is obviously false. You're telling me that companies were paying illegals less than minimum wage. Then once they hired Americans, they jumped up to more than double minimum wage. Only idiots believe that. Did she say that? I missed it. She said that went right over my head. Should have been paying closer attention if she said that.
The thing is, if you have to hire people on the spot, you got to raise the wage to enough to actually get people to come and apply for the job. So why is it unreasonable to think they had to double the wage just to get people to come in? How is that crazy? If you
It seems sustainable, right?
If you raise it up, well, look, if you're running a factory, or I don't know, some of them were these meat packing factories, right? And the meat is going to spoil if you don't get people in there to fucking cut it up and package it and
right, that
ship
would make
it out.
sense for that.
You're going to be like, oh my God, I'll triple it. Get people in here. You're calling
presumably those wages
HR.
Right, but presumably those wages aren't going to be maintained once they get out of that crisis area.
You're calling the local staffing company and you're saying, send them over. I don't care how much it costs. Right. But look, yes, they're going to go out to the marketplace and try to find cheaper workers, right? But at some point, they're going to lower the wage to the point where nobody fucking calls them. And then they're going to have to raise the wage.
Okay.
Are we going back to the top?
We can go back to the top.
Moondoggy for $10.
What
Sean, can you run for mayor of NYC? I would vote for you in a heartbeat. Look at that. You got one vote.
Nice.
I would vote for Sean too. He would clean up the city.
That would be nice.
It'd be great. He'd kick that Alvin Bragg out on his caboose.
The first one I see is from Gypsy Harlow for $5. Says, I'm begging that you somehow get Homathon. I need to see the chaos unfold.
Oh, I think that was the first one. Because I was going to DM Rudyard, I think, is friends with Homath. So I might be able to get Rudyard to do us a favor.
I don't know if I want to have that conversation. What if all hissed?
So you don't want to have Homath on?
Well, hold on. Let me add. What if all hiss? Dev, do you watch this stuff?
Oh, yes.
That's Rudyard. Yeah, we've had him a couple times.
Like he and I we were supposed to talk at one point like a year ago, but it just didn't happen, and we both kind of forgot about it.
You should talk to him. It'd be interesting. But
I remember like his videos were interesting, and then he kind of went on like a schizo arc for a bit. It's like what?
Just like one drug filled video.
Come on, yeah.
did he return? Okay,
he's totally back. Come on.
No, yeah, because I remember seeing that like I kind of fallen out of touch with, like not you have an argument, just like fallen out of touch with him. And I look over and he's like has this long fucking Twitter thread about like being in contact with gods or something, and I'm like, you just like take too many mushrooms or something?
So
what happened?
The reason I don't know about wanting to talk to Homath, now again, this could be completely blatant mischaracterization, but every time I don't follow him on X. But every time I've seen one of his tweets come across my timeline, it just always seems very racist. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, it does? So, okay.
Yes.
Look,
so that's why I don't know what the point is.
I've only watched his videos where he talks about
I didn't even know he did videos.
Dating and relationships and stuff like that. And he seems pretty on it, pretty smart.
Maybe we're talking about some different person.
But I think I'd never really see him talk about race. So
Maybe it's someone else. There's a guy on X called Homehath. I don't know if that's the same guy that does the videos, because I didn't know this guy even did videos. But
Yeah, he has a YouTube channel. It's very popular, much more
Okay.
popular than us.
there you go. Look at that. Oh, you're right.
Just real quick, are you back to the top of your super chats now?
Yes.
Okay. There were a couple more for me. If you want me to answer them before I go.
Was there?
Yes. Yeah. I can read them right here. I got 'em.
Devin Sitch, TDS off the charts, unsubbing from this commie channel. A-Team reigns supreme. Look at that, 37 months. Well,
you
thank
missed
God.
you.
you missed the beginning of the chat.
Thank you, David.
Oh my god.
What is
Yeah,
what's the
there's-
beginning of that say, Adam?
I can't read. I
It
can't
says
read
/S.
Slash S.
I can't read funny symbols.
Okay.
Listen. Slash
Okay.
S literally just means to cut Sitch out.
You guys,
Oh, of course.
why do you
There you
guys
go. You
ruin
got
it? You guys
got it.
ruin everything.
got it. Yeah.
Jeez. I'm just trying to have some fun on the show, and you guys
There
won't
you
let me
go.
do it.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
There are some. Yeah, Festive for 2 hours says all dev touches become late. Suffer the Canadian. There you
Yep,
go.
it happened. Sorry.
They were
The
both
Oceanus-
late, so
The
of
Oceanus for
course
5 hours
they
says
didn't
dev.
know that the other one was late because
Yes, they didn't even know. The
You
Oceanus for 5
double
hours
look.
says dev never do the trucker video. Come back on stream and talk about Yarvin again. God.
All right, we'll do.
Renault Zero here for $5 says, Dev, do you think Alberta and Saskatchewan will get independence?
No, I don't think so.
Tobin Russell for $2 says, remember, Dev supports debanking the truckers.
Generally no. There are a couple of violent ones I really don't give a shit about, but yeah, generally no. Stop telling Dev lies. Don't do it.
Tobin Russell for $5 says, Dev is for the state taking away your rights so long as they promise with their hands over their heart they'll give them back.
I mean, everyone is for that on some level. It just depends on why.
Yeah, isn't that putting someone in jail is the state taking your rights away, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm assuming they mean in a
Without due cause,
broader-
yes.
They mean in some kind of broader sense, like you were taking away every person's right to do some action or something. I assume that's what he's talking about. But Meba Sheep for 50 Knock Knock says, can Dev clarify an earlier claim that the 9/11 attack on the Pentagon wasn't an act of terrorism, or that an attack on a government isn't terrorism?
Did I make that claim?
I don't know. They're saying you made some claim. If you didn't, just say I did not make that. You don't remember that claim.
I don't remember making that claim. It doesn't sound like something I would say.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I did and I was being stupid, or it was a joke, or I was wrong in some way I don't remember, but I don't
Okay.
remember saying that.
There you go.
Sorry.
Fake news. Didn't happen.
Fake news.
Amoeba Sheep, how dare you lie? Okay, just kidding. Tobin Russell for Jar says, I will grant that Dev isn't evil, just Canadian.
That's even worse.
That's true.
shout out to Amoeba Sheep. Great comments in our comment section. So
That's
thank
true.
you for
Thank you.
contributing to the community.
Yeah, I think just even by if you attack this, the definition of terrorism doesn't require, is it just against civilians? I think if you attack a government building, it still can be terrorism, right? Like, I don't think it has to be against civilians to be terrorism, definitionally.
I think the definition of terrorism is that it's like carrying out indiscriminate political violence to try and affect some sort of change.
Terrorism is the unlawful use of violence or threat of violence, often for political, religious, or ideological reasons, to intimidate or coerce a government, civilian population, or segment thereof in order to achieve a certain political, social, or ideological goal. So there you go. Attacking the
Yeah.
Pentagon on 9/11 was a terrorist attack.
Oh, well, there we go.
Okay. Okay, I think I read all the dev chats.
Ariana Grande is beefing with MAGA and Donald Trump. We got to cover this next week.
If you
Oh my
want.
God. I mean, so I did. There's a couple way down at the bottom you didn't grab. I'll get them real quick. before I
Okay,
go
you
then.
just read them for
Yeah.
me.
So we got $5 from 2012 Ace Man. Dev understands the finer points of grooming, but fails to understand how calling people fascist might inspire political violence. I didn't say that. We already went over that. You fucko.
True. Great super chat.
No!
Thank you.
No. Okay. let
He's
me see
like,
here.
oh, but let me be very specific when it's aimed at me. And then when he's aiming it at them, he just pulls out the machine gun. Ah!
Neither of these are
Spray and
aimed at me.
spray.
Neither of these are aimed at me. God damn it. This is some anti-dev slander. Okay. Um, $5 from the Oceanist. Did I remember in one of your videos that you said you used to be a communist? What got you to stop being one? Well, I was like 17.
Hmm.
That's it. I grew up.
You stopped getting free stuff from your parents.
Pretty much.
I like that. I grew up. That's a good answer.
Yes, I grew up.
Yes.
Oh my
Living does
God.
also $5 says he lives. This is the guy that lives in your walls, Dev.
Is this real?
Do you know about
Is
this?
it?
Do you know about the guy that lives in your walls, Dev?
Yeah, the guy named lives in Dev's Walls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
He watches all my streams. He's always around.
I would hope so. He's in your walls. He says, I won't be able to watch this insanity live, unfortunately. Here's money anyways. Pretend I made a really good pun. Thank you. For another $2, he says, P.S. Space King episode 3 is out.
Oh, I saw that.
I gotta watch that at some point.
Space King. I mean, I saw the
Space King.
super chat. I didn't see Space King.
Everyone says it's good, so I'll take their. I believe it's probably good. Dr. Adam refriended Brigadier General for $5 says Squid Game debate, center left versus center right. Winner gets bragging rights. Loser unlocks the exclusive DLC, the high speed neck massage package. Wow.
Center left versus center right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The Oceanist for $10 says, who do you guys think will be the next Democrat nominee for president? Do you guys think it'll be AOC or will she end up like Bernie? I think AOC is she's gonna throw her hat in the ring. I don't think she's gonna succeed whatsoever.
If it's AOC, oh my God, that's gonna be crazy. Yeah,
I think Shapiro probably has a
Josh,
good chance.
yeah, Shapiro.
So far in the names of things for people that we know yet. So
Gavin's gonna be in. Kamala's gonna be in.
Gavin, I don't like Gavin, so I don't want him to be the nominee, but I think he probably has a good shot now, especially now that his whole persona is just to shit post against Trump online, which a lot of people on the left get. It's so funny for me to see the same people who fucking railed at how much they just despise Gavin Newsom because he's under their argument, he's a moderate neoliberal shill for the establishment. And then as soon as he starts shitting on Trump on X, they're like, oh my God, Gavin Newsom's the most base Democrat ever. I love him. It's so funny. Like, that's all they wanted. They just want someone to shitpost, and then they get so excited.
The argument for Gavin Newsom is going to be electability. That's what they're going to focus on. And it plays into their narrative that America is a racist, homophobic place. They're going to be like, we have to go with the white, straight male. It's the only way to win over the moderate racists. But does Gavin Newsom, do you think he's going to win over moderates? I don't think he's really.
It depends. I think he's a politician who's going to go whichever way the wind is blowing, or he thinks the wind is blowing. So
I could be incorrect, but Gavin Newsom has no charisma as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
I can see how people would think he has charisma, but it comes off as used car salesman to me. So whatever he's selling to me just is not working, working at all.
Right.
So I think in terms of like the Democrats' just best person who is capable of running a government, that's probably Josh Shapiro. He's just a really good governor. But I mean, doing the job well is not necessarily the key to getting elected, right? You have to have other things beyond just a good record and that sort of stuff.
I don't know how Josh Shapiro runs in a Democratic primary. Obviously, the primaries are the most enthusiastic Democrats, and a lot of them are, pro-Palestine, and he's Jewish. So I don't necessarily know how that's going to.
Yep, I know exactly.
It is going to be a crazy fucking primary, that's for sure.
I mean, I've seen Kyle Kalinske say that fucking Jon Stewart should throw his hat in the ring just to get like a Trump-esque celebrity on the other side. I'm just like,
I fucking hate Jon Stewart. I will vote for JD Vance 3 times if Jon Stewart is running.
Wait, hold on. So Jon Stewart versus Trump term 3.
Trump is not running for a third term, so
I know, hypothetically.
hypothetically, I would not vote for a Trump third term because that's insane.
So you would vote Jon Stewart then?
I didn't vote for Trump in the last. I've had plenty of opportunities to vote for Trump. I never voted for Trump, so
Well, sure, but you would vote for Jon Stewart then?
no, I would not vote for Jon Stewart. I
So
would vote
you would
JD
not
Vance.
Okay, you wouldn't vote in the hypothetical Trump third term versus Jon Stewart?
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't vote. Yeah,
Oh damn!
I didn't
All right.
vote. I didn't vote top of the ticket in the last election. I didn't vote Kamala Harris or Trump.
Oh, do you just
Yeah.
not vote anybody, or did you vote like a third?
No,
party?
I voted everything but president. And in the
Oh, okay.
and Biden versus Trump, I voted Kanye. I voted third party.
Kanye.
Yeah, it was right. Based off his Heil Hitler song. That song's fucking rocks. No, actually, this was before Kanye had lost his mind. Don't you remember he was running for president?
I do recall.
I
Yeah.
I did it just as a meme because his candidacy was so fucking insane. He wasn't even on the ballot in California. I had to write in Kanye West. But he did get on the ballot, I think, in 13 states. So
Oh man, people in the chat were saying that a bomb went off at a TP USA event today
no
my
way.
God.
Oh,
while
my
we were
God.
streaming. I looked it up, and it's at Utah State University. Someone left a suspicious package at a TP USA event at Utah University, and so the building was evacuated a couple hours ago. And
But the bomb didn't go
Yeah.
off.
no, the cops just blew it up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, do they actually know it was a bomb? Or is it just like they didn't know what it was, they blew it up?
They didn't know what it was, and I think they actually did call in like a bomb threat. So the cops
Right.
just blew up whatever it was.
Okay, so we don't know. It could have been
Yeah, it could have been like someone just leaves a bag full of bricks and then like they call in a bomb.
right. It could have been a
Yeah.
Labubu or something.
Labubu.
They
Could have been
blew
a
up
rare,
a Labubu?
rare Labubu that just got blown up.
How many Labubus
Oh my
do you
God.
have?
Me?
I didn't. Yeah, I don't even know what
I
those
have
fucking things
0.
are. I just hear.
You have
you know what I'm saying?
zero?
I have to fight against Sam to prevent her from getting into Labubus. Okay,
Wait,
To
Art,
keep her on
oh
the
my
straight and
god.
Why are you
Which-
fighting it? They're adorable. What are you talking
narrow.
about?
Oh, how many do you have? Wait a minute, what's happening here? How many
Well-
Labubus do you have?
Well, I have
motherfucker?
access to a few. I mean, I don't own them myself.
Access?
How many
but
Labubus does your wife have?
I
How many
think she-
Labubus have you let into your house, Adam? That's the
I
real
think there are 3 under this roof currently.
Okay, look
at
at
the
this.
moment. Yeah.
Look at this.
Mhm.
Just because your wife
look,
has indulged. All right.
Listen, would Sammy
indulge in
have
the
been
forbidden
like
fruit. Come on, if it makes her
Yes.
happy, let her have a Labubu. Why are you
No,
such a stick
fight.
in the mud?
Fight. Where are those Labubus made? They're not made in America, Adam. You fucking hypocrite.
Oh well, if they're made in China, fuck these Labubus. Fuck them. Fuck them in the
Pretty
ship
sure-
they rode in on.
I mean, I think they're literally. Aren't they literally like they're not just made in China. I think they're a Chinese product or something.
Oh
think.
well, I think I changed my perspective on imports.
There you go.
Look at these
Listen.
things. Okay, I brought up a
Listen,
Labubu
listen.
for those of you who don't know.
Mm-hmm.
They're adorable. They're a cute little doll. Don't they come with
So-
different clothing and stuff? That's why women love them
You have
because
to
they're
buy
like,
clothing
look,
separately.
look,
I don't think they come
a
with clothing.
doll that they have to buy clothing separately for. Women are all over
True.
that. Come on.
It's true.
Labubu ownership completely justifies political violence, by the way. Just so we're clear.
What? No way.
Yep. That's how it is.
No,
See-
Labubus are innocent and they're blowing them up on college campuses.
They're actually
Asian-
blowing them up. Yeah.
Yeah. Asians are smart. Okay, they're very sneaky. They understand that you can just take something and give it like cute anime eyes, and it'll be popular. So they just took the Where the Wild Things Are,
I
Creature.
know. It's
and then
such
just
a
gave it
ripoff.
like cute anime eyes. People are like, "Oh my god, this is amazing!" It's like
It's
that's
the same.
the hack.
It is the
Okay.
same thing. You're
That's the
exactly
hack.
right.
Yeah,
Cheaters.
I know.
Well, isn't that China? Just some
That is China.
knockoff. They're like,
It
what is
is.
American? What do Americans like? Let's knock it off.
Let's steal it and make it, different but better.
Yeah,
There you go. Or
different, but
shittier.
really the same.
Yes. Return Sasquatch for $5 says, "There's something so cringe about non-Americans caring about our politics so deeply. It shows how badly people want to be American God's people."
Oh, of
That is true.
course. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, dude.
There
If
you
I
go.
could
He
move to the
admits it.
States, I would.
He admits it.
I would move to the most red state that I can that's still competitive and vote blue all the way down just to fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
My God, you're so full of hate, Dev. Why?
See,
Why?
this is how
We
Sammy
do a
is
little
trying.
trolling, Adam. We do a little trolling.
Sammy is trying to trick me into getting a Labubu. She's like, "I'm gonna get a Labubu that's black, or I think paint one black because I think the black ones are like hyper expensive. And then give it like a little Sitch face and like a little suit and everything. Like she's trying to trick me. Like, oh, it's gonna be a Sitch Labubu.
God.
You're gonna have it in the background." I'm like, "Oh, that's a great idea. Like that'd be funny. Like just have a little Sitch Labubu." But then I feel I know I can sense. I'm like, no, this is just a trick. This is just a
This is a
trick to get the
trick.
first one inside the house, and then after that, the floodgates are open.
Wow, you're really anti-fun, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. I'm very anti-fun. The Milkman for $5 says, "What went wrong with your old clip channel? I thought you guys quit when the channel stopped posting."
What? I think we got some strikes on it. It's hard for me to remember. It's been so long. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think we got some strikes and it suffered monetization. I don't know. Sitch, do you remember?
I don't remember.
Nathan
honestly.
Margolis was doing the
Right.
Clips channel. So
Oh no, wasn't it? YouTube was cracking down on like reuse content or something. Wasn't
I
that the
don't
issue?
remember.
Yeah, there's something like that.
There was, I think, some strikes on it, and since it was connected to our channel, we were worried about losing the main channel, so I gave it back over to Nathan Margolis, and it's currently in his name. So if you get a channel deleted, you can't. They'll delete all your channels at once, and you never let you make another channel. So
If they're all like linked into the same Gmail account or whatever,
yes,
it's all like
yeah.
automatic. It just goes.
You know the score, Dev.
Yep.
Got to stay away from that shit. And I don't even know why we got the strikes. I can't remember.
I think it was for reused content. There was like a time where they were really, you're not allowed to have like the same content in more than one channel.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I've also heard like for a while there, if you were taking streams or videos and like making like best of moments and turning them into shorts or something, they would slap you for that.
Yeah, I
They
think
they want like
down.
unique. They want like unique shorts content or something. Yeah.
Right.
Have you used the editor, Dev, inside the YouTube studio?
A couple times, just to like accidentally, like I've occasionally made a small mistake. I can just like quickly clip it out. I've done that a few times, but
did you notice they updated it with cool AI tools? It does a transcript of your video, and you can search the transcript and go and like select the text, and it'll cut out that portion.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
That's
it's
neat.
super badass, and you can use it to do clips as well. You can select the text and say, "Turn this into a clip," and it'll make it a new video.
Wow,
it's fucking crazy.
I'm gonna go see.
It's crazy. Yeah,
I'm gonna go experiment with this right now.
Meme spread for 2 hours says, "Bring on Marvin Yarvin. I've been waiting."
Bring on Marvin Yarvin.
Cameraman 502 for 2 hours says, "Adam, have you heard of oppositional defiant disorder?"
no, but is it linked to contrarianism? Seems like it would be.
I guess, yeah.
Oppositional.
It's some sort of like psychological problem where you're so anti-authority, you just any source of authority you automatically reject no matter its legitimacy, and you're just like fighting with people constantly.
A frequent and ongoing pattern of anger, irritability, arguing, and defiance towards parents and other authority. Sitch, I think we might have just deciphered Dev's problem.
Well, wait, what authorities are here? Chat holds no authority over me.
So you say. So you think.
Yes. Official T-Money, thanks so much for the $20, says, "Your favorite Dave Smith claims he has a text message from Charlotte Kirk saying he agreed with almost everything he said during the Douglas Murray debate." What team is Sean? Also, Team Justice. I'm on board. Well, I suggested the Justice Juicers, but that sounds kind of gross. But that's also why I suggested it. So there you go. You guys think of a better one than Justice Juicers. But yeah, that's kind of silly. Dave Smith said he agreed with, or he's claiming this. I don't know. Everyone's
Against Douglas Murray.
Yeah, everyone's trying to hold up
That
Charlie
would
Kirk's
be
dead body
pretty.
as, like,
That
a
would be
shield.
pretty fucking weird, considering
Yeah.
Douglas Murray was the pro-Israel position and Charlie Kirk was pro-Israel.
Right, right.
That would be. I would like to see that text message before I believe that.
Yep. Does he put it out there? If it's true, let's see. Shortside Gama for $2 says, Rare Adam L. I came to be triggered by Dev.
Oh, this was
Hope it
when
did it
I
for
was
you.
doing. This was when I was talking to Sean about
Yes.
his. Look, I got a super chat out of Dialogue Always. I knew the chat was gonna fucking hate me. There's one. Read the one. There is one super chat. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm treating him in order, so I don't.
Right here. All for $10. I agree with Adam in that a lot of the allegations against Anna by actual justice warrior can easily be made against him by liberals with respect to actual justice warriors' intense focus on crime committed by black people. Adam is being fair. I think he meant being fair. Not Adam is, or Adam has been fair. There's a little typo there. So thank you. Someone thought I was doing the Lord's work. Look, and I those accusations I do think are unfair towards actual justice warrior, but maybe they're fair towards Anna. She's my friend. I can't make those allegations. Though, so. But look, I can't. Look, I'm friends with you. Well, look, I'll make all kinds of allegations against Dev. We're just acquaintances, but Sitch.
What the fuck? What is this traitorous
When
action?
have you ever played D&D with Anna?
Oh, that's right. Yes.
I'm only kidding. I'm trying. I just don't. I guess I would make those allegations if I thought Anna had crossed the line. I guess I don't think Anna has crossed the line. I'm not sure. I really think. Well, actually, Dev. I do think Dev has crossed the line on the joking about Charlie Kirk and stuff, but.
What?
He
What do
is
you mean?
he is like a different line than me, so that's a completely different situation. I think it's I don't think you can make the case that, well, you can, obviously you can't make the case, but if you're worried about the institutions and the stability of America, joking about Charlie Kirk, I think, is not the thing to do. I think that's going to decrease the stability of the American institutions. So, and I was going to say, if you're concerned about Trump weakening institutions with the January 6th stuff, you should be ideologically consistent and say, okay, well, we should focus on not weakening institutions in any way, shape, or form. But I'm not sure that's a totally fair attack.
I mean, I also accept January 6th jokes.
Right, but I mean, no one was. The only one hurt in January 6th was Ashley Bobbitt, right?
Yeah, you can make jokes whatever if you want.
I'm not gonna.
Go ahead, do it. Do it.
I mean, I feel bad for Ashley Bobbitt, so.
Sure, I also feel bad for Charlie Kirk, but I'm just very much in the camp of maximum permissiveness on humor. That's just kind of where I am personally. That's kind of guy I am.
Should we bring up that tweet, Sitch, or is that platforming hate?
Oh my God, what tweet?
Is that real? I don't know if I don't
I
want to
can't
bring it
tell.
up because I don't know
I
if
can't
it's
tell
real.
if it's real either, but
I
it's
can't tell if
funny.
it's real. I think it's fake.
It's hilarious.
It's a clip. Someone has a clip of. They have on one screen. What was her name? Was it Amy?
Amy
Dangerfield?
Dangerfield.
It's got
How do
Amy
you
Dangerfield.
not remember Dangerfield?
It took me a second to remember. It's a clip of. They have on one side Amy Dangerfield apparently watching. I don't know. So I don't know if it's real. Watching a clip of Nick Fuentes, with very very goo
Yeah,
eyes. And it says,
lovingly. Oh
yeah,
God, the way she parses
as
her
he says
lips.
the N-word, right? As he says the N-word.
Oh,
And
I
so it
didn't.
says,
I didn't listen to it. I didn't know.
yes. And so it says, get a woman that looks at you like this. So I don't want to play that if that's not, I don't know if it's real or not.
Well, we
so.
shouldn't play it if they're saying the N word, obviously.
It's
But
bleeped out, but yeah.
okay.
So. Okay.
Oh my God.
It could just be a meme. So I don't. Majin for $5 says, I came in late. So what's up with Adam covering for Anna and Shank's dog shit behavior? Or am I missing something?
I'm not. Look, that I kept trying to make the distinction. Go after Jank all you want, but you can't throw Anna under the bus because she's trying to. I think she's a useful resource. And I only think of human beings as resources. So
There you go. Tools or obstacles. Heck Tet for $5 says Adam is turning into Pierce Morgan, laughing face. I don't know
Is
if
that-
it's a
is
compliment
that-
or an insult. But
is that a panel? I couldn't tell if that was a panel joke. Like, oh, you invited a bunch of people to the panel
Oh,
and they didn't even know they were
man.
on a panel,
Right, yeah.
which is a good joke.
Noel Screaming's the void for George says anyone that doesn't associate Israel with Jews? ? I feel like it's difficult not to. You can, and people can, in earnest, can differentiate these things, but it seems like it's a very sticky situation.
Yeah.
It's-
I don't know how you criticize the Israeli government in that situation. And it's the thing that the pro-Palestine people always complain about, obviously.
Sells Temple for $2 says, please move on from the Israel conspiracy. Grams for $5 says, fellas, I came here to watch Sean and Dev talk. Obviously, that's not going to happen. Peace. Well, thank you for the $5. M8566 for $5 says, the stream is actually Adam versus Sean and Dev versus Chat. Yeah, were you just arguing with Chat the whole time? Adam was arguing with Sean?
A little bit, but not much really. I was actually just
Okay.
getting some writing done.
Okay.
I'm just kind of waiting for.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, Adam, did you take Tylenol today?
That's an autism joke. Thank you.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $20. Thank you so much. Said Israel didn't do 9/11. CVS did 9/11 to discredit 7/11. The head of marketing at CVS is just really bad with deadlines. I thought this was common knowledge.
Wow.
I didn't know that. Wow.
That is a real conspiracy.
Did
How
not
deep
know
does a
that,
rabbit
yes.
hole go?
Right. Wow. Roadkill VT for $5 says, I think the info Adam is after is interesting and advances the conversation. It's too bad he's not good at asking questions. Keep improving. I have faith.
I wonder what the line of questioning was.
Oh, you read the Moondoggies wants Sean to run for mayor. Dialogue always talking about Sean facing the stereotype argument. Eric Cecil for $10 says, if only Dev put half this amount of effort into criticizing his own country and leaders.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Things
Got
are
a bunch
okay
of
here right now.
commie
Actually,
leaders.
we're doing pretty good.
Aren't you throwing people in jail for meme posting on the internet?
Nah, it's the UK.
Oh yeah.
That's the motherland.
Yeah. Canada's not bad, you know. There's been a slow but steady improvement ever since Trudeau was tossed out of office.
Oh yeah.
Thank God.
Meme
got
spread
rid
for $5 says, I like Dev. I have nothing really against his Trump takes. At least for me, it's some other takes that have been awful lately. Ruby Ridge and Mamdani.
Wait, Mamdani?
What's your Mamdani take?
You're pro
That he's a
Mamdani
shithead?
Oh,
No, I am not. I am
Hmm.
definitely not pro Mamdani.
Meme spread.
Fuck
What's
that guy.
if you're still there, meme spread, tell us in the chat. What is Dev's Mamdani take? Chat Summer for €2 says A-Team dominating tonight.
Look at that.
There you go. The Oceanist for $5 says, oh no, I read that one already. Lives in Deswell specifically for 6 months. Says, if trans issues are so rare, can we just ban trans sports and teachers teaching the controversial material move on since it's only like 5 people?
Holy moly,
Sure, go
JMac
ahead.
gave 50 gifted memberships and we didn't
Thanks
even
so much,
see it.
J-Mac. Thank you.
Oh my God. Yeah, honestly, like if they just wanted to like ban the talking about the trans shit until like university level or something, I wouldn't care. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Good. I like that. I got just the presidential candidate for you if that's a policy that you're into.
It's not the only policy, mind you.
Oh, okay.
No,
Michael,
They
it's one of
might
those
have
things
done
where,
a
like,
little
you know what, it is.
indiscretion known as January 6th. But look, they're going to make it up to you.
No, it's one of those things where like a lot of this private sexuality stuff is stuff that kids will figure out as they hit puberty and they get a little bit older. And I don't like the idea of kids being bullied for it or their parents treating them poorly. I also don't like the idea of teachers thinking now they have this sort of responsibility to like guide children through their own sexual experiences. All that shit's fucking weird.
It is weird.
Just leave it alone. Let people figure it out.
Yeah, they want it. They want the new civil rights movement, which they missed it. They need to get over it.
Michael, the Dober Dad for 42 months. Thanks so much. Says, has Dev turned into a Canadian Vosh? A-Team reigns supreme.
Oh my God. No, I have not.
Our Hilts Hurt. Hey, our Hilts Hurt. For $2 says, who is the most misunderstood character in Game of Thrones?
Misunderstood.
Yeah.
The zombie dragon, obviously. What was his name?
The dragon? The zombie dragon?
Yeah, the zombie
I
dragon.
don't remember which dragon gets zombified.
I think it was Viserion.
No, it was the... Oh, was it? Yeah, it wasn't the main one. It was...
No, it was Viserion, I think.
Okay, there you go. Dev knows.
Yeah. As for the most misunderstood character, it has to be Stannis.
No.
Stannis the Manus. He should have been king.
No.
Oh my God.
Obviously,
Stannis.
it was Craster. Okay. Craster just wanted to live alone, pass the wall, sacrifice
his daughters.
children, the White Walkers while fucking his daughter. He was just living a godly way. Okay. It's just completely misunderstood. He was keeping the White Walkers at bay. He was sacrificing, all right, his male children to protect the realm.
Misunderstood.
Yes. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, don't use we, you aren't American.
Ooh.
Oh.
He's coming for you. Language police. Just like you have in Canada.
Listen, as a pro political violence guy myself, I am very spiritually American. Thank you very much.
Oh my God. So bad. So bad.
Brug for $5 says Dev is hiding his power level. Oh, I already read that one.
Oh my God. Am I?
You already addressed that. Majin for $2 says Sitch ghosts me all the time. I just send him lewds.
Wow.
There you go.
Why are you ghosting Imagine?
Because he just keeps sending me lewds. What did you read? Did you hear it? I don't want all these lewds.
Are your DMs just getting flooded with hole pics?
They are. God. CS Paffy for $5 says you guys should surprise double book more of your friends. Like maybe Think Before You Sleep and Phil, or triple book Shu, Anna, and Kidda for a ladies episode.
We have double booked Shu and Anna, but Kidda wasn't on. So
Right. I think we told them though. I don't think it was was it a surprise? I don't think it was.
Was it a secret?
I don't think it was
No.
a secret.
I really didn't think it'd be a big deal. We booked Dev, and then Sean was in the chat on Sunday, but he wouldn't come on. He was just texting and DMing and stuff. So I just responded. I said, come on Tuesday. It'll be great.
The Lost Coyote for $5 says Sitch is in my top 5 favorite African American streamers. Wow, I
Ooh.
find it very offensive as a person of shadow. Okay, to be conflated that way.
Yeah, don't spoil it for them.
Mm-hmm.
What if they find out you're not African American?
I know.
Oof, ouch.
Oh, you read Al Al's. A 16-pound ham for $10 says Mossad operations don't get leaked on X by 6 weebs with anime profile pics. Well, what was that
True.
what was that in reply to? Save Ray
Probably,
for
yeah.
5 SGD says electing Trump again is like keeping a teacher who tried to trans your kids in the same classroom with only a law against transing kids to stop them.
Is that a good analogy? Is that a
Kinda.
prudent analogy?
Yes.
I mean, it depends upon how you think of the American system. If you think the American system is just protecting people by words on paper, maybe. But if you think of the American system like shackling that teacher,
It's just a paper tiger.
I mean, Trump is not. Has Trump gone down the fascist route? I mean, anywhere. I feel like anywhere he's breaking the law is either to get some policy prescription that was a promise for him,
Mm-hmm.
that was a campaign promise for him, to which the voters are going to be happy with, or to make himself a bunch of money off of crypto, which, I mean, they're looking the other way on that stuff, but
Yeah.
I guess it
Cameraman
depends what you mean by
502
fascist, I guess.
Yes. Cameraman 502 for 2 says Clinton blamed Rush Limbaugh for the Oklahoma City bombing. Really?
Did he? Or did she? No, he? I don't know.
That's interesting. I don't remember that.
I don't either.
That's crazy. MetaWorks 41190 for $5 says, I think the other problem in the earlier conversation is how local the issue is and how likely they are to influence the issue with voting. Yes.
Yep.
The Oceanist for $20 says, Mamdani is getting mainstream endorsements. Disturbing.
Very disturbing.
Is that actually happening? I thought there was like a big internal debate over whether or not the Democrats wanted to support him.
I think there's probably some debate behind the scenes, but if he wins a nomination, they're gonna support him.
Yeah, they're probably coming to the realization that they have to, which is the same realizations that the Republicans came to with Trump, especially the never Republicans.
Death by Sloth for 42 months. Thanks so much for being free for 42 months. Says Trump is a giant sledgehammer, but the left-wing media and academia apparatus are 1,000 tiny poisoned needles. Both can cause damage, but differently.
That's a good analogy. What do you think of that, Dev? Dev loves
I think that's an apt analogy, yeah.
Dev loves the left-wing media.
Grendel,
why are you laughing? He does. It's true.
Grendel that for 31 months of being a freedom seeker. It says it's a sad irony that communist isn't at least as reprehensible as fascist, given communists unalived far more people by orders of magnitude. That's true.
Yeah, but it's not widely taught is the problem.
Yes. Steel Manning for $2 says Phase 1 invade Canada. Phase 2 kick Dev.
Phase 3 money.
Money, yeah.
I like that.
Bionicle Lives for $5 says off topic. We should not entertain the quote free speech in classroom arguments at all because literally all curriculum is certified to begin with. It's a BS argument.
Yeah, I don't like that argument.
JMac for $5. Thanks so much, JMac. Says read it instead of listening to it. That way Obama's suave charm doesn't brainwash you. Oh, you're talking about
that is Obama's speech. That's a good idea.
Okay, it's a good point.
Okay, I went and looked this up because I wanted to figure out if this was true or not.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole Bill Clinton blamed the that attack on Rush Limbaugh. He did so, but he did so 15 years after it happened. Like it happened in 95, and he blamed him in 2010.
Get over it already, okay?
That's
Jeez,
weird.
Let it go.
What was the context? He just says like, yeah, oh yeah, that Rush Limbaugh. Now that he's dead, I can finally say he caused the Oklahoma City bombing.
I think he was just being interviewed at some point, and they talked about just terrorism or extremism.
It
or
just
something.
came up. There was this time that Rush Limbaugh caused the Oklahoma City bombing.
Yeah, what Clinton said in 2010 was, we didn't have blog sites back then, so the instrument of carrying this forward was basically the right-wing radio talk show hosts. They understood that emotion was more powerful than reason. They got much bigger listenership and more advertisers and more commercial success if they kept people in the white heat. For 99% of them, it was just that. Turn on the radio, listen to somebody say something you agree with, and vent your anger. And that's what he said.
Wow. And then the internet took that to the next level.
Interesting.
Bill Coggins for $5. Obama was very good at playing Mark Antony, but Brutus said he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man.
There you go.
I don't know what that means.
He's talking about the Trayvon Martin situation. Pirates Playground for 3 months says nitwits. Oh, I read that one. That one.
Drew the Dogman.
I read that one. R worded for $2 says moron. Damn commie. Okay.
Yes.
Jonathan Rosler for $5 says, I think mine and Dev's fear is that Republicans might metaphorically invite the lion far right into the house to kill the tiger, the far left.
That is the worry. Yes.
J-Mac,
Yeah.
our circuit fire, Dad J-Mac for $20. Thanks so much. Says, no, Adam, my wife loves busty women. She's just not a fan of surrealism or more abstract art. Her favorite artist is Salvador Dali, and she hates his work. Oh, my favorite work is Salvador Dali, but she hates his work. She already said I can put one of your paintings up.
Oh, nice. Okay. Cool.
Adam,
I like
Milne.
Salvador Dali too. Didn't you recently go to the Salvador Dali
I went
museum?
to a Salvador Dali museum recently.
There's a huge one in Florida I've always
Yeah.
wanted to go to, and Sitch went to it. Supposedly they have 100 paintings of Salvador Dali. Is that true?
They have a lot. They don't have the most famous one, which is kind of interesting.
The Persistence of Memory?
Persistence of Memory, yeah. They do have the remix of Persistence
Oh,
of
yeah.
Memory. Yeah, which was, I didn't realize this, which is like everything's like falling apart, and it's supposed to be a reaction to like nuclear energy and the atomic bomb. It's supposed to be like an atomic bomb has blown up the persistence of memory or something. So it was cool. Actually, though, yeah, but yeah, it was cool. If you like Salvador Dali and you're in Florida and you're around, you should check it out.
Well, I'm so happy to hear that J-Mac's wife loves busty women, because I definitely want some busty women in that painting. So
there you go.
it'll be a lot more fun to paint.
Adam Milne for $5 says, wait, Dev does politics? I thought he was just a Hollow Knight and Silk Song streamer in LMAO. Also, please make Mueller cover politics with you again. It's funny.
Why is it funny?
Mueller's staying out of politics.
What happened when you covered politics?
Nothing. He's just staying out of it because it's fucking cancerous right now.
Oh.
Mahler is? Yeah, Mahler's smart about staying out of politics.
Yep.
But it's fun.
Have you finished Silk Song yet, Dev?
Not yet, but it's great. It's great, though. I don't know if you guys are playing it, but what a fucking fantastic game it is.
I mean, I'm on Act 2. I haven't had a lot of time to play it, so.
I'm on Act 2 as well.
Okay, cool.
Is that sad?
No.
Do you want to play it? But
Hades 2 officially came out.
Oh, really?
Which I like more than Silk Song anyway, so.
Yeah, but it's woke though, Sitch.
Hades?
Yeah.
I know people were complaining about not making the goddesses hotter or something, but I don't buy that's woke.
I remember seeing V actually post that, like, because there's like Aphrodite isn't that good looking, or because there's that one god in a wheelchair, even though he's supposed to be in a wheelchair because he's the god of the lame.
It's Hephaestus.
Yeah. Like, he was like, oh, their representation is woke. And it's like, oh, come on, V. Come on.
The only thing I will say is that I do think it's a little weird, and it is woke. I still love the game. Well, I have mixed feelings. I love the gameplay. I think the storyline in Hades 2 is significantly worse than the storyline in Hades 1. But I don't like that they made the gods, and they kind of did this in the first one. I guess I just didn't notice. I don't like that they ethnically mixed up the gods. I mean, they should all just be Greek. Okay, it's a Greek story about Greek mythology. Just make everyone fucking Greek. Don't make a bunch of like mixed race gods and shit.
Yeah,
They
fair
can't
enough, fair
help
enough.
themselves. They have to do it.
I mean, when it comes to like to media, I actually don't mind woke media at all, as long as it's good. Like if it's woke but it's high quality, fine. I'll play a woke game. It's fun,
Mm-hmm.
I feel the same way. If it's a good story, I mean, I might roll my eyes a couple times, but I'm not gonna completely shun it just because there's some non-binary character in it or something.
Philip Pierce for $10 says, "Where are the libs pushing the socials out that are all backing the NYC mayor, all interviewing Hassan? The libs love the socialists."
Actually, from what I understand, I think Hassan's like not getting that much mainstream Democrat play right now, and he's kind of malding about it on the stream.
He got interviewed by like every fucking publication after Charlie Kirk got shot.
Well, sure, but like I know the next step for him is he
Mhm.
wants to start going to like official Democrat events, right?
Oh, okay.
And the party's like, no, fuck you, commie, get out.
Well, that's good if that's the case. Hopefully, it'll stay that way.
Yeah, let's hope.
Hopefully, Mom Donnie gets annihilated. So
He
And,
can't. He's like
Okay.
20 points up or something.
I thought he was okay. Well, we'll see.
Everyone's
see.
saying he's got it in the bag.
I hope he
It's a
doesn't.
done deal. It's over. Over.
Pepe Lag for $10 says, "Dev is morbidly obese. Why should we listen to anything he says about the world when he can't even take care of himself?" Wow, very mean.
Is that true, Dev? That's not true.
No, I'm not that fat.
Morbidly obese.
I'm only kind of fat.
There you go.
Healthy. You're a healthy weight.
No, I'm not, but I'm not that fat.
Do you exercise?
Not nearly enough.
Yeah,
I should be doing more.
I exercise all the time, and it's tough, but got to do it.
Yep.
SB Elite for $10 says, "Dev, Trump was literally allowed to the alternative slate of electors thing, which is the main reason you don't like him, which when it had precedent with Nixon and the Kennedy election with the VP, it's past now. You'd have a point if he did it now, but at the time it was legally justified."
No,
So
it wasn't. You fucking retard.
I've literally covered that talking point like 20 times on the channel. I'm not going to cover it again. That is a completely false comparison.
Yep. Go watch my video. Sammy, go watch my video.
Gaming Trucker for $5 says, "Actually, the first who pushed the birthright thing about Obama was Hillary." That's true.
Is that
Trump
true?
picked-
Actually, wow.
It is true. I don't remember if she picked it up like I don't remember if she publicly said it or it was like if it was like one of those her team was like floating looking into that or bringing that up, or they brought it up through some sort of surreptitious manner online, and then Trump picked up the mantle later. So
Apparently, it wasn't Clinton herself, but it was like people in Clinton's campaign during the 2008 election when it was supposed to be Hillary's turn.
right, okay, yeah, she didn't say it herself, but obviously the implication is she got her minions to do it, right?
Yep.
Mark the Cyborg, thanks so much, Mark the Cyborg, for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Yeah.
Hey,
Mark's
Mark.
cool.
Tree Boy
Yeah,
for
he is.
$5 says, "Good thing the left hasn't been causing fiery issues for certain EV car manufacturers." That's right wing stuff. Yes.
Yes, we've talked about that. So Mamdani is up 16 in the Reuters poll, 18 in the Fox poll, 22 points in the Quinnipiac poll. He's like up double digits in all the polls.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Terrible.
The
Fondue for
next
42 months.
Cuomo's under him, and like everyone hates fucking Cuomo.
Why could they not get?
I
think that's part of the
know.
problem. They couldn't get a
What
single
the
fucking
fuck?
like Democrat candidate. We had one who was the hyper corrupt mayor who now quit. And then we have fucking Cuomo again. Jesus Christ.
Did he
Get
quit?
someone-
Adams is in some of these polls.
Adams dropped out, yes.
Oh, he did? but he's
Yes.
still polling 7%.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I guess they're
We'll
still going to
see.
vote for him.
I guess the question is the Adam vote going to coalesce to Cuomo?
Oh, that would be helpful, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So we'll see.
He'd still be a point under in the Fox News poll, but
Mm. Fondue for 42 months says Dev is impressive. It takes skill to get all of your political views of left and right exactly backwards.
What?
he's saying
said
you're
you got-
wrong about everything.
He said you got your left and right view backwards.
Oh my god.
Our Hilt Hurt for $2 says Dev, show us on the doll where the chat touched you. Jonathan Smith for $5 says Dev, very smart, but fails to understand the right has been gaslit for years and is surprised that his words aren't being taken with charity as a result.
Yeah.
Damn. Are y'all abuse victims?
Our worded for $2 says Dev, are you ever making that response video?
Yep.
What's the response video to what?
Oh, just like the fucking drama from last year. I've been like slowly chipping away, building up, clicking receipts, eventually making a response video to it.
What's a drama? I like drama.
Okay, so the VTuber Kirsch put out a 300-page schizo document accusing me of running some sort of gay op against her to try to get her channel taken down or get her canceled or some other bullshit. It was all fucking false.
Wow. Wow. That's tough. People who make wacko false allegations.
Yep.
I hate that shit. I mean, most of the allegations against us are just kind of comical. So, I mean, I don't really
What
think
are
much
you
of
what
it.
are you alleged with?
Oh, that we're audience captured. We're secret right wingers. We're all kinds of craziness. Well, like, look, that's just like laughable shit. So,
Yeah. To be fair, I have seen some people say that, like, you're secret left wingers. I've seen that.
what? Really?
Yeah. Yeah. We're talking like the academic agent audience. It's like those communists over at Adam and Sitch.
Oh, so we're
Yeah.
secret communists. That's different
Yeah.
because, I mean,
You simp for the left and the globalists and the state. All this
Of
nonsense.
course. Of course.
well, I mean, I am in favor of American institutions and American power, that kind of thing.
We are
That's
in favor
communism.
of a state existing. So some people
Communism.
don't like that. Yeah.
Soft power. But if the soft power doesn't work, you can throw a little hard power in there.
God's Joke for $10 says very behind, but holy shit, there's so much talking past each other. Feels like I'm watching a novella where the main conflict is misunderstanding, fighting the urge to jump through the screen to mediate.
That must have been when I was talking to Sean.
PC for $5 says Dev, the right exaggerates trans issues based on online leftists. Also, Dev, all of the right is crazy because I saw crazy posts online.
Listen, it's not a crazy post online. It's literally what Trump is saying, all right?
In your
God-
imagination. No, just kidding.
No! No!
I saw the Med Bay thing. The fuck? What happened there?
was very
That was
weird.
fucking hilarious.
What was
The
that
fucking-
about? Is anyone going to come out and go, oh, yeah, that was a fuck up?
Okay,
Misdial?
so like Trump either posted something as a joke, and he's like, oh shit, people think I'm not joking, he deleted it. Or Trump posted something that he actually thought he said, and then he only realized later that he didn't actually say it.
Or somebody got access to his account and posted
Yeah.
it, and
Yes.
Barron was having some fun, and he was like, Barron, I told you stop doing that. Barron's
Someone's
like, I'm
gonna
running
ask-
a scam on MedBase. I just made $50,000.
Do you actually know what the MedBed scam is?
Yes, I watched.
Okay, good,
I sent
yeah.
you a video on it.
Yeah, it's fucking wild, man.
It is.
God's Joke for $10 says, by the way, Dev, still a fan, but your delivery on your video has gotten shittier. You sometimes
Oh my
sound like
God.
a leftist in your right-wing criticism despite not being one. Also, your last SB video felt like filler.
What? Filler.
I mean, if
How dare
that's how
you.
you feel about it, that's how you feel about it, man. I don't okay.
What's a SB
I don't agree,
video?
obviously, but Stellar Blade,
Solar
the
Blade.
video game Stellar Blade. Did you guys
God,
hear about
every-
the sexy
that
lady.
controversy? That was a big fucking thing like a few months ago or whatever. The Stellar Blade controversy.
Yes.
Mhm.
JMac for
I
$20.
didn't follow it.
That's
Okay.
JMac for $20. Thanks so much, JMac. Says, here's a very important question for Dev, and don't try
Oh.
to weasel out. Which is better, Secret of Mana, Chrono Trigger, or Final Fantasy 3/6, specifically on the SNES? Answer the question, or are you too spineless?
Uh-oh.
It's Chrono Trigger, obviously.
Wow.
It's Chrono Trigger, then 6, then Secret of Mana.
Chrono Trigger, is that a good game? Should I play that game?
Probably not.
Oh, it's one of the
but
best games of all time, man.
I would agree with your hierarchy there, but I don't think Adam should play a SNES game.
Have you played Carmageddon 2, Carpocalypse Now?
What?
No.
That is the
Seriously.
greatest game of all time.
I think making Adam play a SNES game that requires a lot of reading is evil.
Not if I can select the text on my computer and have it read it for me.
I don't think you can.
You cannot.
I
do
have
that,
a little
no.
Sitch voice on my computer. It reads
I don't.
it reads
Wait,
all
really?
the super chats for me.
There you go. Yeah, funny how that works. Ass at Games for $20. Thank you so much. Says from California's Medicaid website right now, quote, starting on January 1st, 2026, Medicaid will freeze new enrollments for adults who are undocumented. So they've been allowing it completely. This is from the Medi-Cal help page. Is that, oh my God, is that true? Let's check that out. That's
But
fucking
California is
insane
the
if that's true.
worst. California is the fucking worst.
What the fuck? Okay. That would definitely give a lot more legitimacy to the whole they just want to give illegals healthcare argument. Tobin Russell for $5 says, aside from January 6th and Mr. P entirely, could you give some examples of right-wing violence?
Who's
Mr.
Mr.
P?
P?
You mean Paul Pelosi?
I think that's what they mean, yes.
Okay. I mean, I would probably look at the Governor Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot. That was a big moment. I'd look at
Everyone says that was an inside job, though. That it was.
Yeah, that's fucking. It wasn't though. That was all just cope. It wasn't. It was not.
Feds talked him into it.
That's
Troubled
all Twitter
teens.
bullshit. I'd definitely look at the Minnesota state reps a few months ago. I'd look at the Josh Shapiro arson a few months before that.
What about the crazy guy that killed Gabby Giffords or shot her in the head but didn't kill her?
Yep, that was what
was he right wing? I don't know if he was right wing or just crazy.
I think he was like an anti-abortion guy, actually.
I don't think that's true.
There was the fake anthrax thing from like 2018 that was sent to like Hillary's house and Obama's house, or someone like no, there's been a bunch of stuff.
I mean, that was like 3, but
so yes, still 3 more than there should be.
We usually, when it's 3, you say there's been a few things.
Well, it depends because they always lump in the ethno-nationalist racist violence into the right too. So you have to insert including all those incidences.
No, we take all that out.
Okay.
Take it all out.
That's all prison violence, so it doesn't count.
Well, no, like the mass shootings and stuff.
So, well, here's the thing. If we're talking about like leftist violence, you can also break it out into like transactivist stuff. You can break it out into communist stuff. You can break it out into Antifa or BLM stuff. Like you can always break these things down further for sure.
I just prefer to go on my gut.
Dr. Adam Refriended Bird General for $20 says civic duty equals cops, firefighters, farmers, plumbers, electricians.
What?
Okay. Soldiers, etc. They serve the people, be the society's backbone. You earn the right to vote local, state, federal because you act for the people's best interest. Yeah, but so does that mean like
what about Hooters waitresses?
Yeah, like if you're like a waiter or waitress at a restaurant, does that count?
You're literally waiting on people.
If you work in
you're serving.
Amazon facility, does that count? Are you basically just saying anyone that has like a job? Like what? I'm assuming you're not, because civic duty, then you would say a job, right? You wouldn't say civic duty.
What about postal carriers? They literally work for the government.
I assume that would count, right?
I don't know. All they do is smoke weed all day.
Mr. Cross, or I think I read. Oh no, I didn't. Mr. Cross for $20 says, "I'm still behind, but you can even advocate for what the law should be. My guess is Trump would have lost, but why not bring the advocate and let SCOTUS decide? Why is it a crime?" I think we already answered those questions.
Yes, we did.
Matrix 07012 for 100 Kazarkazark says, people in 2016 proclaimed woke is dead because Trump won. Proclaiming a platitude is a sign of a downward trend is extremely short-sighted. Vance is teapot, but he's trying to secure the MAGA vote.
Yeah, what's teapot?
What does teapot stand for?
I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Do people actually proclaim woke was dead in 2016? I don't remember that at all.
I don't really remember that either, yeah. But I agree that a sign of a downward trend should not be taken as the trend is dead or the thing is
No,
dead.
not at all. Yeah. I just, in the latest interaction over the Charlie Kirk assassination, I'm seeing so much woke, so much fucking woke everywhere. Everyone being Charlie Kirk is a racist. It's like Jordan Peterson all over again, but the guy's actually been shot and killed. I don't know how you can say woke is dead.
God's joke for $10 says, the more I listen and catch up, the more I think Dev spent too much time in the QAnon corner of the internet and thinks normally right winger is like that, and that most MAGA people are like QAnon.
You answered this one too earlier. Yeah.
Oh, I did? Okay. Ace for $5 says, regardless of how I feel about this show's Trump coverage, I still value it. You guys avoid the left-wing pitfall of bigotry of low expectations.
Hell yeah.
Well, thank you, Ace.
Hell yeah, we do.
Adam Milne for $2 says, Wendigoon did an insanely good video on Ruby Ridge.
He did, actually.
I'll check it out.
Okay.
I listened to some Brianna Joy Gray, and it was funny because she was basically making the same argument the right makes about bigotry of low expectations, but in the context of just saying, like, all the white people in my college were racist.
I listened to that. Yeah, maybe that video is crazy. You're talking about the Katie Halper video?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Maybe we'll watch some of that after. Maybe we'll watch the Ezra Klein video on Sunday. We'll see.
So she was basically accusing everyone on the left of white progressives of having the bigotry of low expectations in the same way that the right does. But I don't think she'd ever acknowledge that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't understand, and I don't know. I think some of it is political bias. Some of it is that people have not either worked for the government or been in a large business, because they keep trying to make this argument that, like, oh, having an affirmative action policy isn't going to lower standards. And that would only be true if you had a situation where whoever was making hiring decisions was literally not hiring people because they're racist. They're like, I'm not going to hire black people.
Yeah, there's all these black Harvard graduates that they're like,
no. Right. Because, which is not the case, at least not the case in 2025 generally in most businesses. And the issue they don't understand is that they don't get, like, if your boss says, I have some new policy or some new position where I want to make sure that we hire, 50% black people or 20% black people or whatever. If you look through your stack of resumes or your things, okay, and you're the person that's working for the boss, that's what you're going to do. You're not going to be like, oh, I have to make sure that I get 20% of the new hirees to be black, but that, they're the exact top 1% highest quality of people applying to the company. That's not really what's going to happen. They're just going to just try to do whatever their boss is asking them to do. They're just going to try to fill the quota.
The reason why people don't even go through this thought experiment is the thought experiment is somewhat offensive to them. They think that there's just a massive amount of well-qualified applicants that are being discriminated against because of racism.
Right.
So they never do the thought experiment. They're like, they already don't you know, Sitch? They have a stack a giant stack of applicants that are black that are overqualified, more qualified than the white applicants. But they're hiring the white people because they're racist. They're actually lowering standards to hire their own race.
Right.
Yeah.
Phil remains. Hey, Phil. Phil for $10 says in all caps, I will argue with you all about this. I missed that.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
I wonder what it
Had you on.
was.
I don't
what
know if
were
it
we
was
arguing
about,
about at the time.
it was either about the tariffs or about the Ruby Ridge comment.
Phil can come on anytime. He just has to DM me. So
Yes. Yeah, Phil I don't know if he's still listening, but you could just send one of us
Probably
a DM or
not.
something. Alex Wright for $5 says, Botcha is a moron preaching voodoo economics here. And Adam, and I guess other people are eating this up. Look up the lump of labor fallacy, Sitch.
The lump
Never
of
heard
labor
of
fallacy.
Lump of labor is the mistaken belief that there's a
go ahead,
fixed amount of work in an economy, so new workers or technologies will take jobs away from existing workers, or that reducing work hours will create unemployment.
Yeah, the idea is something along the lines of, even if you invent new technology that makes current jobs easier, that new technology will create new jobs, so you never actually run out of work to do.
Right. Well, it's just saying like there's some fixed amount of work that exists, so you can just, if you get rid of some subset of workers, it will allow new workers to just like slot into that role. Is essentially what they're saying the fallacy is.
I don't think that's the fallacy. I think it's more like if you build robots to do a job, and then suddenly people are out of jobs. It's like, oh shit, people are now unemployed. But because you've now built robots to do jobs, there are now going to be new jobs that require like maintaining the robots, and like other jobs will appear as a result of the robots. Like, the economy is constantly expanding as technology expands as well.
In economics, the lump of labor fallacy is the misconception that there is a finite amount of work, a lump of labor, to be done within an economy, which can be distributed to create more or fewer jobs. It's also known as the lump of jobs fallacy, or the zero-sum fallacy due to its tie to zero-sum games. The term fixed pie fallacy is also used more generally to refer to the idea that there's a fixed amount of wealth. Okay, blah, blah, blah. It's considered a fallacy in 1891 by economist David Friedrich Schloss, who held that the amount of work is not fixed. The term originated to rebuke the idea that reducing the number of hours employees are allowed to labor during the working days would lead to a reduction in unemployment. The term is also commonly used to describe the false belief that increasing labor productivity, automation, immigration, or women's participation in the workforce causes an increase in unemployment. The fact shows that just like the amount of labor is not fixed, neither is the size of the economy. And as more work is done, the economy grows, which would then create more jobs in other areas, I guess it would be the argument.
Yep. As
I know
soon as
all of
like
that.
you have like horses, and the horses are replaced by cars, and it kind of sucks that all the stable masters lost their jobs and all the horse breeders, but it turns out that cars created way more jobs than were lost. It's that sort of thing.
Wasn't that not what Bacha was arguing? Because the argument would be that people that are illegal, they're doing illegal jobs, if they're, underpaid or doing illegal labor or whatever, that would in turn create jobs elsewhere in the economy
Well, and it
for
would obviously
citizens to
create
participate in.
downward pressure on wages. So
Well, that's a different, yeah,
that
that'd be a
seems
different-
obvious.
Right. But that'd be a different argument. Ace for $5 says nothing has shown the left wing rot more than the popularity of racial nihilists like Ta-Nehisi Coates.
Oh yeah,
True.
he's the worst. He did a podcast with Ezra Klein. I watched about maybe a minute and a half of it.
Harrison Dill for $5. That was all you needed. Harrison
It's all
Dill
I
for
could
$5.
take. Did
Yeah.
you watch more of it?
I watched half of it, yeah.
Okay.
Harrison Dill for $5 says Adam is a Project 2025 apologist. That is who he wants JD Vance for president.
Really? I don't know much about Project 2025. I mean, some of it I think is pretty insane, but some of it just seems like good policy. Wasn't that Trump's response to the Project 2025?
Yes, something like that. Alex Wright for $5 says Bacha and Adam say 50% of the country won't be able to afford a smartphone and they'll love it. What are we talking about here?
I'm not saying that. I literally said that if a smartphone is $3,000 and people have higher wages, so that $3,000 smartphone is actually affordable for them, it doesn't matter. Even though you go, oh, even though from your current vantage point where a $3,000 smartphone is ungodly expensive, it's if your average wage is $100,000 a year, then $3,000 smartphone is not that expensive.
Short Side Goblin for $2 says, Sitch coming off mad entitled. Those jobs are yucky. Well, I don't think it's entitled to say that Americans shouldn't and would not want to do sweatshop factory jobs for the wages that Chinese people are paid pennies on the dollar. I don't think
They
that's
don't-
entitled. So
That's my entire argument.
Listen, Adam, I think you're just pro DEI, but for Americans.
Oh, I've heard that one too.
I know, I'm just fucking around.
The old pro DEI for Americans.
our worded for $2 says we don't need 1,000 different iPhone models. That's true. We only need one iPhone, one type of bread, one type of cereal. These Americans have way too many different variety of things. Okay. When I go to the grocery store and I'm in the potato chip aisle, there's so many different potato chips. I just don't know which one to buy and I get paralyzed by choices.
I don't
one
think
potato
that
chip.
I don't think we have to pare our choices down to one to have a thriving American manufacturing economy.
I think that's what we need to do.
Go
CS
full
Pappy
Soviet
for-
Union. You
Yeah,
have like
exactly.
just one option on the store shelves.
Yeah. Why do we need more than one? CF Passy for $2 says the Jones
The Jones
Act.
shot.
Take a shot, everyone. Yeah, exactly. The Jones Act. Our order for $2 says if only there was a near unlimited power source. That's true. The nuclear, though, I guess nuclear is still pretty expensive, though. So it's got to be refined. Oh,
Oh my god.
we got the ragamuffin cam.
She came to visit. I can't believe it.
See, listen, we knew Ragamuffin's favorite topic is tariffs. So
Of course. She loves the tariffs. That's all of her cat toys are from China.
exactly. So she hates the tariffs.
She sounds like she's not having a good time.
Uh-huh. She loves it.
Are you sure?
Why is
Yeah.
she such a talker? My God, all she does
pretty
is
funny.
talk. She comes in from outside and does this.
Mm-hmm.
She's yelling from the other room. I'm like, what the fuck?
She just wants attention. She wants love. Okay.
She'll jump up on the bed in the middle of the night and do this crap.
Oh, that's terrible.
What? What?
Brian for $5 says tariffs cause a bump in the short-term inflation rate, but long-term is deflationary as it's an additional tax on the private sector. Interesting.
It's like the opposite of being true, actually, but okay.
Okay. Meme spread for $2 says, can we at least get rid of planned obsolescence? That would be fantastic.
Oh, yeah, that'd be
100%
good.
Favor of that. Make that illegal. Jonathan
All
Smith
right.
for $5 says tariffs are inflationary. However, we are in pre-World War III with China with no industry, and currently they are building their war machine with our trade.
True.
That's a fair point. And if Bacha just made that point, I'd say, okay.
She makes it
much
later
better
in the
point.
video.
Okay. Well, she makes a bunch of other bullshit points, but
Oh, look. Why do you hate Bacha? Are you anti-Jewish? Is it because of the star?
it's the big
David?
Jewish star she's wearing around her neck. I just see it and I just go, ugh, another Jew's behind it.
Is it the Star of David?
Yes,
It's okay.
it is.
Jewish people are nice, Sitch. They're great people.
Why? Someone here is getting paid by Israel, obviously, to push propaganda.
Uh-oh. It
Adam's
is
right.
true.
They
Some
taste
of our
great.
powerful donors are
The
pressuring
cookbook.
me.
Lives in Dev's wall specifically for $5. Says Dev really lost me this whole stream. I read this one. Then he called Americans the elite, and I'm back in.
Yes.
Alex Wright for $5 says protectionism helps a small number of laborers, They put those people on TV and it makes people like Adam feel good. Protectionism helps politically.
Alex Wright hates me. Okay.
I can tell. He's not a fan. Grail for $20. Thanks so much. Says automation is also a reason for the decrease in blue collar jobs. I think it's important for US to encourage blue collar industry so we can react quickly to global market changes. We don't need to lead, but we can't forget. Yeah, I don't think I disagree with that.
I wonder if Alex Wright is fine with giving jobs to illegal aliens.
Mhm.
I mean, I guess so, because he's saying, look, they'll just add to the economy. They'll grow the economy. They'll buy goods and services, and that will be good for everyone, and the businesses will grow.
Stephen R. for 6 months says Trump is announcing peace plans with Israel and Gaza. Interesting deal on the table. S-class is the best class. Yeah, I saw that. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. That'd be nice if that all works out. So I did see some insane lefties being like, no, Gaza, don't submit, which is insane. But I would be skeptical if Hamas would ever agree to those plans.
He's just throwing it out there, isn't he? Just basically trying to magically talk him into it.
Well, it's smart for him to throw it out there. It's also smart for Israel, because if they can throw a deal on the table that doesn't end with Israel absorbing Gaza and taking it over, and it seems somewhat reasonable,
Oh, yeah.
then when Israel absorbs Gaza and takes it over, they can point to that and say, well, we try not to.
Right.
So
They'll blame the panel. What did he say it was? A board? We're
they'll
putting
blame
together a
Hamas.
board.
Yeah.
Some very powerful people are on this board.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take off, guys. It's time for dinner. Gonna go.
Okay. Thanks for coming on, Dev.
Thanks for coming on, Dev.
This
Yep,
was
it was
great.
a lot of fun. Yeah.
Take
Be
care.
nice. Be nice to chat, okay? They
Listen,
want to love
chat-
you. They really
chat,
want to
you and
love
I-
you.
Chat, let's be friends, okay? Despite our disagreements, it's been a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
I
I'll see you-
promise I'm not going to call you slimy as soon as you leave.
Go ahead.
I guarantee.
I give you a free one, okay? Go ahead.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Okay, I'll see you guys later. Have fun.
Take care.
I'm jealous. He gets to eat. I don't get to eat.
I'm so hungry, but we're almost done with Super Chats, right?
Well, there's a bunch of Streamlabs.
What?
Yeah.
We'll read them next time.
You fool. No. You made us watch that video, so now I'm going to make you sit through all this.
Oh, my God.
Retribution.
I am starving. Jesus.
Yes.
I had luckily I had a big breakfast.
Mm-hmm. Blaine's Escape Quarter for $5 says, because minimum wage increase only affects workers, tariffs are supposed to make more jobs, and the increase in people's wealth will balance the price.
There you go.
I don't
Exactly
even
right.
understand that. Because minimum wage increase only affects workers, why would tariffs make more? Okay. Oh, you're saying, okay, I see what you're saying.
They're going to make more money. Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, but that would only work. Yeah, but that would only work in the very long term. Obviously, America's manufacturing cannot just like snap into existence because all of a sudden we have tariffs. I mean, talking about usually takes like 1 to 5 years to build these factories. So depending on how complicated whatever it is they're making.
The only reason you really need international trade is if there's something that we can't manufacture ourselves or don't have access to or can't get nationally, right? You got to go to the international market.
Well, if you had to, I mean, the other reason is because it's cheaper to do it somewhere else.
Because they use slave labor.
Yes. Or because the other country, even if they don't use slave labor, can still be, they have lower cost of living, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Because they all live in shacks.
Okay. But you understand that there can be situations where it'll be cheaper for people to make things in other countries because the cost of living in that country is cheaper, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I do get
without
it.
them
I do
living in a
understand
shack,
that.
like without them living in a shack. So
Well, the cost of living is cheaper because they don't pay for things like police or firefighters or
Well, the cost of living, even in America, is vastly different depending on where you live.
That's true.
So it's just okay. Blaine Skatecoder in chat says building the factory is a job too. That is true, but it's a different job that presumably the people that work in the factory are not going to be like they can't just switch hats. Like one day they're like, oh, I'm going to be a construction worker, and then the next day I'm going to make widgets or whatever it is that they're doing.
Just conceptually, you understand that you can have a closed system.
Yeah, of course,
you can have an open system too, where some outsiders providing
maybe
some good
here's where
service.
the confusion is. You can have a closed system and you can have an open system. You can't have, they won't look the same. So if you close the system, the economy is going to look very different. People are not going to have access to the same things at the same prices. Things are all
the price points will gravitate in a different direction. I totally agree with that, obviously, right?
Right.
But in this, you won't have to do without anything. And there won't be products and services won't get so expensive that no one can afford them, because that's ridiculous. You'd be producing products for nobody and no one would do that.
Yes. What?
Right.
I was reading something.
Oh, okay.
There was this interesting chart that showed that because I didn't know this at all, showed that in like the 1950s, supposedly it's saying that food expenditure, or I can't even speak now. The cost of food
expenditures.
Thank you. The cost of food per a family's disposable income was about 20% in the 1950s.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's around 10%. So that's actually gone down significantly.
They cut it in half. Nice.
I thought it was the other way around. That's fascinating. Because everyone looks at, like back then, they're like, oh, well, it cost a nickel for a burger. So it must have been, cheaper. It's like, okay, well, maybe not.
I've seen things where they break that down by hours worked, and it's remarkably consistent over time. Like a gallon of milk or a loaf of bread was the same time of work in different eras, where it was like a nickel or where it's $1.
Well, wouldn't that mean that just the average family just has a lot more disposable income then, if it's gone down 10%? Or gone down half, I should say.
For food, but it's probably gone up in other areas like housing.
Well, I'm saying,
is ridiculously expensive.
If the price of food has remained stable, then the only way to explain that difference would mean that people have more money or more disposable income. Right? It has to be either that either price of food has gone down proportionately, or they have more money. Assuming that statistic is even in the first place. Yeah.
Well, the one I saw could be wrong, or this one could be wrong too.
Right. Yeah. The Oceanist for $5 says, Dev, I remember one of your videos. Oh, I read that one. That was Dev. Okay.
The study I saw, they could have just been cherry picking products that fit the rule and ignoring a bunch of other products that don't fit the rule at all.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know what source they're using for this chart anyway. Just a bunch of people were spreading it around. Kick Nasanza for $2 says Trump called Kamala fascist in case no one said it. Dun dun dun. I did see someone brought that up. I think they brought up not Kamala but Biden, right? Came up in the conversation.
Right.
And I saw people were spreading around. There's like a montage of I guess not a montage, just pictures. There's a clip collage of Stephen Miller calling Democrats fascists. So nobody cares until the actual political violence happens. Then everyone points the fingers. That's kind of the way it works, sadly. Meme Spread for $5 says you should talk to Brian Lunduke. You talk about politics and tech sometimes, but don't always seem informed of the topic. It would be a great stream. Brian Lunduke.
Okay.
Sure. Flamenco TV for 6 months says Gavin's Twitter is popular for the same reason this aggressively mid South Park season is getting such rave reviews. Trump bad sells. Also, Dev.
Yeah, it is a popular genre now. As I watch David Pakman get millions and millions and millions of views.
Yeah, I know. It's depressing, isn't it?
It is super depressing.
Yeah. The latest episode of South Park I saw, I thought was pretty mid, not that great. But I thought the Labubu episode before it was pretty funny, especially watching it with Sam. Equishidox for $5 says scenario, Hello Kitty, Poncho, etc. over Labubu all day, every day. Push back against the Chinese takeover. There you go. Got a Japanese greater than Chinese, right?
Sure.
Ace for $5 says my enlightened centrist credentials almost feel restored as I go after the left for fawning over Coates and the MAGA censorship campaign. There you go. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Coates gets under your skin. He gets under my skin, too.
Dr. Adam Refriended, Brigadier General for $5 says, fuck that Adam. Joking about Charlie or being edgy is good because I don't have troll remorse. I don't like political violence, but it is what it is.
Okay. I'm trying to explain the perspective of the people who don't find it funny. So I'm not trying to police your behavior. If you want to do it, go ahead. But I still
Landor for
think
20
you're the
months
mugger in
says-
the situation. So
Landor for 20 months says, I fear it'd be easier to turn liberals against wokeness were not perceived as a MAGA thing. Is Trump anti-woke legislation worth this effect? I think I understand what you're saying, and I think you're right-ish. I think that's sort of correct. But at the same token, I would prefer the anti-woke legislation because I think the left is just going to take too long to kick it out. It might be too late at that point. And maybe you need sort of the strong arm Trump administration to just literally make laws to get the shit out of schools and stuff.
yeah, we're in the ninth inning, right? That's the one. That's the important one.
Yes.
It's late in the game. Got to get this show on the road. Drop some executive orders.
Solo for $2 says, Adam, did you ever vote for Arnold?
Arnold, yes, I did vote for Arnold.
Oh,
Yeah.
Arnold. Okay.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You voted for
Come on, the
Governator?
Terminator's going to come and be the salesman for California around the world. Fuck yeah. Who's going to say no to Arnold?
There you go. Corn Pop for $20. Thanks so much. Corn Pop says, I can't really dislike Trump himself that much, but I can't stand MAGA because it's just a cult of personality that has no principles other than idolizing Trump. They've outsourced their thinking to their dear leader.
I completely disagree, but
well, that's why I asked Dev that question, because I was curious. Because I do feel like a lot of people's distaste for Trump, at least on the online sphere, is really distaste for the fans of Trump more than Trump himself. So,
there are obviously people like that, but I think there are people in MAGA that aren't sycophants to Trump too. So I just think you're hitting too many people with that label. The cultist label.
I don't know what the numbers. It's not everyone, obviously. Legend Does Possibility for $2 says, I'm confused. Is it Sunday again? Just feels like Sunday.
Does it? Because we're streaming for so long.
Oh, it's so long.
We're going on 8 hours here.
Jonathan Smith for $5 says, Dev, yes, the right are abuse victims. They just don't see it. Told them for years they are racist, sexist, and shamed them if they spoke out. That has an effect.
Yep.
Lives in Dev Walls for $5 says, for ragamuffin treats.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
We buy American for ragamuffins treats, just so you know.
Hypnotoad for $5 says, some people are not capable of level 2 jobs. Me, level 1 jobs kept me alive until I found what I do now. I'm a tart. I know it. Writing us off is fucked.
Yeah,
True.
That's why it comes off as elitist. I worked in a factory too. That's why I was a little triggered when you were saying.
Yeah, but you didn't let me finish.
Factory
I'm not against people working at factories. I'm against people. The way she's talking about this, talking about it like we need to steal this from China. It's like, well, you're not stealing it from China unless you're going to pay them the same wages, which is fucking horrifying.
Yeah, you're going to pay them more. So I get what you're saying.
If Bacha Sargon just said, I understand that prices will go up and that's fine because it's worth it for people, the manufacturing to be in America, then I would say, okay, that's a completely fair opinion. My problem is that she's making the argument, and so many people make the argument that like, well, no, we're going to have all the jobs in America and nothing's going to become more expensive. And it's like, it just literally doesn't make any sense.
Well, she didn't say that. She said things will become more expensive and the workers will be making more money so they'll be able to afford it. That's what she
Right,
said.
but that means proportionally things are going to be the same price.
Yes, yeah.
Right, but that I don't think that's remotely true.
But
we don't have to have the entire argument again, I guess.
no, I think if prices do go up, I'm like, so prices are pricing out the illegal aliens. They can't even afford to live here. That's like a twofer.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Live in Des Waltz for $5 says, I now see how this could be annoying from the other side. That said, I'm not stopping. That's funny. He's someone living in his walls is annoying, he's saying. Yes. BNT095 for $5 says, Sitch wants to consume and Adam just wants one type of bread. There's no in between. That is true.
Exactly. I love it.
Fucked.
That's a perfect
Totally
synthesis of the debate there.
Right. Okay, let me jump to the Streamlabs here.
Oh, are we all done?
There's a couple more, but we're way behind the Streamlabs, so.
Adam wrong Lundike. I was like,
you linked the wrong person.
Brian Lundike, hashtag BLM. I used to say controversial things, and I don't really believe to try to get attention. Now I've changed. Black Lives Matter, he, him. This, I guess, is a parody account, but maybe it's a parody account of the guy.
Fondue for $20. Thank you, Fondue. Did I miss this one? It says, I'm starting to worry that Adam's attempt to stop negative stereotypes of right-wingers, he might be doing something similar to the media, making excuses for crime perpetrators.
So are you complaining that I am conscious of stereotypes at the media?
I think he's worried that in your attempt to stop negative stereotypes of right-wingers, you're doing something similar to the media, making excuses for black crime. Crime committed by
media
black
making.
perpetrators.
Look, the thing is, you constantly have to weigh the value of spreading the information versus the negative stereotypes. So,
no, I think I'm assuming what he means is he's saying that like, just as the media won't report on.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to some extent, I do think that the media needs to be conscious of spreading negative stereotypes, right? I just think the media is unintentionally spreading negative stereotypes about white people because in an effort to, I guess, deal with negative stereotypes that the black community has had to deal with for generations. They want to shame white people. So they only find stories of white people being virulent racists to shame white people. And they're creating a negative stereotype that white people are racist. All white people are racist. So I don't think they should be doing that.
No. I think I'm guessing because he says, it sounds like he's trying to say is that he's worried that in your attempt to, like, you are being the media, but for right wingers is what they're saying. They're saying just as the media would be too afraid to talk.
Oh,
about
I
black
got
crime.
it. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, right.
So I'm being I'm protecting right wingers in the same way that the media is protecting black people.
Right, to avoid the stereotype.
Well, my response to that would be, I honestly don't, when they're calling everyone fascist, I think that they're delusional. I don't think they're actually really calling out fascists. So I guess the equivalent would be if the media is constantly running stories about just black crime and avoiding all other crime, right?
Mm-hmm.
It seems like you can criticize right wingers without creating negative stereotypes. That doesn't seem impossible to do. I'm not saying that you shouldn't remotely criticize right wingers. I just think calling them fascists is a bit out of line. What do you think, Sitch?
I agree. You can
Yes.
criticize people on the right without calling them fascist. I do believe that the fascist label has been overused. But the same token, I'm now, and this is just my own vibe, I am starting to grow
Weary.
tired or
Yeah.
weary of the constant, like, now when I open up my X timeline, it's just this person called me a fascist, this person called me a fascist. Like, to me, it's starting to, I'm sympathetic to it, but at the same time, it's coming off as like whinging now. Like, I don't know, it's just reaching some point of like crescendo where I'm like, okay, let's
No, it's
pack
called
it
the
in.
tipping point.
Like,
It
yes.
is called the tipping point.
Right. Like, it's giving me, trying to give me like Karen vibes now. So maybe that's just me. But
Well,
just
look, the Karen
rubbing me the wrong
vibe.
way.
The Karen vibe was like the tipping point for the social justice warriors,
Right.
where they
Right.
really won and they really
Right.
had lots of social impact and they really made change. They did like the whole
Right.
George Floyd thing where the whole world just listened to him. So
There you
that
go.
tipping point,
It works.
those
maybe.
Karens,
Yeah.
I
Well-
think are going to start shaming people like Jackson Crockett to the point where she's just like anathema. Everyone's going to be like, fuck this bitch.
Well, it's just like a vibe, it's a feeling, because I understand the argument, and I think the argument is valid, is that yes, especially if violence continues against people on the right, and the justification is the claim of them fascists, then it's completely justified. You don't want people to call each other fascists, Nazis, all this other stuff. But I don't know, just the way it's being handled on social media, just it feels cringy to me. It feels like it's losing the battle of optics, because it does not come off as cool. It comes off as cringy. So be aware.
Look, I never thought any of the woke stuff was cool either, but it had complete cultural dominance.
That is true, but I don't think the right can emulate that, at least not in this environment.
When the right had complete cultural dominance, it was the moral majority and shit. That was so far from cool. That was
That's
downright lame.
That's a great point. But the right doesn't have that cultural dominance, so they can't win playing the same game.
Well, no, I do think we're
Like, a lot of the right and a lot of Trump, I think, was winning the optics battle by being counter culture, which is kind of ironic. You wouldn't think of the right
Mhm.
being counter culture, but being counter woke
Yeah, but as
culture,
soon-
being counter culture, being
that's how
edgy,
you-
being cool, right?
that's how you win, right? But as soon as you
Right.
win, you got to lead, which is a whole different game.
Maybe. We'll
I
see.
think I guess we'll see how it plays out.
We'll see how it plays out. Yeah.
I think the left is going to continue their fascist tirade, and I think
They
it's
will
going to
100%
become more
continue
and
doing it,
more
yes.
and more unfashionable.
Well,
for them
but I
to
think
do
to me,
so.
it feels like the left is just doing it now to trigger the right. Like
Mhm.
that's like they're just motivated. They're like, aha! If I say, it's kind of like when people would say something and then the left would go, "Oh, you're racist," and then people on the right would be like, "LOL, smug troll face." I can just keep saying this to trigger people on the left. I feel like
Mhm.
that's what's going to happen with like fascism. They're just going to keep calling people on the right fascist, and I think a lot of people are calling people on the right fascist just to trigger the right to
Right.
get the reaction. So
Well, the right is deporting all of their mates just to trigger them. So
there you go.
look, who
who's
clean your
trolling
own
who,
fucking
right?
house.
Yeah. There you go. It's a good point. Fondue for 2 hours says Adam is really trying to push the title of the show.
Did you see the title I did of the show?
No, what was the title?
I don't know what to fucking title the show, so I just title it whatever.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. What did I title it? Angry, rage-filled debate
Oh. There you go.
with short, fat Otaku and actual Joseph Warrior. Come on, we're trying to give you guys a show.
Dr. Dib for $2 says Dev, something can be overblown and statistically improbable, but still something to worry about. Oh, I read that one. That's about the trans issues. Fondue for $10 says alternate facts is getting worse for me too. A few weeks back, a friend of mine said Israel is only killing pro-peace Hamas leadership. I still haven't found even where the truth or lie of it came from. That's pretty insane.
It's super tough.
That is pretty insane. Fondue for Drew says, is this how Adam handles getting caught two-timing his girlfriends?
Was
is
that
this in
with the
response to
double booking?
The double. I thought you guys would want to hang out.
I thought you guys were friends.
Yeah,
What?
exactly.
What?
There you go.
That would be a good response, right?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
Right.
Girlfriend 1, meet girlfriend 2.
Right. I don't know if that would work. But,
No.
Yeah.
Trust me, it doesn't work.
Okay. Vadu for $6 says, "This is why you don't take political advice from a Canadian."
Oh, yeah. Always good with the Canadian jokes.
Mhm.
Although I do think we're building a negative stereotype about Canadians.
Right. Let's see. Read that one. Solo for 2 hours says, I'm behind by an hour, but thanks for bringing that up with Deb. Also, I apologize for constantly saying you missed my Streamlabs because I expect them at the end. No, it's fine. Like, I understand. We're very disorganized sometimes. So,
Sitch likes to jump all
No
over the
problem.
place.
well, we should get better at reading them together because ideally we would want to incentivize. I mean, we do this very poorly. We would want to incentivize people to Streamlab instead of Super Chat because we get more
So
money.
let's just read them first next time.
So yeah, we should just start reading the Streamlabs when they come in to incentivize people to do
But
that.
there isn't there like a bazillion $2 ones? Let's read the $10 and up ones first to incentivize people to stream labs more. How about that?
Right.
We'll do the $10. We'll do the $10 ones when they come in, just like we do the $20
Well, if we get
ones.
a $2 Streamlab, don't we still get a bigger chunk of that than if it's a $2 YouTube Super Chat?
I don't think so because the
No?
flat fee takes
Oh,
most
okay.
of it.
So it's only
yeah,
if
there's a
it's-
flat fee.
Oh, interesting. Well, I don't know.
The thing is, there's like I think it's almost $1 flat fee, and then
Oh,
a 4%. So it's once you get past the $1 fee, it's like way cheaper, right? 4% versus 30%.
right.
So I mean, we probably make the same amount of money off a $10 stream labs that we do off of a $20 super chat. So that's why I was saying incentivize the $10 StreamYards by reading them. The same way we incentivize the $20.
Gotcha.
It's all about incentives.
Incentives.
If you want people to build a factory in America, what you do is
There
you
you
say,
go.
I'm going to tariff the shit out of you, bitch. Build that
So-
factory over here.
I sent you. Sean sent me something.
Oh, I saw it.
Uh,
You want to bring it up?
I want to bring it up because I'm curious to listen to this. So they 2-minute
Candace
clip.
Owens doubled down.
So someone posted this on X, a 2-minute clip. They said Candace Owens has doubled down on accusing Israel of assassinating Charlie Kirk, implicating Turning Point USA. She now claims Kirk was killed because he and Candace were about to reunite on stage. Quote, he just 48 hours later conveniently catches a bullet to the throat before our on-stage reunion can happen. Okay, Candace is either
This
the
is
most
disgusting.
despicable grifter
This
on
is
the
fucking
planet.
disgusting. Yeah.
I actually don't think that. I think she is a complete
Narcissist.
delusional narcissist
Yeah.
that is so unhinged that she actually honestly is so narcissistically egotistical. She believes that Israel would kill Charlie Kirk just to prevent her from making amends with him on publicly or something.
God, I
insane
hope
like
she
that, right?
suffers some backlash from this. Like, how can
Yeah.
her fans? I mean, she's completely denigrating the memory of Charlie for this fucking bullshit.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Got it.
I'm working on it here.
Okay.
Almost there.
Yeah, almost there, baby.
Okay.
Almost there.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give it to you right
Thank you.
here. I got it all the way
Give it
up
to me.
to full
got it up?
volume. Yeah.
You finally got it up.
1 minute 56 seconds of pure ecstasy. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
About 48 hours before Charlie Kirk died, Charlie informed people at Turning Point, as well as Jewish donors and a rabbi, that he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause outright. Okay, Charlie was done. He said it explicitly that he refused to be bullied anymore by the Jewish donors, Can you guys answer? Did he express that? Did he also express that he wanted to bring me, Candace Owens, back because he was standing up for himself? And then did he, just 48 hours later, conveniently catch a bullet to the throat before our onstage reunion could happen? It's a yes or a no. Yeah, I'm putting the fire here right at the feet of Turning Point because I am disgusted. I am genuinely disgusted. I am looking around and wondering whether Charlie's entire life was the Truman Show. None of you guys are behaving in the way that you should be behaving, okay? There is no way you are letting these lies fly unless, as I am hearing, unless it is true that there was a big payday that was on the line. And if Charlie radically stated that he was done with Israel, if Charlie said he had no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel cause because of, and I quote, Jewish donors, the behavior of Jewish donors, if he said that, yes or no, well then, I don't know, maybe some people didn't want to take that risk that he was going to become Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson at Turning Point USA with all of those presences, so much presence across college campuses. Maybe they didn't want to take the chance. And I will say this, you know what? Somewhere Charlie is watching, okay? And I hope he knows that we are reunited, okay? We're on stage right now, and the Jewish donors are very angry about it, extremely angry about it.
My God.
Jesus Christ. What a psychopath.
So it seems obvious why she didn't go to the memorial.
The memorial.
Yeah. Because she's like, look, I'm going to make a fucking $1 million off of these conspiracy nuts.
What a scumbag.
Erica Kirk will not want to see me for the rest of my life.
Right. What a fucking piece of shit she is. She's so evil. This is crazy.
Do you think she believes it? Look, I don't think she believes it. I think she just knows. She's straight
now
up
that I'm
drifting.
watching, yeah. I don't know, because now that I'm watching, like my vibe from her, the way she talks about it makes me think it's a grift.
Yeah, I think she openly talks to her husband about how, oh, these stupid people that fucking I make money off of, they'll believe anything. They just want a good conspiracy. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to just say I don't know the motivation. She's either insane or grifter. Either way, I think she's a fucking evil person. This is so vile and disgusting to use someone's death in this way. I mean, she's making these accusations. Like, what is it based off of? Do you have some conversation? Like, show us some conversation you had where here's some text conversation I had with Charlie Kirk where, 48 hours before he died, he told me like all these things. Or where the fuck is it? Like, if she had any of that evidence, obviously she would display it. She'd be horny to display it. So she's making this shit up.
Yeah, and look, they got the guy that did it. What she thinks Israel paid him? He's a patsy for Israel? He took a paycheck from Israel?
He didn't actually do it. Okay.
Oh, yeah, there was a second shooter, someone standing behind Charlie who shot him simultaneously.
They just happened to find a gun that belonged to a person that they displayed publicly, and that person's father realized it was their gun and told their son to turn themselves in. That was all just a cover set up crisis actor.
It was a coincidence.
Yeah, just
the Israel assassin shot him at the exact same time and then backed away and got away with it.
Right. God, so fucking stupid.
It's complete ridiculousness.
Yeah. Right. Fuck you, Candace. I hope she suffers insane economic harm from this, but I don't know if she will because her audience is so fucking crazy.
Isn't it? I mean, she's got to have massive overlap with Nick Fuentes now. Like it's Groyper Central over there on the Candace Owens show.
I would think so. I think they don't like each other. I think they've been attacking each other recently, but.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting.
There actually was a very interesting exchange I saw today. And I wonder if it was in response to this clip. That was Constantine kissing with Megyn Kelly. Let's see if I have it somewhere. Yeah, I thought it was pretty interesting. So someone said to Megyn Kelly, okay, so this was in response to the whole, Bibi Netanyahu published that letter that apparently he got from Charlie Kirk. And that letter I actually didn't read it, but supposedly that letter, I didn't get a chance to read it before stream. That letter kind of quashed some of these claims about him being anti-Israel, turning against Israel or something.
Right.
So Megyn Kelly posts on X, she said, the Charlie Kirk letter to Bibi is interesting for obvious reasons, but if you want to hear Charlie in his own words speaking to a friend regarding his feelings on Israel and the pressure on him, it's all here on August 6th, no filter needed, just listen to him. To which someone responded to that saying, if you can't separate yourself from Candace Owens, many of us are going to separate ourselves from you. We do not have to align with everyone that claims to be of the right when their motives in history are as shady as hers. So apparently in this clip that she linked, she had something to do with her defending Candace Owens. To which she responded, look at this. No, I have no obligations to separate myself from anyone. I run my own media company and my own show. That show is where I express my own opinions, and I will decide what and what not to opine on. If you need to condemn Candace or Tucker for their opinion in order to listen to me, then I may not be for you. He is a close friend, and she is under enough pressure without gratuitous shots from me. My fight is with the left, not these two.
This is Megyn Kelly.
This is Megyn Kelly.
Interesting.
To which Constantine weighed in, saying, the problem with this approach, which many on the right are taking, is that this is exactly how the left allowed its own extremists to first flourish and then to become the face of the entire movement. If you agree with Candace and Tucker, people will respect that. But to many of us, this behavior is so extreme and so deranged that the idea that you can simply ignore it because your fight is with the left doesn't wash. You have always been a great principled truth-seeking journalist, so to many of your admirers like me, the question might be, if you agree with them, fine, but if you don't, why isn't your fight with them? So how do you feel about that response?
Well, it's obviously, it depends upon the current situation. So if one side is getting completely out of line, it makes sense to put aside petty bickering and focus on the real problem, right? The real conflict. So it's easy in good times to have these consistency, moral justifications for moral consistency, but more difficult, obviously, if it's a life or death situation. So, and I do think a lot of I'm assuming this letter was after the Charlie Kirk thing, right?
What?
Yeah, was this? Yeah. So I think I think the left is, or I think the right is more in a life or death situation after Charlie Kirk. They see it. Yeah, they see it more as a existential crisis for them. Do you understand what I'm saying about?
Yeah, you're saying that. Yeah, I do, but I think that's part of the danger, right? Is that you can see yourself as in that crisis, so then you ignore or justify ignoring,
Well, that obviously, but look,
side.
this is where I saw the danger on the left, is that the left has seen themselves in that crisis when they're not even close to that crisis. Okay. Right. But in the situation after Charlie Kirk, I'm starting to think, well, maybe we are in that crisis. So it's a completely different scenario, right? If you have a bunch of people whinging about, oh my God, civil war, we're on the verge of civil war and everything's fine, you're like, oh, these people are crazy. But if you are on the brink of civil war, all of a sudden things change. So if Konstantin Kisin comes out and he's like, oh, he's making the argument that Abraham Lincoln shouldn't have suspended habeas corpus, right? We should stand by our principles.
It's kind of like, I understand what you're saying. And if you are in a literal life or death war, you can make the calculation and say, okay, I'm going to team up with someone who's going to prevent me from being murdered at this second, and maybe I'll have to deal with them down the road, right? Like, I understand that concept. Yes. I don't think the right is anywhere near there, obviously, because the right controls every branch of government at the moment. So I don't think that there should be a threat of like an existential, they're going to get like people on the right are going to get wiped out in America or something.
But
There
but
could
you
still be political violence that sparks. That's 100% still could be going on. But I don't think it's like
and there's
they're
an
going to be
a
wiped out.
I don't and people on the left often do this. I don't think it's fair, where they point to the asymmetry in who is controlling the government and ignore the asymmetry in which faction needs to pay out the nose for security, for their own safety. So it's fine if they control the government and they're in charge of policy making. But if they can't leave their homes because they're not actually
of
safe,
course,
that's a huge fucking difference.
Right. But if there's a situation like it's hard for me to imagine that the Trump administration is going to allow an environment in America where people cannot leave their homes on the right because they're just so terrified of left-wing violence, which has become so commonplace, right?
Well,
I mean, it's hard for me to even imagine that
it?
the country would get to that position anyway.
How do they solve that problem? I mean, they can't even get people to stop calling right wingers fascist.
Well, wait, how likely do you think it's going to be that, like, when you say people can't leave their homes, do you mean like just anyone who votes for Trump? Do you mean like political figures? Like, I don't think we're at the stage. I don't think we're anywhere near the stage of like that level of political violence to say like, okay, people just can't leave their homes because they're so terrified.
I think obviously there is a security threat with right wingers doing the same kind of thing Charlie Kirk was doing. That doesn't exist for, well, maybe it does now. Maybe after Charlie Kirk it does now. I guess we'll find out. For left wingers, I do think Republicans are less likely to talk about their political views with anyone that might spit in their food or key their car. I mean, you just had a bunch of people keying fucking Teslas.
Let's back up a second. Wait, let's back up a second because we're kind of getting off track here. Okay. I understand. Yeah, I agree that the situation for the right is definitely significantly more perilous than it is for the left, which is something we talked about today, something we talked about on Sunday. We talked about a lot ever since Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Sure.
So what I'm saying is that because I agree with you, if the situation is so dire that it's like a life and death situation, then yes, it would make sense to me logically. They're like, okay, well, I have to team up with my enemy who might harm me down the road to protect myself now. And I'm saying, even if things are bad for people on the right at the moment, which they are, we're not in that scenario whatsoever to justify theoretically, and maybe like a hypothetical would be like if Megyn Kelly is going to come out arm in arm with Nick Fuentes. She's like, well, no enemies to the right, right? Like we would both, I assume we'd say like, that's fucked up. And if she said, well, the right has to unite now because Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Like I would say that's fucking stupid, right? Like you would agree that that's not a correct reaction to have to the situation.
Yeah, I don't know that she's teaming up with Nick Fuentes. So she's saying she doesn't
I'm saying it's a hypothetical.
Yeah.
Hypothetically, you would say like that's a bad thing.
Of course, look and fuck. I mean, I don't. I'm trying to think of it from Megyn Kelly's perspective, right? Megyn Kelly knew Charlie Kirk. Megyn Kelly was supposed to go on a tour with Charlie Kirk. So Megyn Kelly is saying, look, I could have been on stage with him when people are fucking shooting at us, right? So if you're in that mindset, you're kind of thinking, I want to be protected. I want to be with a tribe that's going to have my back.
Yeah, but wait a minute. We just watched this clip of Candace Owens, which is evil and despicable. And I would assume if you knew Charlie Kirk and were friends with him, you would think it was fucking disgusting for Candace to be using his death in this way, right? So that's why I don't look at it from the same perspective or from the same.
Can you read the Konstantin Kisin tweet again?
He says the problem with this approach with many on the right are taking is that this is exactly how the left allowed its own extremists to first flourish and then become the face of the entire movement. If you agree with Candace and Tucker, people will respect that. I think which is an important part that he said that. But to many of us, their behavior is so extreme and so deranged that the idea that it can simply be ignored because your fight is with the left doesn't wash. You've always been a great principled truth-seeking journalist, so to many of your admirers like me, the question might be, quote, if you agree with them, fine, but if you don't, why isn't your fight with them? So he's saying, if you just agree with them, that's just say that, and people will respect that. But don't do this whole,
I don't think she
like,
agrees with him. So
right, but that's why he's saying, but don't do the whole like, well, I'm going to ignore them. My fight is with the left now. I'm going to ignore people on the quote my side that are saying or doing crazy shit.
yeah, look, it's perfectly aligns with what I said about the situation. Where are you at in the situation?
Yeah. So, but
and
do
I
you
look
think
at
that-
Megyn Kelly, I think has a particularly different perspective on this from where she is. And it's very easy for Konstantin Kisin to come out and say, oh my God, you're a terrible fucking person because you're putting up with this. And for Megyn Kelly to go, yeah, well, you're not dealing with my kind of security threats, and I don't want to pick a fight with a fucking insane person.
Okay. I mean, she didn't really say that about the security threat.
Well, Megyn Kelly didn't say that about the security threat.
No, she didn't really bring up security at all.
Well, look, she's probably not going to because it sounds completely soy.
Okay.
And
It's
she
just-
called out Van
so-
Jones for the security threat thing. She's not going to say, oh, yeah, I'm going to do the same thing Van Jones did.
Well, let me ask. So let
I'm
me.
going to be a
well,
coward and
let me
worry about
you
my
think-
security threat.
Do you think that the situation for the right in America right now, or for Megyn Kelly, is so perilous that you agree that it's justifiable for her to just say, well, I'm going to ignore crazy people on the right now because of that? Do you think that's a justifiable response?
So you want Megyn Kelly to call out Candace Owens? You want her to jump in it, and you think she's
Wait, why didn't you answer my question?
Well, I don't know.
Ask me a question.
Is it okay for her to ignore Candace Owens? Yes, completely okay.
On the basis that you laid out, or just on any? I mean, she can do it
For any reason whatsoever. Yes.
Okay, but so if she gives a specific argument that she's just not going to attack people on the right, and she just says, "Well, my fight is with the left," then how is Konstantin not 100% correct? Now, she didn't give a justification for that, right? She just said it. How is Konstantin not 100% correct when he says this is literally exactly how the woke shit took over the left? It's because that's exactly what the left said. They said Donald Trump just won. This is back in his first term. Donald Trump just won his first term.
I already answered this. You
so
tell
just
me.
because it was
You tell
imagined.
Me. There you go.
Well, they didn't know it was
exactly.
imagined at the time.
There you go. I already answered this.
Okay, so that's why. Okay, but then that's why I asked you the specific question, which was the follow up, which was, okay, so do you think that things are so violently bad for people on the right at this moment that it justifies a rational fear for Megyn Kelly or anyone to say, I'm not going to talk about anyone on the right now?
I think we're way, way closer than that than we were before Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
Well, obviously, but that's not what I asked you.
I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. I know that there's this giant asymmetry. I know that there's a bunch of right wingers that are holding their tongue, that don't speak their mind for fear of some sort of backlash. I know there was a public outcry of people dancing on Charlie's grave openly. I mean, that's like, it's hard not to think that those people don't want you dead. Aren't we in a much when in 2016, when people were talking about, if you don't use my pronouns correctly, there's going to be a Holocaust of trans people. Did you believe that? Did you think we were actually on the verge of some sort of violent Holocaust?
I did not think
Did you believe that the Trump administration was going to round up trans people and put them all into concentration camps? Is that a reality?
No.
But is it true that there could be widespread violence against people that are perceived as fascist or voting for fascists?
I think there could be, I think there could be definitely increased instances of people targeting and trying to assassinate right-wing figures.
So
I mean, I
in
also
that,
think I think there could be an increase of people targeting left-wing figures too. So
in that situation, would you, I want to be picking a fight with schizo Candace Owens?
I think yes. What do you mean? If
Okay.
you don't, if you don't, and I just, this is where I'm disagreeing with you. I think Constantine's 100% correct. If you, as I said, unless you're in a literal life or death struggle that you require this person to fight arm in arm against an enemy, which we're not in because we're talking about internet fights and sort of cultural fights, okay, is if you, for whatever reason, even if the threat is more likely to be perceived than it was with the woke shit, because you're creating the exact same environment. If everyone starts saying, oh, well, like, we're going to allow, we're not going to attack on the right, Candace saying this fucking unhinged shit today, and then tomorrow is, well, we're not going to really go after Nick Fuentes for saying his unhinged shit. I don't see how you don't create the exact same situation with the left. Just because you say, well, I think the threat is more realistic, which maybe it is, it's still going to create the same outcome at the end of the day. So why does that matter?
What is the outcome?
The right getting taken over by the fucking unhinged, crazy people in the movement.
Yeah, I see things completely differently as far as the cultural landscape goes. You're seeing this you're seeing this pendulum thing, and I'm seeing there is a culture war that's going on that ultimately one side is going to win.
Yeah, but what does the winning look like, right? That's the $1 million
Well, the winning
question.
looks like the cultural norms for the next 20 years.
Yes, but what is that cultural norms? Are they cultural norms that are good? Or are they moderate conservative cultural norms? Or are they
they could be
cultural norms? Because that's what we want to try to avoid. We don't want the ethno-nationalist or the communist cultural norms to win the fight. We would want either a moderate right or a moderate left cultural norm to win.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure the ethno-nationalist cultural norms are on the field. Do you think Candace Owens is representing the ethno-nationalist cultural norms?
I think she is grifting towards a Jew-hating audience, primarily, as you said yourself, primarily composed probably of ethno-nationalists like Groypers. Yes.
Yes.
And
I agree with that. I totally agree with that. But
and it's incredibly disturbing to see Fuentes continually getting more and more mainstream platformed and wondering why the fuck is this happening now and what direction is this going in.
Konstantin Kisin is in a strange situation too, because I perceive of Konstantin Kisin as a liberal, someone on the left, and I know people call him a right winger, but I don't think he really is a right winger at all. So
Okay.
I don't know his situation with. I don't know.
Okay, well, think about it. Let him mull over.
Well, the thing that bothers me the most is it's just the kind of asymmetry to the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Seems very unfair and at the root of the conflict for me, and it just seems completely invisible to a lot of other people.
But obviously Constantine shouldn't be invisible to him. he is labeled a right wing because he was speaking out against the left, regardless of whether he's on the left or not.
I don't follow Konstantin Kisin a lot, so I kind of stopped paying attention to him on the woke right stuff. So
okay,
I would have to. I agree with what you're saying, but how close are we towards slipping into the ethno-nationalist future? I honestly think we're fucking miles away from slipping into the ethno-nationalist future. I think we came much closer with the woke people to slipping into the abolish gender, abolish biological sex with the woke people.
Right.
So, but the woke people, the difference was their like they were basically mainstream. They were the politicians and whatnot. So Candace Owens is just some pundit yelling to a bunch of anons.
Well, I mean, she has millions of views.
Anons.
But if those right. But if those millions of anons translate in the Republican Party mind as this is the direction the party's going,
look, but you always said on the left that
yes,
like there's this miscommunication. As soon as the miscommunication becomes clear and the liberals understand what they're endorsing, they're against it. That's why woke is collapsing. So you have to have a similar thing on the right where the miscommunication is made clear and they're like, oh my God, this is ethno-nationalism, but I'm all in favor of it.
Well, that's where
that just seems insane to me.
Right.
Fucking insane.
Right. What is the sort of packaging, right? Because you're right. I would think if it's just straight up ethno-nationalism, I don't know. I would
Nobody's going to go
I
for
would
that.
hope. But
it's not even a player on the field. The player on the field right now is moderate conservatism versus woke progressivism.
This is where this is part of why I think Nick Fuentes has changed his whole moniker from, it was a few years ago, he changed from like, oh, I'm an ethno-nationalist. He changed it to, well, I'm a Christian nationalist, right? And that could be the vehicle to smuggle this shit in.
I'm going off of Megyn Kelly here because Megyn Kelly I see as moderate conservative. So she's a player on the field in the culture war, which will ultimately be won by one side or the other. What Konstantin Kisin is doing is saying you should call out the 5% of people who are completely irrelevant to this culture war.
Candace Owens is not irrelevant. I cannot say that.
How is she relevant?
Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson are not irrelevant. They are massively popular people on the right at the moment. Massively popular.
So is Alex Jones. Is he relevant?
He's not really, people don't look at him as like, he is a right-wing thought leader, right? He's just kind of always been off in his own, like,
Candace Owens is like Alex Jones.
She's not thought of that way. I agree. I mean, she is, but she's not thought of that way.
You think people are taking policy advice from Candace Owens?
I think a lot of people listen to Candace Owens and take her seriously. I think a lot of people listen to Tucker Carlson.
Yes, a lot of people listen to Alex Jones and take him seriously.
Okay. Okay. I don't understand why.
I disagree with you
here. But yeah, I really don't understand the position here.
Well, look, so let's say I am correct. If I am correct, and it really is only 5% that is inconsequential to the current culture war that we're in, that someone will win and lose, then Megyn Kelly's making the right call. If you are correct, and Candace Owens is huge, and Tucker Carlson is huge, and they both have huge ethno-nationalist audiences, that as soon as they come out and say, look, we're ethno-nationalists, all of the normie Republicans are going to say, oh, okay, I hate the left so much I'm going to become an ethno-nationalist. Then you are correct, and we are in big trouble. And Konstantin Kisin was right, and Megyn Kelly should have spoke up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm right, and like it's more like
it's just you're swimming. This is the same issue. We're just swimming in different waters here because
we're in a different place culturally. I keep saying that over and over and over again.
We're not.
We are in a hugely different place.
No, we are not. Because when I hear Rudyard say, I swim in all these right-wing circles and ethno-nationalism is not perceived as an extreme view anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a very scary thing. And then when Carl comes on recently and says the exact same fucking thing to us, and then I think when Tolly was saying something similar to us, we have a bunch of people on the right saying that they're not left-wingers. People on the right saying the same fucking thing to saying this point. Oh, ethno-nationalism isn't like a scary thing anymore. I don't know. Maybe they're wrong, right? But maybe they're not wrong. And when I see Fuentes and all these other fucking people get insane amount of views, maybe it's all bots, but maybe it's fucking not. And I do think it's something that should be taken seriously. And I do think it's that Megyn Kelly and other people who, she's the one that brought it up. She's the one that said, oh, I'm only fighting people to the right, whatever. That's the same fucking position that the woke left, that allowed the woke left to take over the Democrat Party. It doesn't matter how fucking realistic the threat level that she sees is, it can still have the same fucking outcome. And I think if she wants to be, or if anyone on the right wants to be a not a fucking NPC and not a fucking grifter and someone who's a moral actor, then it should be very easy for them to say, yes, these people on my side or my quote perceived side are saying fucking crazy shit and I don't support it. And if everyone could do that, we wouldn't be in this fucking prisoner's dilemma of allowing extremists to go unchallenged and to take over political movements.
I mean, I just think the conflict that we're having is over where we are in the cultural landscape. There are 4 Congress people who are completely openly woke. There are 0 Congress people who are openly ethno-nationalist. I'm not even not even sure you could enter politics with an openly ethno-nationalist position.
Okay, I mean,
You got
this is
This
is the same. This is the reverse of the argument you made about the left, making all the right controls the government, but the left has the culture. I'm talking about the culture. I agree. There's not ethno-nationalists that I know of in the Republican Party, but there's a young, seemingly massive ethno-nationalist cultural movement on the right that I do think is scary.
because you think they're huge, because you think it's 50% of the population.
I don't know what it is. When I say, well, why is fucking Russell Brand platforming Nick Fuentes? Why is PBD have Nick Fuentes on and gets, massive views?
How did
all the comments are pro Nick Fuentes comments?
How did gender ideology become 50% of the population believe it?
It got smuggled into the institutions and into the colleges, and very stupid left-wing journalists who might have been moderate basically just believed these institutions telling them things from some sort of like academic framing.
Is that going to happen with ethno-nationalism?
No, but the right doesn't. The right doesn't trust any of these institutions. That's the whole point. They don't have an institution to trust.
So they're spreading ethno-nationalism online.
What are the institutions on the right now? They're social media pundits on the internet.
Look, you could be correct, and it's just massive preference falsification, and everyone's going to be like, surprise, we're all racists.
I don't know. We'll see.
I just, it's interesting. It's totally interesting because I'm thinking, at that point, can Megyn Kelly speak up?
At that point, it's too late, isn't it?
Yeah, probably not. You're in the Saddam Hussein marching people out of the out of the fucking hall thing, right?
Yeah.
He knows the people. He knows the people who aren't actually racist, right? And he's just going to kill them all.
Right.
I mean, look, Candace Owens is a retard. I'm calling her out. But I have no cachet on either of these teams because everyone knows. I'm not on a team.
Let's try to speed through this so we can both eat. Because
I'm starving, and I have to go to the bathroom. So I'll be right
you go to the bathroom.
I like your idealism, I really do, but I'm more of a pragmatist.
Okay.
And I am thinking in terms of, I mean, who do you want to win the culture war? Do you want moderate conservatives to win the culture war, or do you want woke progressives to win the culture war?
Moderate conservatives.
Yeah, me too. I'm team moderate conservative, easily.
Yes.
So, and I don't even perceive of ethno-nationalists on the field, but I think the woke progressives want to make it seem like the ethno-nationalists are ever present so that they can win the culture war.
I think we're going to be in for a rude awakening because no one really saw wokeness coming until it came. It was like, oh, what's going on here? Like, it caught so many people unawares.
Well, that is a good point. That is a good point. Yeah.
Because
and the people on the left completely denied it. So
they did. Just and before you go to the bathroom, just remember, remember, the woke shit caught us so unawares, even in 2014 with the Gamergate stuff, that people didn't even understand, I think, for the next 2 to 3 years, that this was like socialism. People were just like, why are liberals against free speech suddenly? Like, it was so confusing to people for like the next year or 2 years that they didn't even realize the ideology that was at play here.
Well, you could be correct, because I mean, I don't have enough hubris to think that I am absolutely right here.
Well, this
I
is
just
why I love you, Adam.
I don't
You're a good
necessarily
person.
I don't
Thank you.
know. I don't know.
You don't know.
And we're both just basically
Well, I don't
going
know either.
off
We're
of our
just
gut
guessing here.
intuitions. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Okay. Go to the bathroom. Okay. Where in the Streamlabs was I? Solo Doge for $2 says, in fact, notice how Sargon Bacha hedges her bets. She says, quote, don't trust unemployment stats because she knows idiots like Adam don't know how those stats are measured. So they'll just believe what she says, standard populist brain rot. So Solo Doge, as I said on, I don't know if you were around, but as I said on previous streams, if you want to disagree with either me or Adam, totally fine. You could tell you that we're wrong, totally fine. But I'm not really going to tolerate people throwing out insults and shit, calling us names, all this other stuff. I know people are still going to do it, but if I notice it, I am going to start kicking people out of the chat. So I'm letting you know, Sodos. I know you've been a long time fan. You've given us a lot of money. So just, you can disagree, but don't be a jerk about it. Okay. Sodos says for now $2. In the 1950s and 60s, Americans spent more than twice as much of their monthly income on things like groceries than people do today. Yes, I brought that. Yeah, I looked into that because you said that. I was curious, and at least there was one chart that confirms that. So I don't know if that's the case.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Sodos from $2 says even before Trump's trade war, America had among the highest tariff rates among already. I'm sorry. Even before Trump's trade war, I can't speak. Even before Trump's trade war, America had among the highest tariff rates already among Western countries. Countries with higher protectionism levels were third world shitholes. That's interesting. I didn't know that. You have to look into that. Is that true, Adam? You have to look into that.
I can't
America,
look.
America's already some of the highest tariff rates.
I can't believe you want to debate ethno-nationalism. I'm fucking starving to death.
I
I'm
know.
totally tired.
Well, I didn't think that reading that tweet was going to create some sort of conversation. Thought you were just going to agree and then move on, but it's okay. It's
right. Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's just a complex issue. Come on. We're in the middle of a culture war.
That's true. Sodos for $2 says
later you're going to have to take sides. I'm glad you're taking the same side I'm taking.
Yes. Sodos for $2 says fun story. South Korea tried to send some of its workers over to help build a U.S. manufacturing plant. They got raided and deported by ICE. Well, wait, what? Well, not the I'm assuming. Wait a minute. If South Korea, I don't understand this. I'm assuming if South Korea was sending legal workers over to work on some manufacturing plant, they wouldn't get deported and raided by ICE, right? I don't know that story. Send me that story on X. Sodos, I'll look at it. Arithmetic for $2 says one of the problems we face in the USA is a lack of entry-level positions. Offshoring all the entry-level work destroys the lower rung of the labor ladder, which makes it harder for younger people, to move up the ladder.
AI is going to make it even worse because they're going to fucking automate all the entry-level jobs.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Arithmetic for $2 says, I don't support tariffs generally, and they do affect my business negatively, but I do think the hysteria over them is pretty cringe. The impact of tariffs on the final cost of the finished product can be quite minimal. Depending on the way the supply chain is set up, the impact will vary significantly by industry. Companies will eat some or all of the cost of tariffs depending on the supply-demand situation the products are in. I guess we're all gonna find out together.
I mean, I'm watching it because I watch the economy and the stock market and the Fed and all that stuff anyway. So,
right.
Which nobody really has any clear-cut argument for them being good or bad that I can readily say, okay, well, this is the case now.
Sato Futura says, anyway, my last chat will be to advocate that the chat listens to actual econ takes by going over to words and numbers. Remember one of the hosts, Anthony Davies, from him eviscerating Adam in an econ debate years ago.
Well, I'm curious if Soledad does any investing or doesn't, or only watches like words and numbers and thinks about this stuff hypothetically.
Fondue for TR says, for the groomer conversation, it's the same left tactic of saying women, but when called out for misuse, say, quote, I mean, gender is a social construct. It is a dishonest word game. Yeah, there is a lot. That is the problem. There's a lot of this like weird conflation back and forth. So Arrhythmus for $2 says, as far as manufacturing in the USA is concerned, the higher wages will only have as much of an impact as the percentage of the total cost that labor accounts for. The more automated the process, the less impact wages have.
They'll save money on shipping.
Sotos for $2 says, Sitch, you should tell Sammy about how Trump wants to tariff all foreign movies and shows. Only homegrown anime like Korra and endless Adi Shankar adaptations. No more foreign slop like Final Fantasy. There you go.
Is that
That's
good or
true.
bad?
That's bad for Sammy.
Oh, okay.
Also, she likes to buy all those like Japanese trinkets and shit. So, you know, she's gonna hit with the tariffs. Arrhythmus for $2 says a big difference between woke and ethno-nationalists is that woke ideas were able to be presented in a way that was superficially dovetails with basic liberal ideas. I don't see how ethno-nationalism could be presented the same way. It won't be. It's presented in exactly the way the right is presenting it right now. Aren't you unhappy? We're overrun with brown people. White people are dying. Liberalism has failed us.
Did you listen to that Nick Fuentes video? Because I mean, I couldn't. I mean, I
Which
couldn't
one?
even. The one that I sent you, I told you about.
No, I did not. No.
I looking at it's my moral intuitions, obviously. And I want to think other people listen to it and they're like, oh, this is fucked up.
I guess the difference is that, and maybe it's just a time scale thing. The difference is that woke had to, as you're saying, Arrhythmus, woke had to basically trick people like liberals into buying it, as opposed to sort of this movement, the like the ethno-nationalist movement, which is more an anti-liberal movement openly that's trying to appeal to the next generation, saying like all the boomers are wrong and bad. And it's just growing and growing and growing. So
Well, there was a language game too. So
there was.
if people
There
are
still is.
answering polls saying that they support equity when really they support equality, or
Right.
they support CRT because they think CRT is just teaching black history,
Right.
then all of a sudden you get all these poll numbers that the politicians respond to, thinking, oh, everyone's in favor of this woke shit. I
Right.
need to be woke.
But I mean, I could see very easily someone, not Nick himself, because he's too tainted, but someone like him could come into the view and, no pun intended, whitewash things in that kind of same vein of like, oh, I'm just in favor of like strong Christian values. I just think that white people are discriminated against. Like, there's a way to frame all these things in that sort of rhetoric. We're not there yet, but I don't think it's unreasonable to think that we could get there at some point.
Right. What are the policy prescriptions that they're going to advocate for? Because obviously with the progressives, it's like they want gender ideology taught in kindergarten. They want every child to be able to choose their own biological sex. Like they want sex taken off of the driver's license.
Mm-hmm.
They want everyone to be able to choose their own pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it that
Get rid of the non-whites. Get them out of here. Solo for $10 says, have you seen the speech Trump and Hegseth gave? A lot of anti-Trump people are relieved based on the reception that if he tries to take over, the generals will disobey him. I mean, we haven't seen this. Isn't that speech going on while we were streaming? Or I think it happened maybe right before we were streaming. So I did not see that.
a lot of the liberal people got tricked with the idea that trans rights were just an extension of gay rights and that this was exactly the same thing as the gay rights movement.
Mhm.
What is the equivalent of that with ethno-nationalism?
It's not a question of being tricked. It's a question of anger. We've had enough.
Right. We've been discriminated long enough. We need to
Mhm.
be openly racist.
And you got, but you, I mean, you can have. There's two outcomes that are possible that are bad. That the ethno-nationalists do take over and become some dominating force in politics, or they don't, but they become large enough that it justifies the woke shit coming back with a vengeance to say, "Look, we knew it; they were all racist."
Oh,
And so now we
my
get stuck
fucking
back in
nightmare.
that camp again.
See,
That's why
this is another part of the whole situation, because that's my nightmare. My nightmare is Konstantin Kisin is like convincing Megyn Kelly to make the white nationalist problem, which is in reality very small, seem much larger than it is. And then the woke people actually win the culture war because the general public perceives of ethno-nationalism being such a problem. Like, if it is a problem, that's fine. But if it's not a problem, then it becomes this other problem.
right. But but that's the issue, is that if you ignore it and it gets bigger, then you're more likely to enter in that scenario, right?
Yeah, but I guess it's just a question of how big it really is. Like, the left they want to make it seem like it's a fucking giant.
I don't know.
And we don't have a good sensory apparatus because so much of the left is involved in these sensory apparatuses that determine these kind of things. And they're putting a thumb on the scale.
True. That is the
Yeah.
problem. We don't really have a trustworthy
It's a
institution
giant problem.
to look into any of this stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Todd Sullivan for $5 says, "Did you guys get a chance to look into Senate Bill 771 further? I brought up on Sunday." No, didn't really get a chance to look into that more. That was the California social media civil penalties thing. No, I'll try to. But thank you. Yeah, it's crazy. But I didn't get a chance to read it yet. Eames Bren for $2 says, "Adam, that's the wrong Lunduke. Look up Lunduke Journal."
Okay. I think I put him in the chat. I think I found him.
Foxy Brown for 6900 for $5 says, "What's the quote woke stuff in schools? I don't need my kids being exposed to nonsense." Well, we could look through some of our past streams because we've gone over it extensively. Calm Storms for 2 months says, "Guys, can you please check out the BF6 live action trailer just for the first 20 seconds, at least unironic return to form." Well, we'll watch it after the stream, but not on the stream. Losing Deswalt Billy for $5 says, "I'm still not sure why we concentrate so heavily." Oh, my tab just crashed.
That's okay.
I'm not sure why we concentrate so heavily on the sand-based floof goofing. There's plenty of goof being floofed globally, but is just ignored. That's true. That's a good point.
Sad.
Yeah, it's true.
Because look, people want to join a movement. They do. And this is like the Israel-Palestine thing is their movement.
Yes. If you need a translation for anyone in the chat, he's saying why so many people focus on the violence that goes on in Israel, Palestine, and the Middle East, and they ignore the violence going on in the rest of the world.
You guys don't know what floof goofing is?
In case they didn't know the floof goof, but we got it. We
Floof
appreciate it.
goofing means genocide.
Yes.
That's the politically correct way to
There
say
you go.
genocide.
We would all feel better if instead of people, it's very cringe if people say Israel's doing a genocide. If they
Yeah.
said Israel's doing a floof goofing, I think we'd be more on board, right?
Of course, yeah. Society would be far more amicable.
Right.
People would hold hands and talk to one another in all
Right.
earnestness once again.
Over the floof goofing.
If we just took out terms like genocide, fascist, groomer, right? Why can't we all just get along? All right. Great show. Thanks for coming, guys. I think
Solid for $5 says, "In most states, absent So for $5 says in most states absentee voting.
And now he's gone. Sitch has been dumped from the call. Oh no, he's back
What
again.
happened? Is my Zoom crash? That's never happened before.
Yeah.
No.
Are you plugged in?
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yes, but the Zoom has never crashed before. There's like that little Zoom program turned off.
Oh, okay.
So that was very weird.
You jumped out of the call for a minute, but now you're back. So,
yeah, it wasn't. No, the internet was still going. I don't know if it cut me off. Fate of Morality for $5.
It did, yeah.
Okay, Fate of Morality $5 says I'm Republican in LA. And I hold my tongue about politics. Like I have a date with a girl who likes the sun, and I'm terrified politics comes up. And I said, yeah, but I'm assuming you don't think she's going to pull out a gun and shoot you in the face. You just don't want to. You're worried about not getting lucky. So,
I mean, I do worry some fucking person is going to spit in my food or something.
There you go.
I mean, that's not a gun in the face, but it's not nice.
That's true. Not nice either.
I mean, I wouldn't wear a Make America Great Again hat to the coffee house or to a restaurant.
Sammy would tell me she had friends that would do the same thing. That they would only date people if they said they were lefty on their little dating bio. Even if they said not politically affiliated, they'd be like, "Oh, that just means they're conservative. They're just lying."
Mm-hmm.
An alien. Thanks so much for the 22 months and the $10. She says, I'm behind, but Adam keeps asking Actual Justice Warrior is Anna and co saying what they are saying to create negative stereotypes about Jews. And Actual Justice Warrior keeps answering notes to attack Israel. I think it was poor form to keep asking it after he answered and made it seem like you were trying to gotcha him in a dishonest way.
Well, some of the times he would go on for so long that I was just like tracking for the answer to the question. So I do not think he answered the question matter-of-factly in any way, shape, or form. Otherwise, I wouldn't have kept bringing it up.
Liz does well for $2 says the core of the issue is brain rot. Is brain rot contagious? The answer is unfortunately yes.
Oh yeah, very, very contagious. It's I'm telling you, it's confirmation bias, and the world is so fucking silly that the people just hang on to the first thing that they heard. That's what they do. That's why people are so eager to get out and establish a narrative on their political rivals as soon as possible, because they know that confirmation bias is going to take hold and they're never going to be able to walk it back.
Mm-hmm. True.
That's why our political campaigns get longer and longer and longer.
Yep. Comstorms for $10 says the speech given by Pete Hegseth on the return of standards is amazing. Yeah,
it is?
Curious to listen to all the speeches, because I'm sure people will be talking about it.
Was he sober?
That was the most incredible part. Hypnotoad for $5 says my previous chat was aimed at Dev. He said America is not filled with level 1 workers. That's insane. There are millions of us. He's sweeping us away. There you go.
I think so.
Bad Dev. An alien, thanks so much for the 30 Aussie bucks. Thank you. Says also, I don't know if you get to it, but one of the big reasons that Dev gets hate lately is because in his attacks on the far right, he is covering for people like Destiny, like when he was hiding in his tweet that Destiny was saying conservatives need to be afraid of dying at events. Also because he basically thinks the moderate right doesn't exist and lumps them in with the far right these days. I still like Destiny, just think he needs to get off X and touch grass, just like JB Peterson started going down that path because of X a few years ago, just in the opposite direction for Dev. Well, I mean, it's interesting. I don't know if you heard that part of the stream, but I brought that up, and Dev, I don't think Dev was lying. He said he didn't interpret
You're in
tweet
dire need of a restart or something.
He interpreted it very wrong. So $2 says we can rename Floof cut out.
All right. Sitch needs to restart his computer.
Can you hear me? Oh.
You're roboting pretty regularly, so.
Okay, well, there's only like 4 left, so we can just do them later.
No, power through them. Read them fast. Well, you're hot.
Listen to this possibility for $2 says we could rename Floof Goof to Congo Line. Flavor Morality for $2 says she might, but she's goth and fire. There you go. Adam gets it. Flavor Morality for $2 says I had a drink thrown in my face for voting for Trump. Look at that.
Terrible.
And
Soldos for $1 says it was a funny, could have been an email speech. Well, I don't know what that means, but
there you go.
I'm exhausted. All right. This was a great stream. No harmonica. It's Tuesday. Can't believe it. We streamed for 8 hours and 3. We're taking Sunday off, right? Sitch is gone. Completely gone. Barely made it to the end of the stream, but that's fine. We don't need Sitch. I can say goodbye to you all. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your generous super chats. Thank you, Dev, for the amazing conversation. I thank you for fighting with our chat. Chat, thank you for calling out Dev for his insane nonsense constantly. And thank you, actual justice warrior Sean, who got to meet Dev for the first time. And there he goes. The call. He left the call. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. Okay. Sitch, just say a quick goodbye.
Goodbye, everybody.
There we go. Hit the button. Quick.
The button is hit.
Okay, great.
And I see it was, well, I didn't reset the router because I didn't think this was going to go on.